I'm sorry, DriversEye Live here at VIR for WRL. My name's Ryan West. We've got Joseph Moonrock on the controls here today. This is race 2, a second 8-hour event this weekend for WRL. This is the penultimate round of the Southeastern Championship here at VIR. We had a little bit of attrition yesterday. I think we've seen some cars that we expected to have a little bit of difficulty making the grid make the grid this morning. So we're pretty happy to see that. We're hoping for another day of clean racing here at VIR. I know that yesterday we had quite a few Code 35s, but I do believe that after the thinning of the field yesterday, we should be able to get some more green running in. Another thing to keep an eye on, as of Friday and Saturday, it wasn't meant to rain today, and then today I checked the weather, and there is a potential for some showers starting around noon to 2 o'clock. It should be brief if it does come, but with this event ending at 4:30, we may have a wet second half of the race. So we'll want to keep an eye out for that as well. We know that the one way to make racing extremely interesting is to add water. So obviously we're hoping for that on the commentary end because it throws a nice wrench into things, but I'm certain that the teams would prefer some nice, dry, green running. Joseph, what are you looking forward to seeing from yesterday?
Well, to talk about the weather point a little bit more, I think some of the teams might actually welcome that because it might cool things off, not just in terms of temperature, but also, you're a little less likely to be ambitious in the rain, especially in a mixed class condition. So I think if the weather does come, I think actually there will be quite a few teams that are be quite welcoming of that. We're finishing up our second pace lap now, so I think we'll be able to go green here.
I believe so as well. If you remember yesterday, we had an expired engine on the pace lap, so we ended up starting under yellow. But I believe we'll get a nice clean start this time. So that is much appreciated as well. Cars, of course, going back towards turn 16, and they should be appearing on the front straight here any minute now. Field is still showing as yellow on Race Hero, and here they come to the front of the field. The 14 is going to lead them off again ahead of the 505. Gets a great start here. Jumps the 505 in the beginning. The 505, of course, the Ginetta, and the number 14, the NASCAR, which I believe was a prototype for some road course racing back in the early 2000s. I was speaking with the owner of the Chandler School Racing team yesterday afternoon. Looks pretty clean down into turn 1 here. Always nice to see. Again, VIR a little bit hairy for turn 1. So we're always happy to see that come through nice and clean. And looking down towards turn 3, it looks like the Chandler School number 14 is well ahead of the 505 here, going down into turn 4, followed by a BMW and a Porsche. Looks like Choice Racing going up around the outside there, trying to make up some time early.
Yeah, big funnel down into turn 4, but it looks like everyone's made it through without any kind of contact, which is always good to see.
And the general production field is coming to the green flag right now. We're going to have the 147 jumping off the front. The 125 is going to try to stay right with them. That Mustang, plenty of torque out of that 4.6-liter V8 as they go down into turn 1. A little bit more hectic, of course. You get a lot closer speeds, a little bit slower, so you're able to take a little bit more space. I think they're trying to go 4 wide there, Joseph.
Yeah, that's not necessarily advisable. It's really easy to get pushed off to the side of turn 1 there. So but at the same time, actually, really, in the general production classes, you really should just be waiting it out.
Yeah,
I'm not
absolutely,
really sure.
Especially going down to turn 1 here at VIR.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all the fuss is about. Just let it settle itself out. You got 8 hours to go.
Absolutely. Of course, we do have one camera blackout, which is on the back straight. So as soon as they come by through the turn 16 complex, we'll pick them up again on camera. We should be seeing, as far as the GTO field, and the GTO field just coming through the turn 16 complex right now. And the 14 comes across in front of me with a huge gap to the 505 and the 79 as well, trying to get right up to the front. That hardpoint car had a little bit of bad luck yesterday as far as pit timing, so they're hoping to get a strong showing, get some green flag running, and get to the front, try to get another podium, try to get a win today for hardpoint racing in their GT4 Porsche.
Yeah, I don't think it's out of the question. Obviously, they were down a driver yesterday, so they'll be able to run slightly shorter stints in terms of being able to swap out for a fresh driver. So, and also there's always the variable of, well, where does that driver sit with respect to the rest of the lineup? So, few question marks around the 79 for Hardpoint, but they had a great opening stint yesterday. And since we don't really expect the 14 to run the entire race, it's almost an exhibition car. You would consider basically the 505 to be
the leader.
Not anymore leading.
It looks like the Hardpoint car has gone by.
Yeah, exactly right.
So I was just looking while you were speaking about that, Joseph. From second to 7th place, it was only covered by about 2 seconds on track when they came across the line. So the top half of that GTO field very bunched up right now. I think everybody trying to take the opportunity to get out front and get in some clean laps while you can.
Yeah, and obviously we're about... Oh, have we gone full course yellow already?
Yes, we have. We have gone full course yellow. I'm trying to pick it up here on the cameras. I don't quite see anything.
We've got a report of a car off drivers left at turn 14.
Okay, I don't think we'd quite be able to see that.
No, I don't think so either. So that must be at the braking zone here.
Mm-hmm. Look how close that GTO field is at the top right there. It's GT4-apalooza up top.
Yeah, we're still waiting on identification on the car off at 14.
Right.
We did have also a notice of the number 2 for Team ACP slow on the back part of the circuit.
Okay.
Ended up taking off to the short, sorry, not to the short pit, to the south pit.
Alrighty. The south pit, of course, that's quite a long recovery if you want to head back out. The NFC number 123 car had hit the pit lane here. They just came back out. I wonder if did they take the start, Joseph, or is that an early pit? Because it looks like they're now up with the GTO field.
Yeah, I thought
I wonder if they're just now starting.
I thought they'd taken the start, but could be wrong about that. No, they are dead last on the field, so I think that's right. I think they have had an issue here before the start of the race.
Let's see, and then there's another car being pushed down the pit lane. It's the number 52, which has had the door taped on, I noticed this morning. That was going to be the brightly colored BMW M4. Being pushed rather forlornly down the pit lane, I believe, to access the paddock. That's the Team ACP car, so that's not what you want to see for them this weekend.
No, it's two difficult starts to the race. Both of their cars in the first, really 5 minutes running into trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, that may be is that not the same car that's having the issue?
No, it was the 2 that had had the issue.
Oh, it was the 2. Oh my. Oh, from yesterday. I got you. Yeah. Well, a weekend they'll be eager to forget for sure. 63 coming down the front straight here, very, very slowly. If you switch to the pit camera, Joseph, you can just see it right now. So that green car on the left, you'll see here in a moment, viewer, is the number 63, moving quite slowly, and it's going to go just out of view. So, Joseph, if you could switch to the turn 1 camera. I don't know how busy you are at the moment.
They all seem to be going pretty... Oh, that one is going more slowly than usual.
Yes.
That'll be the number 63 for open throttle.
Yep.
And
it is pulling off into the grass there. I think they're going to try to get pushed back into the paddock. I'm not certain that's a viable strategy. I think you're supposed to commit to pit in. Obviously, this is better than letting the car stay out and get stuck somewhere out on the racetrack. But
it could just be a reset. You see the brake lights flickering. It also could just be the driver just going off and on the brakes as he's trying to fix a few things. I've heard a lot from... Oh, go ahead, Joseph. Just a note, we have an incident under investigation between the 125 and the 44. 44 will be the PCA Racing GP1 car, which I am happy to see back out. We saw them break down at the very tail end of yesterday's race.
Yes, we did.
And that it'll be MMR, who they would have been racing for in a class position. That contact is done at turn 4, and I think it might have still been on the opening lap.
Okay. So, not sure how this green BMW going slowly is going to impact the go to green. It's right there at pit out, so I can't imagine they want to go green and have any. Well,
no,
I guess in theory, like people don't want to pit during green usually if there's code 35s available. So it might be safe, but now you've got the safety truck, blocking the access. So I hope that they're able to turn this car around and just take it back to the paddock. But I have a suspicion that won't be.
No, they've got
a thing that happens.
No, they've got it on a tow rope right now, which suggests to me they're just going to bring it around. You can bring it around basically just past turn 6 or so, and then there's a cutoff to a bevy of alternate courses. So I'm sure that's what they'll do, and they'll take it back to the paddock around the back way. I don't think they'll have to do the entire lap.
All right. I wasn't thinking they'd have to do the entire lap, just more, if we could get it pushed out of the way quickly, then hey, we're good to go. But obviously, if that's not, in the cards, then we'll have to wait. So another rough start, I believe, for WRL this weekend, starting with the code 35. The nice part about the code 35 is you're going to preserve your gaps that you've established here. It seems like the gap to the 14 is quite big there. That's a very big gap between the leader in GTO and the rest of the GTO field.
I actually don't have eyes on that car at the moment.
You can say it just switched away from it. It was at the turn 16 complex. So if we go to the pit lane cam, we should be able to get that.
Yeah, the Moorhead car's got a huge lead too. Did they come into the pits? Did they have a lead, or are they last?
I don't know. It seems like there's giant leads going on here. So the 14 just went past with the 123 in tow, which obviously we already talked about as far as the pit lane, that we think the 123 is already about to go a lap down. I still have not seen the rest of the GTO field emerge from turn 16. So there's a substantial gap.
Yeah, you do wonder if maybe some of this is, it's obviously dependent on where you catch, where you glimpse the dub yellow and the code 35. So
right,
who knows how much of a difference that's made. Yeah, the Moorhead car also has...
And here's the 79 just now and the 505. So that is a huge gap. I don't believe the gap was that big on the first yellow lap, Joseph. I really don't.
Yeah.
Some time has been gained or indeed lost somewhere.
Right. 123 for NFC has been issued a one-lap penalty for speeding during code 35. So if we've seen that from either the 147 or the 14, I think we'll find out about it pretty quickly.
Right.
But so far, I don't see anything that indicates that they're under investigation.
Then here comes the rest of the GTO field. There's a pretty substantial gap between the GTO field as well. There's the leaders at front, the chase group, if you will, and then the kind of the GTO peloton here. Very interesting. I wonder if someone accidentally displayed the wrong flag at a corner station, maybe? I'm just trying to think of how that happens under code 35. Good news, Joseph. The 143 does have a hood today.
That's good to know. Good to see that they were able to source a new hood after, or potentially find the one that flew off
that
yesterday.
Came off. Yep. Presumably that will have been presented last night after the award ceremony.
Right. So here
it's
is
a good job that I didn't find it, because I would quite like an Aston Martin hood to be hung on my wall.
So I'll tell you something that is going to be slightly threatening for the rest of the GTO field, and it's the 696 is still up in 4th. They haven't been shuffled back in the order like they were yesterday. So
correct. And they had a great win yesterday, the 696. That's the winning car from yesterday. They sounds like they were pretty satisfied that they drove it to the front. Lots of hot shoes with IMSA Support Series experience in that car.
We should see this pack go green pretty shortly, I think. That this little peloton, as you described it, led by Random Vandals and Split Decision. So as soon as we go green, we should see them take off up the hill here.
Yep. Should be coming very shortly, I would imagine. Here's the car on the record. Ooh, it's the 526. Currently has the bumper placed inside of the car. So it looks like it doesn't appear to be any like major structural damage. Looks like the bumper has been hanging off, so might have broken some things underneath, but from sitting up here, I think that's a car that can be driven again at some point.
Yeah,
they're about to pull that off the circuit.
No report of contact in the race control log, just a 4 off to driver's left. So and there it goes, I think. That'll obviously be Fat and Furious, who I think won.
And I think we're going
GP2.
green here, Joseph.
Yeah, you can hear it in the engine notes, and you can see it in the flag stand. 526 Fat and Furious would have been the car that won yesterday's race, if memory serves.
Yep.
So obviously, we're looking at a new winner in GP2 today.
Wow, the 210 coming way up the inside down into turn 1, Joseph. If we can hit the turn 1 camera, that'd be fantastic. If not that, the turn 3. And we should see the general production runners coming through here. They were very, very tight. Yeah, I definitely want the turn 3, Joseph.
You see it.
So yeah, so there's the 147 out front consolidating their lead. And then it looks like they've split up just a little bit there. So the 44 hanging on. Yeah, that pack of BMWs right there in the middle was getting a little bit spicy. And it looks like it's all come together nicely. No major issues there to report, so that's quite good.
Yeah, very different lines into the S's, which is kind of interesting. One taking a slightly more arcing line, the other a little more shallow entry. You'll notice going through shot the Chattanooga car, which we were concerned might not actually be able to take part in the rest of the weekend, post in the racers group saying that they completed a 9-hour engine swap. I'm not sure where they got the engine from, but they have it, and it's in the car, and they're back out there.
It sounds like they got it from Quantum, that it was a spare Spec E46 motor, so that car might be a little bit down on power compared to what they could be running.
Yeah, Quantum, the 933 not running today, so the loss of one entry revives another, I suppose.
Indeed it does. Ah, there we go. Fix the mixer now. Perfect. Joseph, how do we get this cameraman to just send us his stuff? We just hand him our encoder and be like, here you go.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I think that's a quite good idea.
Suspect he might be with the Stratus organization, if I had to guess.
I would say that's probably accurate, but I would, of course, want to check on that. I've just been joined by RJ, Joseph, so if you could talk to yourself for about a minute or so, that'd be fantastic.
I can do my best. So, the PC Racing, actually, in the 44, has just overtaken the MMR 125. So that with that possible contact still under investigation. That battle clearly has not really dissipated. We'll see them come through shot here now. Moorhead 147 with a huge lead still. The car in front there will be the 44, followed by the MMR 125 Mustang. Only Mustang in GP1 as far as I can tell.
Okay, Joseph, so I have the answer. It sounds like one of the cars was involved in the incident. It was, I believe, the BMW that we saw on the record. They had a brake failure, it sounds like, and managed to avoid the car that they were going to hit. RJ just told me and stepped out. I can't remember which car it was. I believe it was the 986, something like that. Anyway, had a brake failure and was able to miss the car ahead of it and also miss the fence and weave it into the woods. So they didn't hit anything. Obviously, the bumper was hanging off. And then the other car, the PC Racing incident that was opened up there, I guess both teams have been in touch with RJ, and they both feel that it was a racing incident. The PC Racing car had understeer and tried to check up because they didn't want to hit the person ahead of them, or they didn't want to come to the corner too hot and go wide. And so they checked up, trying to do what they thought was safe, and then there was incidental contact behind them. But both teams saying, like, hey, no, nobody was trying to do anything crazy. We're not upset, whatever. So RJ says they're still going to take a look at it, obviously. But it sounds like no harm, no foul, at least in the eyes of the teams. Obviously, it is a no-contact series, so they're still going to have to take a look at it. But apparently all three teams involved in our kind of kerfuffle this morning doing a fairly decent job of owning up to, what occurred. And it sounds like nobody was being too crazy doing anything. It's just a lot of unfortunate circumstances this morning.
Yeah, you saw in the shot up at Oak Tree that the 125 was able to retake that second spot from PC Racing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very much not going away that battle. We'll see if the 44 is able to retake that spot, retake that spot, or if now MMR is going to be able to mount a charge on the 147 well up the road at this point.
Right. So we are seeing the GTO field start to spread itself out a little bit, at least the peloton of the GTO field, at least, as I'm just going to continue to call it. I don't. Not too interested in calling it anything else at this point. One of the Stratus cars has got itself very firmly up into that GTO peloton. Is well ahead of the sister car and the other three entrants, the 84, the 22, and the 73 on the GTU field. So that car, again, I believe yesterday's winner. Right, Joseph? I don't want updates. Yeah, the 59, yesterday's winner, streaking ahead of the 58. Currently a 13-second gap in that class from first to second. Again, the 58 and the 59 sister cars, obviously, and then you have the number 84 94 Motorsports car, 1.3 seconds off of the Stratus car. Stratus, of course, I think it's fair to say the most GTU and NPO1 experience in the field compared to the others. I know the 84, I think they got that car at the end of last year or the beginning of this year. So it's still a new car to them. It looks like they finally got their heads around it, and that car is now competitive. It seems like the NPO1's a little bit tricky to get set up, just perfectly. And so, 94 Motorsports doing a much better job at staying towards the front than they had before. So happy to see teams getting their heads around a new car. 94 Motorsports, of course, always used to run the Lexus IS 300s, which are not here this weekend. Based out of Alabama. The 511 is going to go down the inside of the Chill Out Systems Miata here, going down into turn 1. Yeah, they were scored 0.019 seconds apart on the last lap. So if we could pick that up, Joseph, going into turn 3, that would be fantastic.
We'll get him out of 5 here.
Okay. So there's the 14 again, just streaking away into the distance. Two lower class cars moving through.
2-minute 0.431 for the Chandler School. I think, someone's smoking. Someone's putting out a decent amount of smoke back here. Either that or they've had a huge lockup into turn 5.
See, my video feed is not playing ball today, Joseph, so I will take your word for that one.
Yeah, I wasn't able to identify who it was. It was in the background of our shot.
big gaggle of cars down there. That's on the preview screen, of course.
Yeah, you can see in our tower.
I find myself watching the preview more than than the actual feed, unfortunately.
Yeah, so do I, if I'm honest.
Okay. Here we are going around turn 10 here. Looks like the end of the GP field moving through, and the GTO starting to get into traffic as well. And so that's the 59 that we just saw go through the screen, the prototype there. They're going to start making their way through the traffic. One thing that we heard talked about last year a whole bunch was that the way the GTU cars are able to... what was that, Joseph?
I think that's a slow car that's just gone through shot there.
Oh, okay.
It's the 44. It's the PC racing car. It's fallen out a second.
Ah.
So that's going to really open up GP1 for a potential weekend sweep for Moorhead, I think.
I think so as well. Which they'll be happy to hear. I think that Moorhead car, kind of the class of the field in GP1, most weekends anyway. They're always a pretty competitive team.
Look at this back here. The 609, I just said 401. The 609 looking all around the split decision 484, looking for a opportunity to get itself up into 8th in GTO.
Okay. Sorry, Joseph, I'm just looking through the timing right now because my video feed is not playing ball. Chandler School goes through and sets another 2-minute lap, a 2-minute .785. Now, again, we do expect that the Chandler School car is not going to complete the race this afternoon. So that is going to make the number 79 team Hardpoint Porsche the technical leader here. And then the number in third place, we have the number 987 Porsche. And then that's obviously going to be second because the Chandler School car is going to drop off. And then back to the podium already, the number 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW. They spoke yesterday at length about they just see a car, they pass it. If there's another car in front of them, they really try really hard to pass it. And, that was how they got themselves to the front. Probably a little bit less opportunity to do that today, I guess, until you start getting around to where you're going to lap some traffic.
Yeah, I mean, we're clearly deep into the traffic at this point. We're already half an hour into the race, which is kind of shocking to me, but there you go.
Yep. We've got the W2W car, the 986, I believe. Yeah, just came through the pit lane.
NFC Motorsports, who we're on board with, started the race from the pits. Mm-hmm. So this is not for position. They're just trying to get their... they're just trying to make up track position at this point. And actually, the 131 is a GTO class car, so that just shows how good this car is through the corners, that it was almost getting held up by the 131 in front of it.
Right. Excellent car there, the GP1 car. And then the 63, it looks like, is going to head back out. That's the stricken BMW E90 M3.
Yeah, for
we're going to have that head
back
out there. Yep. A car which is not a popular one to convert into a racing car at this point. A lot of teams, I think, feel that car a little bit too technical, a little bit too many computers, I think, on board that car to make an effective race car. But we still see a handful from time to time. We've got that one, and then we've got, I believe, the GTR 99 team used to have one as well. The 52 ACP car also looks like it's going to return to the field, so that's good news for them, for sure. Door, of course, still taped on.
All you got to do is just never open it, and it'll be all right.
Right. Well, it's the passenger side door, so it doesn't really matter.
That's true.
Yeah. Don't really need that.
Oh, the 762, 763 is back out.
Excellent.
And it's gone around in turn 4.
All right. Not what you want to see there, obviously.
No. Yeah, I'm done. We've gotten to the half-hour mark, which means it's about time for me to start actually filtering in some of the onboards that have started to crop up.
Yeah, is that something you want to do?
It is. It absolutely is something I would like to do.
Well, top of the hour, I can go through the field while you do that, Joseph. So in first place in GP1 right now is the number 147. We've been speaking about them. They currently hold a 25-second gap over the second place number 125 MMR Mustang. So that car, I think, was having a pretty good day yesterday and then just kind of slowly faded towards the end. So I'd like to see them stay up front here today and have a good result to show for the pace that they had yesterday and the pace they had to qualifying as well. And then in third place, we have the number 47 Ginger Racing BMW. They are currently 5 seconds behind MMR, and so that puts them about 31 seconds off the lead. And then in fourth place, we've got the number 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche. And then fifth and sixth, we have the 134 and the 336, respectively, Big Mission Motorsports BMWs. And then in seventh place, we have the number 123 NFC Motorsports car, who we've been riding along with previously. Again, that car has got a bunch of pace, but they're also a lap down. And as we spoke yesterday with Code 35s and no pace cars, at least in theory, there's going to be some difficulty having that car get back to the lead lap. So they're going to have to put in some flying laps and hope for, I think, some unlucky pit cycles for other people as far as the Code 35 timing. And they'll have to stay very lucky themselves about timing those out to get back to the front. But still a good car. Still looks like they've got some strong pace, so we're looking forward to watching them. And then in eighth position in that class, we have the number 44 PC Racing car. Again, has just gone salmon, I think, potentially having some issues with that car, but we're going to wait and see if we see them again today. In GP2, we have the number 6 Core Motorsports Mustang out front. That's the 2010, I believe, with the smaller motor. They're putting in some pretty consistent lap times. They've been in the 211 for the last 4 laps, and then they put in a 210 872 5 laps ago. So very consistent driver at the controls there for the number 6. In second place, we have the number 146 Harrison Motorsports BMW. They also very consistently in the 211s here, and they're currently 0.4 seconds behind the number 6. So I think we'll see the two of those cars battle here, at least in the short term. Obviously, stuff can start to spread out as far as pit strategy and fuel windows, things like that. We understand that the E46 BMWs are very fuel efficient when others may not be. Now, I owned a 2010 Mustang at one point, and I was able to pretty consistently pull 26 miles to the gallon on the freeway. Now, obviously, we're in a racing condition. It's going to be a little bit different fuel consumption, but they're not terrible on fuel, like you may see as the NFC Porsche comes through.
Big issue here at the top of the hill.
Okay.
Is this the 14? I think it's the 14. Yeah,
and I believe we are going to get a red flag here at the track.
It's at least at turn 14. I'm waiting for the log to update. Yeah, we've gone red immediately.
Yeah. Well, Joseph, let's throw to ads here, and I will go investigate and see what's going on.
Yeah, I will do that in a minute. You go investigate as I stall for time.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, it's listed currently as the number 14 at turn 14, so that would be, I believe, up at the top of the hill, if it is in fact the number 14. Sometimes those signals can get a little crossed, so we'll wait and see for confirmation on that from Ryan. But yeah, it's it looked like a substantial.
Well, let's not speculate about it, Joseph. Let's go to break here, and I'll go figure something out.
Well, it was. I mean, it's worth noting that it was. I mean, we had pieces of fender all over the road, so it's understandable that we'd go red here because we had a decent track blockage in terms of debris. Okay, so Ryan's gonna get over to race control and see what they've seen basically, and we'll be back on the other side of this break in about 2.5 minutes.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Yeah, we're back for the second 8-hour race of the weekend here at VIR under red flag for what appears to be a single car accident up at the top of the hill at the end of the back straightaway involving the number 14 is what we have at the moment. So working on getting that cleaned up. We are under a red flag partially because there was some amount of debris that ended up across the track and would have put the rest of the field in a, as well as the track workers, in an unsafe condition. So we're waiting on that. I think we'll be under a red condition for a bit while we get that car taken care of and make sure the driver's all right. Yeah, it's oh, and then the other thing that's got to happen there is that we've got to replace some tires at the end of the hill where that contact was made. Once you really, it's just been the course of accident cleanup this weekend. Somebody gets into the tires, I think, as a basic precaution. They come by and replace the tire stack wherever that car made impact. So all of those things need to take place, and that's the reason that we're under a stoppage at the moment. I understand Ryan is broadcasting from the same room that race control is in, so he's got a direct line, and we'll have as much information as we can share when we have it. The safety car is being scrambled right away, which makes sense. I think they're actually going to put the safety car in front of the leader here. And that will be... It was the 14, obviously. But it will become the 79 for Team Hardpoint. 505 for Old Fashioned's actually fallen away a bit, which I hadn't noticed. It's Hardpoint now up ahead of the 987 for Van Cleef. And the Hardpoint 79 will be the car that the safety car picks up here as we return back to what will be a a safety car condition, a double yellow condition, which will be different from the code 35 that we would typically go to. So we would typically go to basically effectively a code 60 if you're familiar with a VSC in F1 or a code 60 in endurance racing in Europe. That's kind of what we would typically go to. In this case, because it's coming back from a stoppage, you don't want to. You basically want to coordinate this restart, and so we'll bunch everybody up behind the pace car, do probably a lap, maybe 2, then we'll go back to green flag racing. Driver is okay. Was offered a ride to the ambulance and walked straight off of it. So no concerns about driver safety here. It's just a matter of getting the track cleaned up and getting us back to racing. The wreckage of the 14 is going to be a sizable repair, but it is going to be on a flatbed and taken away. So that, the bulk of the cleanup has been done. It's just going to be a function of getting the tire wall repaired. As far as we know, it was a single car situation, so nobody else involved in that. Nobody else that we need to keep an eye out for damage on, which is as good news as you can hope for. So this, I believe, in front of us, I think that's the hardpoint 79. So my guess is we'll get the pace car parking right around here. Question mark? The tractor that you hear in the background is actually the heavy machinery that's replacing the tire wall up there. And from the images I've seen, it was a pretty hefty impact. So the tires absolutely did their job, and they absolutely should be replaced. So thankful to the safety teams for getting those out there and getting them replaced so we can have the track back into a safe condition. The only diesel vehicle on track, as far as I'm aware. So at the moment we've got Moorhead leading GP1 ahead of MMR and Ginger Racing. GP2, with the 526 going out with its brake failure, is the Core Motorsports machine, followed by Harrison Motorsports, who were under a second behind them at the line last time by. So we've got 2 Mustangs out in the field. One, the bright orange Mustang, is the MMR GP1 Mustang. That's the one that will be fighting for the GP1 win today. The other is the Core Mustang, the number 6. RRT Racing is another relative newcomer. They are running 3rd at the moment in GP2 ahead of the re-engined Chattanooga 348. GP3 is led by the Kingdom of Overnight Motorsports 195 leading the 197. And then round 3 in the 605 and the AOA number 75 right behind them. That entire pack before the red flag was separated by about 6 seconds. Call it 10 with the 75. So obviously very close fight still for GP3, which does tend to happen. GTO was led by the Chandler School car, the number 14. That obviously has been taken out of commission. So Team Hardpoint number 79 will inherit the lead there over Van Cleef, about 5 seconds behind. These gaps will obviously collapse down when we go to follow the safety car. And then JTR sitting in 4th will inherit 3rd. We're only about 7 seconds behind Team Hardpoint. So even though there's a big gap between the 14 and the 79, that will obviously become null. GTU is being led by the 2 Stratus cars. About 8 seconds between them at the line. Then 21 seconds behind the 58 was the 84 for 94 Motorsports. And actually the other 2 GTU entries very close behind them. It was the 201 followed by the 73. So the fight for the podium was still in pretty hot dispute. Stratus car is kind of walking away with the top 2 at the moment.
Hi, Joseph.
Hello.
Sorry about that. I figured I would take the opportunity now to gather the things I would need for a prosperous afternoon of commentating.
Okay.
Including grabbing my iPad so that I can actually have consistent timing.
Sure. Does it have VLC?
It does not, as it turns out. But if I have a timing screen, then I can care less about playing with VLC and their reindeer games.
VLC works fine for me. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell me either, but this is the second computer that VLC does not play nice with. So...
Wow.
Unclear as to reasoning behind that, but oh well. Actually, it's the third computer, in fact, because my desktop at home also does not like VLC.
Hi to my desktop at home.
Hi to my desktop at home, obviously.
It's just setting us up to go live on Facebook, and that'll take us through the remainder of the race. So we shouldn't have to do the typical sort of Facebook reset.
The switchy boy.
Yeah,
I believe is the technical term.
I think that that's I think that's exactly right.
Just trying to get myself set up here as well. A little bit of a late start today for DriversEye Live, which is exacerbated by having low manpower available, both at the circuit and at home.
I think that's going to work. I think that's how you set one of these up. Our fearless leader is away in Croatia. And so I want to talk a little bit about the red flag, or not the red flag, the Code 35 situation, and some of the big gaps we saw. There's a couple things going on with that. You can't really just look at lap times alone, because if somebody crosses, it's not like the Code 35 starts at the start-finish line, right? So if somebody's gone through, the Chandler School car already had like a 10-second gap over everyone behind it when that first Code 35 came out. I don't know about 10 seconds, but say 5 seconds.
A substantial, yeah.
So if they come across the line, and between when they cross the line and when Hardpoint crosses the line, the double yellows come out at that point. Well, then they're so far down the road at that point that and you're going from 35 miles an hour for the cars that have, I'll reverse that. You're going from about maybe 150 miles an hour at the stripe compared to going down to like 35. Right. 150 might be a little sharp, but for that NASCAR, that is obviously kind of a rocket ship. So you've got that plays into it. Secondly, there's a quirk of, you just have to be at 35 miles an hour when the purple flag comes out. It's a separate deal from the full course yellow. Looks like we're taking the old tires away, so that's good news. That suggests that we're going to be coming back to green pretty shortly.
Excellent.
We'll go to
Just
a full course yellow condition. Yeah. So, you've got the which is also kind of similar to like a VL or a VSC situation where you might you've obviously you don't want to be in a situation where people are trying to game it, but you do have to have some kind of tolerance. You don't want to have people slamming on the brakes immediately, or you get a EJ Viso at Magny-Cours situation.
What a reference! What a reference that was. That was outstanding.
I think about it at least monthly. And that happened like
Lovely.
15 years ago.
Right.
So, there's those two factors, and then secondly, it all kind of depends too on where people are relative to the flag stands. There are some places, because the way that marshal posts are laid out, the only requirement really is that they all have visibility from point A to point B, so that marshal's posts can see not just the track in front of them, but also be able to physically see the next marshal post or the previous marshal post, whatever.
Right.
Which means that in some cases there's just a big gap between marshal posts. So if
hello marshal posts.
Hello marshal post. If the 14 has gone past the marshal post, say at the beginning of the back straight, where I think I think there's a post at Oak Tree, and I don't think there's another one up until maybe halfway down the straight. So that gives you a long time before you even know that you are in a condition that you need to slow down for. So there's all sorts of legitimate reasons why cars could develop these giant gaps. In fact, we saw it with basically every class other than GP3. We saw it in the GP1 class with Moorhead. We saw it in GTO with the Chandler School car, and we saw it too in GTU with the 59 had pulled out to a
all right, so we are back
advantage.
to yellow here, Joseph. They have sent the pace car out to find the leader, so I believe we will get an actual proper safety car restart here.
Yeah, and they actually have found the leader. So the car that's going through our shot here is the hardpoint car, and down at the bottom of the hill, you can faintly see the flashing lights is the pace car. So they've actually already gone around and identified who they need to pick up. Actually, that may be the hardpoint car behind them now. So timing has updated to a full course yellow condition.
Indeed.
So I think I'm curious to see how this plays out. Obviously, you've got cars not going quite at racing speed, but trying to catch up to the pack. Obviously, all of this track position that they're gaining right now is obviously pretty critical. Pace cars come through, and the leaders have come in behind it, so the choice car will inherit the lead, I think. We've got, I think this is 762 and hardpoint underneath us. So that will hand the lead over to... yeah, to the 511 for Choice Racing, and then it'll be the 404 for Chill Out will inherit second. This is a good time to pit, to state the obvious. 696 is going to come out in front of both of the leaders, so I don't know if that's going to be a short fill for them, but it will be useful in terms of track position for sure. Meanwhile, the 79, taking advantage of this full course yellow to pit, has incurred their first pit warning of the day for a visor up during the fueling.
Now, what I would like to check to see, Joseph, is where NFC Motorsports was relative to the leader when this happened, and if they are able to get their lap back.
Well, so they were a full lap behind their class lead. Relative to the overall, I'm not sure.
most of the front runners here are taking the opportunity to pit. It's as good a time as any with 7 hours to go. And then if you pit now, then you got yourself right back on a 1 hour rotation if that's what your car needs. So lots of the front runners in GTO and GP1 as well coming down the pit lane. Just saw the 125, they've taken their pit stop. So Moorhead has not stopped yet, nor has Ginger Racing. But MMR did. So I don't know if that's an indicator of MMR don't think they can go as long on a stint as Moorhead and Ginger Racing, or if Moorhead and Ginger Racing are gambling on another yellow coming here. And being able to stop under, because I feel like these laps are faster than a Code 35 lap when they're behind the pace car.
Well, yes, but you can also make that track position back up if you pit under a paced full course yellow.
That's true. That is also true.
Yeah, so I think it's advantageous to in my opinion, it's more advantageous to pit now than it would be to pit under a Code 35. So if it's me, I'm not going to wait. I would take the opportunity now.
So we'll have to wait and see then what the 147 and the 47 want to do as far as strategy then, because now I spoke about this a little bit yesterday, that both of the BMW 3 Series chassis, one is a 330 Ci, I believe the other's an M3. Yeah, so both of those cars pretty good under yellow and pretty good under green as well at saving fuel. So yeah, it could just be that they are very confident. And we go back to green. The Choice Racing BMW brings us to the green flag. Nice to see them out front here at VIR. That's the 511, followed closely by the 404 Chillhouse Systems Mazda MX-5. Excuse me. Which they have been battling all day. I mean, all day, for the last hour or so. But those two cars seem they've been joined at the hip. The 511 and the 404. And then the 609 Round 3 racing car, after having recovered from its excursion into the tire wall yesterday, I believe they have stolen the bumper from the sister car, which ended up in a head-on collision yesterday. So I believe that car is mostly complete, if not entirely color-matched. But they are currently in third position as well. Now, it's worth noting again...
404 is looking at the lead here on Choice.
Excellent. They're taking a swing at it. Just to finish out that thought, the top three, the 511, the 404, and the 609, I do not believe have stopped yet. Now, we've had a lot of yellow and a lot of red, so they haven't completed a full stint's worth of fuel yet, but we will have to see them pit at some point. So they are really hoping for a Code 35 at a minimum here to try and retain their position at the front of the field. Joseph, again, we just talked about this with GP1. If you're Will Choice, are you rolling dice here or no?
I was distracted. Rolling the dice in what way?
The top three in GTO haven't pitted either. Now, granted, the 511 and the 404 haven't been at the front of the field, so this is the first time they've really had track position all weekend.
If you're... Oh, someone's gone wide at turn 12. Just had a shot there. But for me, it's in a little bit of a lockup, too. That tire obviously that inside front tire obviously very unloaded as you're braking for Oak Tree. So for me, it's even more of a no-brainer in GTO to pit because your fuel stints are shorter. So you're more likely to have to pit soon. I guess you could make the argument that, being a GTO, you'd prefer the track position. But I don't think you give up like a minute of track position by pitting, personally. I know there's a lot of traffic out on the course, but I don't think it's quite that much.
Especially when the other runners are not a minute behind. How long does it take to get to a full pit stop's worth? The 131 Chandler School car in 20th is only 30 seconds behind. So if you can do a 30-second fuel on a Code 35, the best you can do is 20th. Now, again, other people are going to stop, I think, again as well. But if you have one in short succession here, you're just going to cycle right back to the back. So they really want another yellow, but they also want another yellow probably 15 to 20 minutes from now when it becomes advantageous for everybody else to pit again as well. So they really are hoping that they can stretch this to the end of their stint and pit when everybody else decides to pit again.
Yeah, I guess the devil's advocate point would be, the leaders that came in, obviously, the grid hadn't fully formed up yet, so they absolutely, in terms of strategy, needed to come in, because I'm not sure they even cycled to the back of the field. Yeah, they may have, but that was the opportunity to pit where you were probably going to be reducing the amount of traffic that you're going to have to fight through. I'm not sure how far back the 511 was at that point. If it
I think the 511 was
sense.
at the tail end of the chase. Well, it's that it became the lead after the incident with the 14.
Yeah,
so they were still in that front group though. They weren't way back in the peloton.
Yeah, for me, I think it's an easy call to pit in. Obviously, with the consideration that some teams are running to a time schedule based off of, we've got a renter in and they, we've got them scheduled for hour X to hour Y, that sort of thing. So,
we just went yellow again.
That is a car off at turn 6. And we've got it on our shot here now. It appears to be it's called in as the 107, which would be the GP3 Craftsman Auto Care car.
Now, if this is another solo incident that's not a mechanical related thing, I think all of the drivers are going to incur the wrath of race control here.
It is mechanical. So the car started smoking around turn 1 according to the race control log. So it's not a driving standards issue here.
Excellent. Okay, I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, we'll see if the transmission agrees, but it does not appear to have been caused by driver error.
Trying to look here and see if there's any other lines to follow here. Of course, all gaps are going to be reset. The number 6 Core Motorsports car also retained the lead in GP2. They have not stopped. The 146 in GP2 has not stopped. The number 721 has not stopped, and the 348 has not stopped. So none of the GP2 takers decided to come into the pit lane, but we do know that they're rather efficient on fuel.
I can announce that we are finally live on Facebook. So if you need to be over on Facebook, it'd be a good time to do that. And that should be continuous through the end of the race.
Excellent. So I don't believe any of the actual runners here. 1 second, let me fiddle with this. There we go. I don't believe any of the actual runners in GP2 have pitted yet. See here. No.
That's not terribly shocking to me. The further you get down the general production power to weight order, the less it makes sense to pit. And that's purely a function of how long their stints can be. I think some of the GP2 and GP3 runners can go, 2 hours plus in some cases on a tank of fuel. So, you could make an argument there that it's not really worth the risk in terms of penalization.
But you don't really. Well, there's the penalty risk, but then I, of course, again as the devil's advocate, see an opportunity just to get off strategy. But does that even matter in GP2 and 3?
I don't think off strategy is certainly not. Well, okay, so.
Then now you're an hour separated from everybody else. You may not have to stop right at the end, or you stop at the end and everybody else has to stop late. Here, what am I trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say.
Well,
it's when you're on the alternate strategy and you've split the pit cycle. It gives you more option at the end, as far as if you need to make a quick splash or can you stretch it to the end versus everybody else. if you pit when everybody else does, etc. The 2 just went back out.
I don't really see a benefit in that. Especially for a racer you expect to go code 35, rather than, and now if we were expecting a lot of full course cautions, obviously we've in a safety car pace car sense, if we were expecting a lot of those, I could maybe see an argument for it, but I think the biggest thing for the GTO runners is that you're extending the stint. And if you've already got a 2-hour stint, I don't know how much that really helps you. Obviously, we've lost probably 20 minutes of running with the
like that, yeah.
with the red flag, so that'll potentially change things a little bit. Let's see, we went back to full course yellow at 9:22, and we went red at 9:02. So yeah, 20-minute red flag, which by the way is a 20-minute barrier repair is great
That's
work by
pretty
the
fast.
VIR team. Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty good.
yeah. So kudos to everyone who's taken part in that. Because it wasn't until that was fully complete and everything had been cleared away that we actually went back to full course yellow. So
Right.
and we've got the 107 coming back on the flatbed. There you see it. No visible damage to the outside. That's going to be purely mechanical, but it does look like they are going to take it all the way
so
around.
Choice has taken the opportunity to pit here.
Yeah, they have, as has Random Vandals. Random Vandals has actually come up quite a bit in the track position relative to Choice, because I think they were quite a ways back.
Well, they were, but Random Vandals also did not stop in the last cycle, and so I think that's what got them back into the... on the safety car, that's what got them back towards the front. Both the not stopping and the cycling to the front because everybody else did, and the safety car bunching everybody up. Made them up a bunch of tracks position for sure.
Now, if we look at the lap chart, now I'm wondering, has this worked out? Because now we have this A/B test, right? We have a group that's pitted under full course caution under a safety car, and we've got a group that's pitted. I got to be careful about how deep I get into this because I think we're going to go green soon. But
yep.
We've got a team that's chosen to pit under a safety car condition versus one that's chosen to pit under a Code 35 condition, and I'm just curious to see where they've actually ended up, if that's actually helped them or not.
And we're going to go green here, Joseph.
Yeah, so we are. You can see the cars picking up speed on the stretch between turn 6 and 7.
So Chill Out and the number 609 round 3 racing car, they have not stopped yet. So they stayed out again. Choice Racing and Random Vandals decided to call it on this one, which I think was the worst possible decision as far as they stayed out on the first one but have then come in for the second one. You lose basically. I think Choice is much worse off than they were before. They're going to gain a little bit on the guys who do decide to pit on the next yellow, or indeed if they have to make a green flag stop, they'll at least be ahead of them. But they're looking at maybe a top 10 after after everybody pits.
Yeah,
but like JTR, for example, is still up in 5th. Did Pinnacle stop? I believe Pinnacle did not. No. Did Split Decision stop? No. Okay,
Yeah,
so nothing has really changed. We've had JTR is in the lead, basically, is what I'm going to go ahead and say. I'm going to go out on a limb and call them the leader.
The effective
TLM
leader.
hasn't stopped. Actually, you know what? Thunder Bunny hasn't stopped. 89X hasn't stopped. The 987 has. Okay, so basically we're looking at JTR and the 987. So 4th and 9th have stopped. TLM Monoflow has not stopped. Bourbon Works Racing has
Van
not
Cleef has
stopped.
stopped.
Okay, so actually Van Cleef stopped. Yeah, yep, covered that. So Choice is probably 4th or 3rd right now of the people who have stopped. So that actually hasn't worked out too terribly for them.
Yeah,
they're basically going to cycle back to where they were, but they've lost some track position.
I'm genuinely a little surprised that more people haven't taken advantage of the Code 35. I mean, I guess you could make a case that we've had a trend of them happening every so often, but I still think that's a little risky.
I do too. And again, it looks like my thought of, hey, if you did stay out, you want to wait a little bit longer, isn't necessarily going to work out because, yeah, as far as position in the running order, Choice Racing aren't going to be that bad off. They're going to be, third, fourth, or fifth by the time this all shakes out.
Well, that assumes that the cars that haven't pitted will need to pit under green flag condition. I think
even if they pit under the code 35, they're going to lose all that time because Choice is only 19 seconds off the lead, and you figure you're going to be stationary for at least 10 or 15 seconds under the code 35. So they're going to come out in the pack, and then they'll need to pit before everybody else does. This is an interesting strategy wrinkle that's been thrown in here. At least I think so. Maybe I think so because I'm an idiot. Who knows?
Yeah, I saw what I thought was some dust getting picked up. I got distracted.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Yeah, so how far have we established how far behind...
And there's another yellow. So we may be about to see
what's this for?
What's going to happen.
This is up at turn 1 here. It appears to be contact between two cars.
Okay.
One of them is the 297. This is the point, Ryan, you alluded to earlier. Oh, it's Random Vandals. So Random Vandals was right behind the 32 of AF Racing at the line. So if I was a betting man,
yeah,
that would be, the second car hasn't been identified, but that is what I would tentatively take a stab at. So that now this full course yellow being brought up by a collision, Ryan, is going to play into what you alluded to earlier with young Ronald Till and frustration with driving standards.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'd say that for sure. I hope we can stay yellow here because I really want to keep talking about the strategy here. If I'm being super honest, I'm very intrigued at this point. So it looks
so what
like
this is going to do...
The first domino is going to fall because the 609 is coming in. Or no, it's the 701. My apologies.
Oh, that'll be the GP.
I think they might be pitting both of them.
That'll be the GP1 round 3.
Right.
So this is going to do a couple things depending on how long.
Down there.
So 181 actually. So I've been made a liar. It was the Rule 1 car. It was the Rule 1 car that was behind Random Vandals actually. So I wonder if Random Vandals has gotten held up behind AF Racing.
I do think they have,
or is backed out of a move.
I remember seeing on the timing, and I was too busy in my thought to say anything. But Choice and Random Vandals were right next to each other when they left the pit lane, and then the next time they cycled through, Choice had kind of stayed where they were, and it looked like Random Vandals had fallen down the order. So I wonder if they had got balked or passed, and then they were trying to get back by, or if they had to pull out of something. I'm not certain. Is the point I'm trying to make there, but I did notice that they had fallen down the order. They are sitting a flatbed pretty quickly there.
Yeah, I almost hesitated in calling out Random Vandals for it because I know they know what they're doing. They're not exactly amateurs of this. I know the amateurs will say, well, actually, it's the pros that are the problem. Leave us alone. But but that is a team that is, they do this in a few different disciplines.
Yeah, they're not new. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. Chattanooga is also taking the opportunity to pit, as well as I believe the number 763 is coming as well.
Yeah, the Chattanooga car is for sure coming in. The 763 I see going by right now on the track.
I do too. So I've got my cars mixed up.
I do believe Harrison is preparing before a driver change down here. I can see them going through a helmet bag, grabbing some gloves, one of the drivers. So, I'm sorry, I really want to keep talking about this.
Well, okay, so
cycle.
So
the
teams that take advantage of it now are going to push the end of this stint back. They're certainly going to improve their flexibility toward the tail end of the stint. I don't know if I'm necessarily thinking towards the end of the race at this point, just because the Code 35s have been kind of so prevalent this weekend.
Right.
But I am thinking about, am I putting myself in a good position to not get caught out in a... let's go to the frame. Let's see. So that car's gone off. That does look like the
hard point stopping again on the pit lane right now?
That does look like the Rule 1 car that's off in the gravel trap. Or off in the grass, I guess. There's no gravel out there, is there?
The grass trap.
Grass trap, yeah. Out in the rough.
The fringe.
I think we've got a Vandals on board? Question mark. Although they're now in the pits. I think maybe getting work done. Not sure that car's even on. Yeah, it's not revved up. So they are repairing whatever damage was done in that collision with the 181.
Right. That's the 44 coming down the pit lane.
Scoop's channels are like paying dividends.
Absolutely. It's working out. Okay, so this is... this will be... Okay. This is the 609 stopping.
Okay.
So we need to see where the 609 comes out relative to the...
511?
511. That is going to cycle JTR back to the front, and they pitted on that first... Well, not first. I guess that would be the second yellow, but the first one that happened in this, quick succession that we've had of 3. They pitted on that cycle. So they are now in the lead. And I don't think you'll have used very much fuel in this time frame, Joseph, because it's been Code 35 much of the time.
No, the secondary thing that I guess is worth bringing up is traffic. We were...
Ooh, the 297 looking a little bit worse for wear there, Joseph. The back right's a little scuffed there. If we watch the car come down on the pit lane cam, I don't think you're going to be able to tell. But the back right of that car, kind of rough right now. Okay,
yeah.
So the 511's just coming through right now. If we can stay on this camera, Joseph, the one looking down to turn 1. That is the round 3 racing car heading back out right now. You've just switched away at the wrong time, and it's just went to green, so round 3 have timed that to perfection, and they are going to come out ahead of the 511, not by a lot.
No, they're going to go side by side. The 511 is going to keep that along the outside. They're going to kind of rim right. I think they're going to come out ahead here around turn 2.
Well, let's see here.
Yeah, we'll see them come into frame shortly. We'll see which car is ahead. It looked like the 511 for Choi's actually had the advantage, and that's who's got the advantage coming through turn 4.
The 511, of course, already has been on, I guess we've been under Code 35, so it shouldn't matter, but I was going to say, the 511 on warmer tires because they've been circulating, but we've been going 35 miles an hour, so...
Right.
I think that's just to be down to driver at that point.
That's more energy than, I guess, sitting
still,
stationary.
But they were only sitting stationary for a few seconds, and they were also, doing the Code 35.
Yeah, I don't know. No.
I don't think that's
the
going to
tires.
have been
Well, yeah, who knows? But the 297 is back out there. I think they've lost a lap getting repairs affected, maybe moving their bumper away from that right rear tire. But I think if there's damage to the right rear of that car, I think we might be able to do a little bit of amateur forensics and figure out what happened down at turn 1.
Well, either they turned in unexpectedly, which is not likely, or someone tried to throw it up the inside and misjudged their approach there. Either they thought they were going to go behind well, or they thought they were going to make the pass. That's going to be my speculation on that.
Yeah, it's also a really tricky braking zone to judge, turn 1.
Absolutely.
Now, these cars a lot of them have some form, particularly the GT4 spec, or GT4 adjacent cars have some form of ABS on them. But as far as I'm aware, that can be tuned, and if you've got it set, to one driver's preference and maybe not another, and then maybe you accidentally end up driving around it. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong with that.
And we hear the discussion. It's been a discussion in IMSA for the last year or so. All of the GTE drivers having to get used to driving a car that has ABS and not liking it, and thinking that it gets in the way. So it's not an easy tool to work with, I guess, is the upshot of that.
Well, it so much of it depends on how effective your system actually is. If you're talking about, for example, the Corvette system, that's something that they haven't had on their GT cars before. They've I think only in the GT-LM spec or LNGT spec, if you like, have they even had traction control. I could be wrong about that, but those electronic aids.
It used to be that I think it used to be that Jan Magnussen would get in and turn it off. I think was the discussion at one point.
But the sensors and control logic these days is so good that in a lot of cases it makes sense to lean on the. We've got some dust at the exit of turn 12 there, off in the distance. It does make sense to lean on the electronic aids. But it all depends on, it's a mix of your personal preference and just how objectively good the system is, really. So.
And of course, these cars not having a control electronics or anything like that. As we discussed yesterday with the guys from JTR, from JTR, the cars are different. Different cars have different ability as far as all the electronic aids on board.
Yeah.
So,
people that have. It's not my game of choice, but people that play a set of Corsa Competizione, those are those recreate the electronic systems pretty faithfully. I understand it, and people that play those games will talk about the ABS on this car handles completely differently. We've got a car smoking big time coming down the back part of the circuit. That's a lot of smoke and hopefully no oil with it. No one's gone off track behind them, which is good news, but that is going to make some windshields awfully dirty. See if we can identify who it is. Oh, that might be no, that's coming out the center of the car. I was going to say that might be tire rub, but that's... Oh, it's the 696. It's the JTR car.
It's the JTR car. That's not what you want to see. And if it's smoking out of the front or out of the center like that, you hope it's not like a turbo or something let loose.
Yeah, that's...
Because if the turbo has let go, you're spraying oil all over the track.
Yeah, so far no one's gone off behind them, which is good news. But I think this is going to be... This could easily be the end of JTR's day. I think the odds of a repeat have gone out the window here.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate there, really. The only saving grace would be if they've laid down enough oil that they need to red flag the session.
Well, but then you can't work under a red flag. So.
Ah, you're right. You're right.
Now, have they already come to? No, there they are. Yeah, it's on throttle that the smoke picks up. So that's bad news.
That's leaning towards a turbo for me. If turbo or indeed rings on the pistons. If you're just gonna blow smoke on throttle like that, that's no fun.
Yeah, it's a GT4 spec car, but it's also... Have they come into the pits, or are they going to keep it going? I hope they've taken it into the garage.
I hope so, too.
But, it's a GT4 spec car, but bear in mind, these teams have done an awful lot of green flag running this year. Each one of these is 8 hours. It only takes 1.5 WRL weekends to equal a 24-hour race. So...
Right.
That you're putting a lot of strain on these cars, and even the most well-built factory machine can run into difficulties, and it looks like that's what happened here to the 696.
Absolutely.
That will elevate, when timing updates, will elevate the 727 for Pinnacle Motorsports up into the lead, ahead of the 172 for TLM and Ruckus Racing.
And Pinnacle is one of the cars that has not stopped at all, and neither has TLM.
Okay, so that will then make your effective
neither has
leader.
Thunder Bunny, neither has 89X.
First car that's pitted will actually be Van Cleef, which has a 20-second advantage over Choice Racing's 511.
And then the 609 also just stopped. So that's going to be your top three, I reckon. The 987, the 511, and the 609 are going to be your leaders here. The 505 is about 10 seconds behind that group, and they have also already stopped. So they're trying to hold on there in the Ginetta.
So I think we're going to go full course yellow here because I've missed them come back through, but they've stopped in the turn 11 area according to the race control log.
Okay.
I can see them on our cameras. I don't know if they've resumed. I don't think you're going to fix that with a reset, but it does sound like they've gone back around.
Okay. If only there was a reset for turbo seals.
Right.
Those who own a Ford with an EcoBoost motor also share my pain on that.
Okay, so JTR is falling down the order, but they have not. Yeah, what was their last lap time? It was a 2:05. So
it's not on the pace for them, but that's still
it's
not
still
terrible.
Slow. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I suspect if that car kept going, they'd have to meatball flag that at a minimum with the amount of smoke that's coming out of that car.
Right.
44 is also back out and is dropping fluid. So we're just trying to make the track conditions as hazardous as possible.
Indeed, and we have to do that because it looks like the chances of rain have dried up, if you will.
I won't.
No. Okay. Anyway, no. It looks like the chance of rain has gone down substantially. It went from a pretty certain expected rain shower at 12 o'clock to maybe it might sprinkle a little bit at 2 o'clock.
Careful here. We've got a slow car, and he's taking the cut through, thankfully. It's the 85, the second running AOA car has broken down and is taking the shortcut up here. So we've got a lot of mechanical issues kind of happening all at the same time here. 84, which is the 9.4 NPO1, has taken to the south pit. So that's the fourth car in as many minutes, basically, to have a mechanical issue.
Jeez. Yeah,
if
as you were talking about earlier, you know,
we'll be lucky to get
through
the
end of a season. Yeah, exactly. We're at the tail end of a season, and also we're on the dreaded WRL Day 2.
that's the other thing, yeah.
So
don't really have the time for a full tune-up. Have we gone yellow here? It kind of looks like we might have.
Let's see. We're not yellow yet on the front straight, it looks like.
No, it's just the 58 being cautious in traffic, so good for them.
Excellent. We want to see more of that.
We would love to see more of that.
And if you can find the 511 or the 609, either via an onboard or something.
Here they are.
They're pretty close.
73 has spun in turn 4 and continued.
Interesting.
You see the 696 dropping down the order on your timing column.
Yep.
'89X making a move down the inside of the 75.
They just had to go through a whole gang of traffic there.
Here comes the 511 and the 609 up against the TC Klein number 93. Everyone kind of pretty close, but it looks like they're staying off each other. Looks like we've had someone drop tires there at the top of the hill. But no yellow flag as far as I can tell, so all is well.
Again, pretty easy at VIR to drop a wheel and throw up some dirt because there isn't really any runoff to speak of. It's grass right up to the edge.
No, I don't think there's
most of the circuit.
Is there a gravel patch on the track? I don't think there is.
I don't think so either. And then the curbs here in the S's, there's a reasonable amount of curb there, so you can cut those a little bit. But just about everywhere else, you're right on the grass. Yeah, there's a little bit of exit curbing there, but not a ton.
Certainly not on the way to Oak Tree. I mean, that is...
No, not at all.
I've lost the 511, so I'm trying to pick the 511 back up.
Not a problem. Do we not have the 609 on board somewhere, Joseph?
We might, but I have been distracted by trying to manage cameras. Actually, let me just throw stuff on it. Oh, I found them. 609 and the 511. Perfect. Yeah, I need to add a Thunder Bunny feed or two also.
Indeed.
I haven't done that yet. L2 has had a slow lap. That'll be the 73, and they were the spinner up at... Actually, they spun at turn 4, and then on the same lap spun at turn 11. So a little bit of a handling issue going on with that car at the moment, it seems like.
Gotcha. I think we might be about to go yellow here, Joseph. Yep, we do have a double yellow being displayed on the start-finish rate.
Yeah.
It just updates on the system here.
Yeah, it looks like we've had a car go off at turn 1. It's noted as an impact with the barriers, so that's going to be basically an immediate yellow flag, I'm afraid. It has been called in as the 210.
Okay, Joseph, might this be a reasonable time to take a break here?
That'll be the Matt Conley car. I'll do this bit for Brendan since he can't do it himself. The Pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania. There
we go. Perfect.
No obvious indication, and don't mind the ambulance. That's standard procedure. Don't take that as an indication.
That's not that's not immediate death or anything of that nature.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and that's listed as a solo, basically a single car situation. So no other cars that will be looking for a penalty or for possible damage off of that. We could go to break, Ryan, but I would need to reshuffle the ads. So keep talking while I do that.
Okay, perfect. Unfortunately, quite a few Code 35s here to start off the afternoon here at VIR. I guess technically we're still at 10 a.m., so it's not really the afternoon. To start the morning here at VIR. The 763 coming down the pit lane as well, the brightly colored Janetta. So it's added some strategy wrinkles here. I think just given how these yellows have shaken out, it's all going to be set back to 0, basically. Any of those cars which have not yet pitted in GTO, I think will take the opportunity to pit here as we are approaching the second hour of running. That's going to be the 727 who currently lead GTO, the 172, the 89X. All three of those in the top 3 I do not believe have stopped, which should put the 987 into the lead. The 421 Thunder Bunny car, I don't think they've stopped either. They have not. So you're going to have the 987, the 511, and the 609 as your leaders in GTO. In GP1, you've still got Moorhead Speedworks out ahead. They still have not stopped either. Again, if I was a betting man, I would say that this is a decent opportunity to come in. You've had quite a little bit of running.
Well, I have great news, Ryan. If you look at your screen, it's Moorhead in the pits.
In the pits, fantastic, good. I feel pretty good about that. The 47 Ginger Racing car has also not stopped. I would expect to see them in here. The 336 Big Mission Motorsport car, they haven't stopped, but I believe the sister car has? No, they haven't either. They've just been passed by the 701. The 701, which has stopped. So the 701's got quite a bit of pace if they're able to overcome the 134 who have not. They've made up an entire pit stop on the 134 car. So the 701 making good pace there for sure. The 123 NFC Motorsports car showing missing on timing, and then the number 125 MMR Mustang stopping again. I think the 125 probably does not have the fuel stint length that the other cars do. And I wonder if that's a wrinkle in how WRL sets their fuel tank size rules. And if the 125 hasn't taken advantage of the opportunity to make the fuel tank bigger. Obviously, that's a substantial investment, purchasing a fuel cell. So if you're new to the series, that might be something that you find like, hey, we're not competitive until we get the fuel tank size pumped up a little bit. Also, it's a V8, so it could be that they're just using that much more fuel, but they've now stopped twice the number 125 MMR car. So they've got plenty of pace to run up front in GP1. Indeed, the only car faster than the 125 is the 147, and the 147 is substantially faster. A 205 is their best lap time, whereas a 209 makes MMR the best of the rest by a reasonable margin. The 701 can also do 209s, and then the other cars are in the 210, 212, 210 or 212 range. So MMR's got the pace. I really don't. They've either not got the strategy call right, or they don't have enough fuel on board to get that to work for them. In GP2, we've got a bunch of salmon. We've got a bunch of pit takers, so we'll probably wait to go over that one for sure. It was Harrison Motorsports out in the lead, and then the 6 Core Motorsports Mustang was also up front in GP2, but we're going to wait for that to shake out. The number 348 Chattanooga Touring Wagon on the borrowed engine is in 3rd position as it sits on timing right now. Again, timing not fully playing ball yet, given the yellow. They're in pretty good position, I would say, after having to pull an all-nighter to get their motor back together, to get a replacement motor, rather, into the car. It took them 9 hours to do, it sounds like. It looked like last time by, they were a full 2 minutes behind, which is basically a lap. It says 209 here. But again, the other 2 cars have come up salmon. So the 348 might be in the lead after everything cycles. That'd be a great story for them, kind of get them back in the championship hunt there. And then GP3, the number 197 Overnight Motorsports Boxster out in front. They have not pitted yet either. Again, these GP3 cars can go quite a distance on their tank. We are going to go back to green here, Joseph.
Yeah, we sure are.
And then the 195 Overnight Motorsports Porsche in 3rd place as well. So none of those have stopped. Round 3, and their Boxster has. They're down in 5th place. And the number 93 TC Klein car in 4th place has not stopped either. So that's kind of a rundown for your order for GPs 1 through 3. We've been talking about GTO most of the time. Go down here for GTU for a little bit. Joseph, who do you think the top 2 in GTU are today?
GTU, I'm going to say maybe Stratus, and then I'm going to go on a limb and say probably Stratus.
Yeah, it is the 59 and the 58 out front. 25 seconds separate them. I believe they have also pitted already. The M Sport car is currently showing as in 3rd place there, and they've just made their first stop. So a little bit longer stint for the 201 than for the 59 and the 58. The unfortunate news there is the M Sport car has quite a hill to climb up against the might of Stratus Racing and their vast experience with in PO1.
We also saw the 84 come in and go behind the wall, so that's not going to help.
No, not at all. And then the number 73 L2 Motorsports car is also showing as in the pit and has not been back out. Looks like they've completed 24 laps. So, yeah, it looks like a 3-vehicle affair out in GTU. And we've used up all of our time for the break, Joseph, so we'll go ahead and try again next time.
Yeah, we'll shelve that, but hey, at least we're ready for the next one.
Absolutely.
149 is listed as slow coming down the hill here. I think they might have made it into the pits. Yeah, Van Cleef in the lead of this race, and I think semi-legitimately as well. I think everyone's...
No, it's 100% legitimate. They're on the correct cycle and everything.
Yeah, everyone's pitted, I think. Well, certainly they have pitted, so I guess that's the important part. Did Thunder Bunny come in that time? They did. 172 came in. Pinnacle came in. Yeah, so I think split decisions come in. Yeah, so we've more or less cycled everybody through. It's mostly going to be a question of, is the 909 comes out of the pits? Which, to be honest, I didn't think we were going to see the 909 today.
I didn't either.
But they are back out there. 2 cars that I don't think we're going to see today. The 99 and the 401. Neither one of them. Actually, that's the 909 just emerging for the first time today. So they're going to start the race about an hour and, well, would be an hour and 40. With the red flag, it's an hour and 20 minutes behind. 44 is slow again. That'll be the PC Racing car slow into turn 6. You see them
that
there.
Aston Martin's a great car. I don't think they can make up an hour and 20.
Yeah. It's a stout field when you say that an Aston Martin isn't going to have time isn't going to be able to make up ground on the cars around there. You hear the 44 from PC Racing doesn't quite sound on song.
No, they've been having intermittent issues with that as well, and unfortunately they don't have a spare motor to use anymore either. It's inside the it's in the Chattanooga Throwwagon car instead. Not that I think you could probably get a spare motor into a BMW at this point and still make it back out, but...
Well, it only took the Chattanooga guys 9 hours, so...
Right, but, that wasn't their motor, so maybe they can tell Chattanooga they need to come in and take the motor back out of that car.
Yeah, the lease option's been revoked.
Or perhaps they'll skip a step there and they'll just march their drivers down and say, you know what, this mellow yellow car right here, we're going to go ahead and take a few stints.
Yeah, that'll be ours now. Whoa, a little bit of a dive for the 89X. I don't think there was any contact made, but definitely close quarters.
Indeed. Joseph, where do we have for onboards?
We've got the 140 has gone into the pits. We've got a handful. So we've got.
Let's try to sprinkle those in, shall we?
Well,
just a little pop.
Typically, by this point in the broadcast, I will have resorted to a playlist that's included the onboards, but we've had so much going on, I actually had to follow the action.
Right.
73's gone off. Drivers left at the top of the hill again. It's obviously a pretty tricky braking zone up there.
Indeed.
We've got the Chattanooga with the transplanted engine, as we just alluded to. We've got them. That's Justin that we spoke to yesterday, is at the helm of that car. Sounds like it's going pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, I think, and they're near the front in GP2 as well. So,
yes, actually, the car that was in front of the car that's in front of them currently in the standings, the 6 for Core Motorsports, is a car that didn't finish the race yesterday. So, I think there's going to be a few people in the Chattanooga paddock that are, kind of crossing their fingers for some mixed luck for the rest of the field.
Yes, absolutely. Especially after yesterday when they had their fill of the bad luck.
Yeah, it's like, well, we've had ours. Now, if everyone else could take a few lumps too.
Right.
So this is on board the 962 Motorsports. This is, I think, the Jannetta, not the Porsche.
The 762 Motorsports.
Yes, it's the number 763, which is the team card to the 762.
Correct.
And then, let's see. The other one that I've got up at the moment, I've got a few more to add. The other one that I've got up at the moment is going to be the 147 for Moorhead, leading, I believe, leading by a minute and a half over Ginger Racing in GP1.
Lovely. Look at those track sides, though. That's what I feel good about. They're all still fully functional. I think that's also made the desire to get on boards a little bit lower, given that our track sides are playing nice today.
Although I don't understand why you would jinx it.
Why would you say this words about it? If me saying words about it is what causes it to go down, we need a better system. That's all there is to it.
Listen.
Anybody with Wi-Fi mesh network sponsorship opportunities, please email b.kazmarek@driverseye.live.
Listening live from Croatia, I'm sure.
Croatia, or halfway between Croatia and Hungary, wherever he is right now.
Yeah. He's doing his best, everybody.
He is. He is indeed.
Fine.
I think we all are. We all are doing our best.
It reminds me of an ESPN, like a Sports Center line. I forget who they're talking about, but listed as day to day, but then again, aren't we all?
The truth there is accurate.
I don't know if it was Kenny Mayne, but I got Kenny Mayne vibes out of it, so that's what I'm going with.
I believe that. Looks like our chances of rain are still a little bit lower than they were earlier today. I think I said offline yesterday, Joseph, that I had no faith that it was going to rain in spite of it being in the forecast.
You were about to walk that back at the beginning of the show.
I really was. And then since then I've checked again and it's gone away. So I'm like, okay, I should have just stuck with my initial prediction there. I do believe that the rain and thunderstorms will hold off for Monday as well for those of us who have to fly back to our respective homes. So that'll be nice as well.
I have a very long trek, probably, about 20,
30
20
feet even. Yeah.
Yeah, 20, 25 feet to my bedroom.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if that'll really count too much toward my Delta Sky miles, but...
Probably not. See, unfortunately, because I'm too much of a cheapskate, I'm not going to hit my Delta Sky Miles tier for the year. Because I get my flights at too steep of a discount. I have plenty of miles, but not enough dollars, which I think is a stupid way to do a system. But here we are.
I don't know how to tell you this, but if you're hunting for discounts, you probably don't need that. Like, I think you're getting everything that you would, unless you really are into the lounge, if that's your thing.
I have lounge access as a part of my other credit card subscription type thing. It's to a different set of lounges, but it's fine. I really just want the status. Okay. I really just want the status in order to be given Comfort Plus, given that I am 6'4". But I've realized recently after
that is
flying
not an issue that I have.
I've realized recently after flying in Delta, and the reality is, as long as I'm not taking connector flights on little ERJs and stuff, that I have enough legroom. That's not the problem. The problem is that I squish my shoulders in because my shoulders and chest, and frankly, all of me is too wide, and it hurts my back really. So, unless I'm getting first class, the upgrade doesn't really even matter at this point.
Well, then great. Then you're set.
Then I'm right where I need to be. Perfect.
You've optimized, yeah.
And indeed, when you're flying from one Delta hub to near another Delta hub, Silver just does not get you the upgrade you think it might.
Wow,
when you're flying Delta to the West Coast, on the other hand, where no one flies Delta, you're all set.
My heart breaks for you, truly.
I know. Between that and the staying Hyundai that I'm driving around, not really fitting in that either.
I have no words of encouragement for you because I'm barely visible. I have what they call a low center of gravity.
Indeed. built like a tank, Joseph Moodrock. Really, just way low to the ground. He gets down there and wraps up. Just goes for it.
Yeah. I got great fundamentals.
So, Joseph, when you played safety for Ohio State,
what? That's not even close to, like, there's no dimension in which that's true. If you subscribe to the multiverse, you could go through all the multiverses, and there's no one where I probably have. I had a brief point in my life where I could jump high enough to block a volleyball serve. That's it. That's as far as I go.
Good. That's pretty high.
It's all right.
If you could jump to block a volleyball serve, that's pretty good, actually. I'm pretty impressed by that.
I can't dunk, though.
Well, neither can I, and I'm 6'4", so what does that tell you?
Wow.
For a long time, I could dunk a football or a girls' basketball, but I couldn't get the extra inch or so I needed to dunk a full-size basketball.
Well, if you can dunk a football, that gets you onto basically every ESPN reel, so I don't, I think that's good enough.
That's close there. No, Joseph. Honestly, at my Division II high school, you would have been the starting corner for sure.
Oof.
So.
Wow. Someone's gotten off in front of us in the Moorhead car.
Indeed. DriversEye Live here at VIR. We're talking racing. Racing.
Playoffs. Playoffs are expanding.
We really
to 12
do need
teams.
JT, don't we?
Yeah, JT's got his own stuff going on today. JT's out being a professional-ish photographer.
Yeah, that's JT Pro Photographer. Watch out, Camden Thrasher.
The best that Pentax has to offer.
Indeed.
Is in JT Tammy's hands.
The best that Pentax has to offer that I have caused to be thrown on the ground.
Yeah.
One of these days, JT is going to get an envelope full of cash at his house and just like wonder where it came from. And it's going to be me finally being allowed to pay him back for his lens.
Did he? I think he was able to get that repaired, right?
He said he repaired it, but then he also mentioned quietly that I heard that like it still is a little bit wonky after having been
that's
repaired.
right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Which I dispute how much of that was entirely my fault. Like, I placed something around like a strap or something around the lens, and then he grabbed whatever was the strap, and it pulled the lens off, but I had placed the strap in the stupid spot. So it was like, if he had been looking...
I cannot imagine anybody listening to this.
No, and thinking that this is good commentary. This was several years ago as well, so it's very not relevant. Surely he has a better lens by now.
I hope so. I hope so for JT. Yeah, if you saw the image of the Xfinity pace car incident at Portland a couple months ago, that was courtesy of our boy JT Tammy.
JT Tammy, yeah, JT Tammy getting memed on several pages that I was on was fantastic. I really felt good about screenshotting that and sending it to him. I said, "Look, JT, you're being used as a meme. You're welcome. You've made it, sir."
I mean, what else can you ask for, really?
You really can't. I keep half expecting him to jump into Slack and be like, "Why are you still talking about this?" And be like,
right.
"JT, why are you listening to the broadcast? Take pictures."
The PC racing car has actually come back out. So whatever's been ailing that car, they've at least issued a temporary fix, but it has cost them.
Oh, go ahead.
It's cost them 4 laps and basically sent them to the back of the field. I don't know when this happened. Did MMR pit out of sequence?
No, I was talking about that earlier. They pitted again. I am really not convinced that they have the legs to go the distance. Now, did they need to pit that early? I don't think so. But I think that would speak to them really knowing that they are in a tough spot on fuel.
I don't necessarily agree with that. We'll wait to see how this plays out, but I think that could just be a case of just pitting at every relatively cheap opportunity. I don't necessarily mind that yet.
Well, if you recall yesterday, they had the pace as well, and they also sort of slowly fell down the field. And that would tell me that it's either a strategy issue, which I can't imagine, because this is clearly a team that has raced elsewhere, so they can't be having that big of a strategy problem, or that the car simply isn't optimized for WRL's fuel rules. And I really am leaning towards that being the answer.
Yeah, I'm happy to wait and see how the race progresses, because I do think they've... this camera's obviously frozen. I do think that some of that is going to be good for flexibility later on. You know, we saw this a little bit yesterday, where there was a point in the midsection of the race where things kind of calmed down a little bit, and a lot of teams did have to make green flag stops. And I think that made a big difference for a lot of teams. So if that's what they're trying to avoid, I think it could work out for them. But you could be right; they could be running a smaller fuel tank than they could be. They could be basically just running the stock fuel tank, and they may need to come back in, and et cetera, et cetera. So we'll wait this one out, and we'll see how they do. We've got an incident under investigation between the number 89, which I think would be the 89X team, and the number 727, which I think is the Pinnacle car. Would that have been for position, I wonder?
I don't think so. Let me see here.
No, it wouldn't have.
No, it would not. Yeah, because they've got the Black Forest car separating them still as well.
There's too many 7s.
There is. And there's a lot of 3 number 7s as well. 9, 7, 8.
I don't know, Ryan. The 727 is only 2 cars behind them, and it's only about 2.5 seconds behind the 89X. So it's not. I would say that would have been for position, actually.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Just adding onboards, don't mind me.
Not a problem at all.
I think we're gonna get out to a full complement of onboards here.
Are we fully armed and operational onboard station?
Sure.
Excellent.
I think we're gonna cap out at oh no. We're gonna cap out at 8.
8. All right. I thought that was the predetermined cap.
Or sorry, it's 6. 8 is 8.
6. Okay, got it.
7 is too many. I set up 7.
Gotcha.
That was a mistake.
That wasn't what you wanted to see. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, the onboard. Joseph, here's the deal. I just think you need to chill out.
No,
That's all
my
there is to it.
no, I need a CPU with more cores. Is what I need.
You know what they say? More cores, more streams.
Sure. I don't know that they say that, but whatever works.
So Joseph needs an i9, is what we're saying. If anybody would like to donate Joseph an i9, write to us.
I asked Brendan if he would subsidize my purchase of a 5800 X3D, and I was told in no uncertain terms.
No.
No. So,
I mean, here's the deal, Joseph. I'm going to pitch to Brendan that we've basically each been doing the work of 2 people, and therefore our pay for the weekend should be doubled. So with that in mind, I think technically we can subsidize your processor purchase.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, let's. We're pushing my poor 3700X to its performance limits, I think, and adding another stream, I think, might be a bridge too far.
Might just not quite be what you want to get down there.
Oh, someone's gone off at the top of the hill. I think it's the one.
Oh, indeed.
They look like one of the overnight cars. Do we have this on board, or this trackside? They've cleared the scene, so we shouldn't go full course yellow for that.
Perfect. There is no consternation in the steward's office, so I think we'll be okay here.
That's good. I hate to see consternation.
Indeed. That's the rival to Live Nation, of course. Concert Nation.
The 84 is coming back out. Good to see that.
Excellent. Let's see, we've got people running up the pit lane. There's a pit marshal sprinting. I think to tell somebody off for standing on the pit wall, the wall facing the track. So, probably not the safest thing to do. There's no fencing here. It's just the Armco.
There are 2 layers of Armco to be fair. Well, I guess there's Armco and then guardrail, which is not really the same as 2 layers of Armco, I suppose.
Correct. And it is facing the wrong direction as well, the second layer. So, don't imagine it's strong both directions. 85 heading back out to the track, I believe. Gone all quiet on the front straight here. Doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, no, we've already gotten to the point where I think we're getting a decent amount of clustering.
Still very quiet. Here we go. There's the 22. It's like, are we sure we didn't go yellow? I don't know.
No,
Must be a lot of clustering. There's only 3 or 4 cars have gone by since I said it.
So with the GTO battle, that is that 609 should be on the Van Cleef car, I would guess, within about 6 laps, as we appear to have lost an onboard, which is going to give me the opportunity to switch in the new onboard.
Excellent. You love to see it. We've got another trackside going down.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies right now.
Oh, great. Okay. Well,
actually, I shouldn't say that. They're doing okay. They're kind of struggling with bandwidth at the moment, so this doesn't seem like a temperature thing.
All right. I wonder, Joseph. This is a hypothesis I have.
Yeah.
Right now, all the cars are bunched up. Yes. And then, when were we having issues with it? Yesterday, at the beginning of the race, when all the cars were bunched up.
You think?
So is it because
you think the cells?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. 100%. I think that's what it is.
All right. I mean, I don't hate that idea. I'm skeptical of it.
I'm skeptical too, but I'm really trying to come up with a reason why it would be doing that at weird times. But it's like we just mentioned, like right now, if you look at the one looking up the S's, it's fine. But if we get a big cluster of cars coming through, it slows down. So I mean, I think there might be something there.
We're just gonna have to get Brendan to invest in a lot of Ethernet cables.
Yes, we do.
Just a spool of, we're gonna wire it up like the big boys. I think is the answer here.
I am utilizing a pretty long Ethernet cable right now to connect us to WRL's actual internet. It stretches from one end of the building to the other. This was the type of cable, of course, that I'm sure those of you out there who have wives who insist that you don't keep all of the cords that you own. I fought very hard to keep this Ethernet cable that I'm currently using, and was able to send a picture of me using it and said, "See, there, I'm using it. Please let me continue to keep it." When Ed said that yesterday, so.
Now, did we lose it? Did we miss a shift on the Chattanooga car, or did we go? Okay, I think we just missed a shift. We went
Don't want to do that with somebody else's motor in your car, that's for sure.
Well,
let's. Do you think this is a lease, or do you think this is a purchase?
I don't know. He didn't put it straight into gear though, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, that's good. All right. There we go. Thunder Bunny on board. The 421. Almost need like a polarized filter on the 421's camera.
It's the way it's set back, and then you also have a little bit of grime on the windshield.
Okay.
Yeah, that is bright.
Oh, the Camaro getting sideways there, or is that the Mustang?
I think
it's the Camaro. Yeah.
Got pretty good exposure settings on the rearview mirror.
Absolutely. Can we just wire the rearview mirror into the V-Box? I mean, surely there's an output on that somewhere. And if there isn't, then boy, do I have an investment opportunity.
84, after having come out of the pits, is slow down the front straightaway. It appears.
All right.
Ooh, and then it says someone's gone straight off at turn 1. Not into the barriers. I think just a big lockup. A couple big lockups. Oh,
there we go.
Do we have oil down there?
They're driving through the dirt, it looks like.
Yeah, we've had a couple cars go off there. It makes me wonder if maybe we've got a hint of oil down, but I think we're okay.
I think it looks like we were preparing a flag in the flag stand, but he has just placed it back down. He does have the blue and yellow stripe flag out, and it is being prepared.
73 going behind the wall. It's the L2 Motorsports NP01.
Like, we're not going to get a flag there.
No, the two cars that were affected, I think, drove out of it just fine. I don't have a report on who went wide out there, but 73 appears to have been slow out on track before they came in. Actually, no, that's just because they've just got behind the wall. They've gone red for us, or salmon on Race Hero.
Right. Joseph, of course, working hard on his colors on the timing tower.
Yeah. The timing tower has it's been a lot of work. I'm gonna be honest.
Yep. It looks great, buddy.
All right. I hope so. Oh no, that doesn't look great. All right, we're back.
That's not what you want to see there.
All right, no more of that one.
There we go.
At least not for now.
All right. All right. No, now it's perfect. Right when you... Oh, okay. All right.
No, it's
right when you switch waypoint, it stays. Oh, that's not working at all. You should get that one off the preview.
Well, it's just cycling through. It last camera automatically shuffles to
I see.
preview. Yeah. 58 for Stratus has come in to the pits, and that's a regularly scheduled stop, but it is under green flag conditions.
Okay.
So that will be... I don't think they've lost a lap to the 201. Well, they may have lost a lap, but they haven't lost a position at least to the 201. And the 84, while it is circulating, is now running in the fifth and final position in GTU. Big mission, the 336 has gone missing for me, which indicates that they may be in the pits.
So you cannot see them from my current vantage point, but I'm willing to accept that.
Okay. NFC Motorsports is still actually with the. I'm looking at the MMR car. Oh, they're due this lap technically. Is that actually just as far as they can go? Can they only go about? That doesn't feel right. That'd be a 25-minute stint.
No, there's no way. It's got to be longer than that.
So they've gone missing, which I kind of wonder if they've gone behind the wall and we've missed it.
The 84 is going very slowly in the pit lane. I do wonder... Okay, so I'm going to back myself up on that. The only other Mustang in the field, and it is a similar vintage, is in GP2. And so I wonder if in order to run it at the GP1 power level, they're using too much fuel. And that Core is actually doing it the right way, and they have some type of rev limiter or similar situation.
I don't know. That seems like it'd be dumping an awful lot of fuel.
It's not a terribly efficient motor, if I'm honest, Joseph.
Someone's gone wide or possibly even off here at the bottom of the hill. It'd be the 701. 701 will be your GP1 third place car under the round 3 banner. 407's also had an off at Oak Tree, and that will be the Craftsman Auto Care 407. By the way, the 526 is back out on track. I don't know when that happened. I think they are anyway. After that, when you described it as a pretty scary sounding brake failure over the top, over the top of the hill, they seem to be circulating, I think.
Well, that's good. Glad to hear that. Always good to get a little bit more track time, even if the 125's got some tape on the front bumper now. I wonder if there was a small repair made there. It could be that they've had it all day and I only just now saw it, but that car looks worse and worse every time it goes by, I feel like. It started as a very clean, very nice Mustang on Friday.
MMR is coming out of the pits. We just saw a glimpse of it there.
Yeah, that is what I was talking about, yes.
Okay. I was distracted. We just had resolution on the earlier incident. I guess I shouldn't say earlier. It's within the last hour between the Random Vandals 297 and is that the Rule 181?
I believe so.
Yeah. That was deemed to be avoidable contact, and as you mentioned, the series was getting pretty annoyed with the level of driving standards that we were dealing with, and that's actually gotten the driver ejected from the car.
Ooh, okay. That's,
in addition to a 2-lap penalty, the 2-lap penalty is a little less consequential because the car's not still running.
Right. You figure even if you're not being competitive, you may as well get some track time. But if you've been in a enforced timeout from the series, that's really not what you want to hear.
No, and I've heard rumblings that that penalties were going to increase, basically, because of some of the complaints that obviously they're trying pretty hard to run a tight ship, and it's not necessarily an easy thing to do when you've got, I don't know, it must still be like 65, 70 cars out here. Right. So,
and it's a tight course, as we talked about yesterday as well.
It's tight, it's twisty, it's narrow. It's not an easy place to make moves on cars.
Right.
But people will run out of patience, and they'll try to do it anyway. And it's just one of the things that we're trying to... Ooh, dab Oppo.
A little bit of a moment there.
Dab more Oppo. More Oppo. Okay, we're back. It's one of those things that I think rightfully they're trying to sort of comb out of the... Wow, this Cayman is a handful.
They got that moving. It's moving around. That's for sure.
Yeah. Little hospital hop, little dee-da-do.
Yep. The 944, I've just seen it go back out onto the track again. They have come in
a lot. Is that the Pressure Tech car?
It is. It's only just really started to dawn on me how many times they've come into the pit lane. It's been 3 times. But they've only completed 15 laps, so I'm guessing that's I see them come down the pit lane and then go into the paddock type of situation, and then come back out. So it looks like they come down the pit lane twice, but they're leaving. So Rough day for them, it looks like, as well, and down in 9th position in GP3. Now, the good news is if they can get that car running, they will get ahead of AOA, who I believe has stopped, and then I believe the number 210 Matt Connolly Motorsports car, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, has also stopped. So I believe they could get up to 7th if they can just put in, you know, a little bit of consistent running here.
Got a comment in the YouTube from Mike Moore of MMR. The reason for the pit stop, it was out of sequence. It was a broken splitter. So you look at the race control log at about 10:27. They've got a 4 off at turn 10. That will have been I believe that's the left over the crest. I don't think that's the right. Let's see. They went off to drivers right. So yeah, that will have been going off over the crest. That looks like a little bit of smoke coming out of that car. Out of that AOA car. Oh, that's a decent amount of smoke, actually. That camera is on its last legs.
All right.
But yeah, looks like that AOA Miata's got some smoke coming out of it. I don't know if that's been called in yet. Although about 15 minutes ago it was called in for, or the 85 at least was called in for a slow car. Look at that! That is pouring smoke. Ouch. 75. That's been identified trackside as a 75.
Okay.
That's a big deal because that's the second place car in GP3.
Right. And that's I believe that's the last running AOA car as well, because we did not see the Corvette take the start today, and they only have 2 GP3 cars. Sometimes we've seen them have 4 or 5, something like that. Miata's in their pit area, but they've only got the 2 today, and it looks like the last one might be about to run out of luck here, which will move TC Klein into 2nd position in their 330i, and then that should move the 605 Round 3 racing car into 3rd there in the Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, there's that AOA car still smoking away.
Okay, we've got something going on here in the race control room. I've just realized that I can actually turn my television on in the pit booth here to the radar for the weather.
Okay.
Because the track has that actually broadcast the whole time, and I've had it on the channel that it would have been on had I actually been.
Apparently the 143, that'll be the Pro Sport Aston, has stopped out on track and continued. So,
okay.
So that may have been the reason for your ruffled feathers over in race control, Ryan.
I see.
The 609's also gone wide. Who I'll remind you is our overall leader at the moment. 609 has gone wide at turn 12.
Okay.
So that's 44 has been noted as slow again. So their woes continue.
So as much as 8 minutes ago, Joseph, we had rain developing over Greensboro and over Durham, moving its direction here.
So coming from the southeast.
Coming from the south, yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
It's spotty, but it's developing. It's getting bigger.
Okay.
So we may end up with a little bit of a... Now, what that will bring, for sure, is shade, which should hopefully save our track sides before they fully go down. Really hoping for that. Yeah, 3 minutes ago it started raining in the Roxborough area, which is very close to here.
Whoa, we got a car off. Looks like the... Oh, I couldn't identify that, but no real harm done.
Right. Oh, another car wide here, or is that what you're seeing?
That is what I was seeing. Yes.
Okay, I think that's the one. That is the red Miata, the 109 Roberts Motorsports car.
Okay, I thought it might have been the 109. This camera's holding on by a thread. I want to believe in it, so I'm going to keep it in rotation. Wow, what an effect.
Dun, dun, dun. Joseph's a believer.
Wow.
No? No. Alright.
So the time loss for... Oh, we've got another car wide at the top of the hill. But to button up the discussion on the 125, they can make it about an hour, which is definitely short for a GP1 car, and so it's going to be imperative for them to pit basically at every opportunity, and I think that's kind of what we were seeing with those Code 35s.
That's fair. I like that explanation. So they are down on fuel, just not as much as I would have initially assumed.
Right.
Okay.
Close some tabs. If I close some tabs, I bet the computer will do a little better.
There we go.
Only the highest... Oh, that does actually help a little bit. Alright.
Alright, there we go.
Good to see it. 195 has had a 4 off at turn 16. Yeah, it's a good thing that the ground is so dry because we're seeing an awful lot of 4 offs here. You'd carry quite a ways around here if you had wet grass to contend with.
Indeed. This morning it wasn't as dewy as it was yesterday as well. If as many 4 offs as we've had today, I would have assumed that it was yesterday morning as far as the moisture on the ground. Because yesterday I tracked mud all into my commentary booth, which is now turned into dirt from trying to place one of the cameras. And then today it actually wasn't that bad, and I didn't have the air condensing on my windshield on the way in, which was nice as well.
So some
511 in the pits here. 511 taking a green flag stop.
Oh yeah, that's going to be big.
Yeah.
On their way out now. I want to do some housekeeping from early in the race. So we had a early, probably first lap incident between the 125 and the 44. That was contact between the two cars at turn 4. That was I didn't catch that, so I'm not sure how severe it was, but it was deemed avoidable contact and did result in the ejection of the driver of the 125. So that MMR team is already down a driver and has been down a driver basically from the beginning of this race.
Right.
They were then given an additional, actually, and that's I'm not sure when the 2-lap penalty was actually enforced, but they are now down in 8th, basically the last running GP1. That same driver caught the penalty for passing under yellow, which gave them an extra lap penalty. So that's basically put them down 3 laps in the early running, and that's going to be not only a race against their fuel tank, but also against their early foibles.
That's really unfortunate. That car has been showing pretty well, and as we talked about earlier, it's got good pace.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking car, too. It's nice orange. Everything seems to be coordinated. You don't really get the good picture of it with the tracksides, just given that we don't have full camera crews with really long lenses, but it's a good-looking car. The build looks excellent, so that's a little bit disappointing, obviously. Again, it happens. You prefer it happen a lot less, obviously, but it's just one of those things that occurs in racing. You get the red mist sometimes. You get a little bit excited. You're trying to do stuff, and mistakes happen, and sometimes you get away with them, and sometimes it'll cost you. So,
honestly, more often than I think people give it credit for, mistakes happen because people get nervous. Not because they're feeling aggressive, but because they're actually feeling uneasy, and they just end up making a mistake that takes them into somebody else. That happens. That happens quite a lot. So I think we tend to put it up to cockiness or to carelessness. Sometimes it's actually the reverse. It's just it's kind of getting too inside your own head and not being connected enough to the car.
You gotta be decisive and make decisions on stuff. You can't go into stuff nervous. You gotta make it very clear what it is that you're trying to accomplish and know exactly how you're gonna do it. Which I understand can be difficult when you're behind the wheel of a race car. I totally understand.
Well, especially if it's a race car that maybe you're not as familiar with, you're around other drivers or other teams that you're not as familiar with. You know, the thing with a power to weight class, as helpful as it is for the competition, is it does mean that, you know, to use the old trope, that cars make their speed in very different ways sometimes, and sometimes you can be caught out by that and be thrown for a loop. It's tricky stuff. It's not something that you can just throw yourself into completely blind and trust that you're going to knock it out of the park.
Absolutely. Joseph, should we consider making a green flag pit stop of our own here?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Everything seems relatively stable. We are going to get into pit stop rotation, so before we have to cover that, I see no harm in throwing our second brake in.
Excellent. Let's take care of that.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And back here at VIR for the second 8-hour of the weekend.
I had my mute button backwards. My apologies, Joseph. I gave a great introduction on that one.
Well, I did my best.
No, you did. It was fantastic. This is DriversEye Live here at Virginia International Raceway. This is the second race of the weekend here at Virginia International Raceway for WRL's penultimate round of the Southeastern Championship. I'm Ryan West. We have Joseph Moodrock on the controls. Hello, Joseph.
Hello, Ryan.
It seems our green flag pit stop has worked correctly insofar as we haven't really missed anything. There hasn't been any yellows. There hasn't been any wrecks. We did get an update from JTR. It looks like they broke their diff oil line, which makes sense. I believe they have a diff cooler on that, so you've got to have fluid cycling presumably from the front of the car, where all the coolers are, all the way to the back, which would make sense why the smoke was coming out of the center of the car rather than the sides.
Yes.
So it wasn't a turbo, it was a broken diff oil line. Super lame, but that's racing, so they're going to go ahead and retire and save up some tires, presumably for a practice session next time out. So really unfortunate for them. But,
I mean,
like they said, that's racing.
Yeah, I mean, you heard yesterday in our talk with the Black Forest / Loose Cannon guys that it's it can be kind of tricky to find the tires that you want. So if you've got a few if you've got a set in stock, no real point in burning up tires if you don't think you're going to score points.
Right. Which unfortunately, by the time you're this far down the order, by the time you think to yourself at home, oh, it's just a diff line. You just hook it back up, you're good to go. Well, now you've spilled fluid, so you need to hook the diff line back up, and then you need to bleed it to get all the air out of the system, because you can't have the diff not have fluid in it. You'll melt it together, which is not what you want. You don't want to, replacing a diff line is one thing, and doing the labor associated with clearing all the fluid out and getting new fluid in there and making sure it's all there, versus melting down your diff is probably an expensive proposition, especially on something like a GT4 car. So
yeah, no point in
a wise decision
the install there. And
yeah. So unfortunate, but not an unintelligent move by JTR. They come away from the weekend with a win, so I think they can go home happy with that. This kind of thing happens, but you'll want to save up your tires and the rest of the life on your car for next time out. Did they say they were going to Sebring?
I would imagine that they are, but I don't know that we know that for certain.
I thought they had mentioned which rounds they were going to do. I think they said they were going to try to do Coda. I don't remember if they were going to do Sebring or not. We do have the 609 here in the pit lane as well, also taking a green flag pit stop. So it seems that the driving has improved, and the condition of the cars on track in the aggregate has improved, at least, because now we're not having enough yellow for people to get away with only pitting during the yellow flag sessions.
Yeah, I do think it's one of those things too, where as the field kind of thins out, you kind of just run out of things to hit, if we're honest.
Right.
So I think
that's what makes the solo accidents, so frustrating. I think is
sure.
You've got people, and then Hardpoint coming in as well. I believe from the front of the field at a minimum. Round 3 was in the lead when they pitted. That's going to get TLM to inherit the lead, and the 421 Thunder Bunny Racing car. Both of them have run a pretty long stint, so I think everybody's going to have to pit under the green here. Now, excuse me. Now, the issue is going to come if you've pitted right now under the green, and a yellow flag comes in the next minute or two, you've lost a ton of time in the process of doing this. So,
I mean,
again, you don't want to hope for other people's misfortune, but at the same time, TLM and Thunder Bunny really would like a yellow right now.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's... you're just going to take it as far as you can take it, really. Well, reasonably. You're going to give yourself probably a lap safety margin, because we've seen how easy it is to run a car dry. And then,
there goes the 511. The 511 is all there. Let's see, what was the gap looking like here? So they were 15 seconds off of round 3. So they're going to be right up round 3 again. We're going to see the two of them come back together. Not actually together, but they're going to be occupying a similar region of the track at the same time as one another. So the 511 and the 609 have found each other again. The 727 Pinnacle Motorsports car, that's the Porsche Cayman, they are due a stop as well. So round 3 and the 511 Choice Racing BMW will cycle to the front to be in the lead, as long as we don't get any yellows here. Of course, as I say that, people are picking up radios and race control. I don't think we're going to go yellow or anything like that, but they are noting something.
Yeah, I don't think anyone... so 197, who is our second place in GP3, is being looked at for dropping fluid. That was called in around turn 4.
Okay.
Then no one's listed as stopped or anything like that.
Right.
Actually, it's been a pretty clean last say 10 minutes or so, a couple of off tracks. It's worth noting that the call of fluid being dropped by the 197 is about a lap or 2 after they were noted for having gone wide at turn 3. That's always a little concerning to have an off track and then have a call of driving fluid because you wonder has something been knocked loose, etc., etc.
Right.
So to keep an eye on the 197 going forward here.
And then to kind of give a run back down through the field again, in GP1 we've got the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks car out in front. I think they're the better part of a lap ahead of the number 701 at this point. Kind of checking out off into the distance. Again, the ultimate pace of that car is actually quite high relative to the other cars in class. So they are doing what's expected, really, if you've got that kind of pace. Be up front and continue to press home the advantage. In second place, we have the 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cayman. Now, both of these cars, the 147 and the 701, are going to start to need a stop relatively shortly here. Obviously, they can go a little bit longer than most everybody else, but it's been quite a while since their last stop. They kind of stopped during the last cycle of yellows, give or take. Moorhead's probably got a little bit more fuel than Round 3. They stopped a little bit later and are still ahead. And then in third place, we have the number 47 Ginger Racing car, who made a green flag stop about 8 or 9 laps ago. So they were running up front and then had to take that green flag stop, whereas the 147 and the 701 had stopped under yellow much earlier, of course. But we're going to see a little bit of a split strategy there at the top of GP1. And then the 336, as well as the 134, also both taking green flag stops at around lap 40.
We've had a car off track, spun around here at turn 12. You saw it on our camera. I think that may have been... Oh, I'm not sure who that was. Looked like a Janetta to me.
Okay. I was looking at the timing and scoring at the time, so I will take your word for that, Joseph.
Someone's got to.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Just new onboard in the mix, 609.
Perfect. You'll love to see it. So for GP2, we got the number 348 Chattanooga Touring Wagon on the leased motor, is out front running very consistent times, it looks like. They last pitted under that big gaggle of yellows where we had 3 back on lap, it's going to be lap 16 or 17 there. And so they have not pitted since then either. Again, the GP2 cars we know can go quite a ways on fuel. And then the 146 Harrison Motorsports car stopped a little ways after that on lap 25. They are also putting in consistent laps there. And there is a 28-second gap. So it would seem, Joseph, that the replacement motor... Ooh, lots of dust up there. The replacement motor on the 348 not really hampering their progress at all.
No, I mean, every motor is a little different. I'm going to be honest, my first thought was not seeing the result, but after I heard that they had an engine swap, I was like, I hope that they found a place where they could dyno it.
Right.
My
understanding was it was expected to be a less powerful motor because it's supposed to be sealed for Spec E46.
Okay.
Whereas you run a little bit, I think you run a little bit hotter motor for GP2 than you do for Spec E46. So hopefully that's not a problem.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that it, well, not that it should make a difference, but I was going to say, presumably if it's an engine that they've pulled off of somebody else's car, that presumably has been dynoed. But that will have been dynoed, at the wheels of the other car, not necessarily at the wheels of it. So I don't know that it'll really matter, but.
I gotcha. I totally get you. And the 146 Harrison Motorsports, we were just talking about that. They made basically a green flag stop right at the end of the yellow, so they caught an unlucky pit stop there. And then the 721 RRT Racing, that's an E36, the older body style BMW, the number 721.
We've got a car off here. Might be an NPO1. It's the 84. 84's had an off here. I don't know if that's a mechanical or if that's spun.
Well, there's some black smoke up there. Or darker. It's not just dust. It's something else entirely. We are seeing consternation in the stewards room.
That is going to be, I'm sure, a full course yellow, because
RJ currently stepping in as the the chief steward right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's going to be a full course yellow because that is directly in the line of fire. And just someone
Yeah,
there
if you
is
lose
making
your
a move
brakes right
there. Someone's making a move, and they've got to be more aware of their surroundings.
You can't be trying to make a move right there when there's a car stopped, especially when somebody's displaying a yellow up there. They have to be.
Not only are they displaying a yellow at turn 10, presumably there's one back of a station earlier that's a standing yellow.
Right.
So it's just, how do you not... That's poor awareness.
It is. It really is.
So that's being looked at as potential contact between the 84 and the 109. So that
and the
may
109,
be,
of course, the Roberts Motorsports car in GP3. So if it's contact between the 109, which is the Mazda Miata, that is the red one with the tape numbers on it, versus a NP01, there's only two explanations there. That's either you shut the door because you didn't see him, or you made an optimistic pass. There's not really a middle ground there, unfortunately. Now, they are stopped well short of the apex, which I think is interesting. So, don't know if someone tried to move over seeing different traffic, or that's a very odd place to have a GTU on GP3 incident.
Yeah, the only thing I can think is that maybe, I'm having trouble piecing that one together, if I'm honest. The way it came to a stop, it looked like it was kind of skidding. So I don't know if maybe it tried to go around the outside of the 109, or to the left, I suppose, of the 109, and they made contact, and that's bent a piece of suspension, maybe? That's the only thing that kind of makes any sense to me.
Looks like we are preparing for the Code 35.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Should be able to see it on some of our track sides when that actually comes out.
And we do have the double yellow being displayed, so we will be slowing down here to recover that car, presumably. Probably a reasonable decision here.
This is going to shuffle some things up, actually. Right as we go double yellow, the 84 pulls away. Isn't that just how it goes?
It is. It really is.
Okay, so we'll see what kind of state that's in. See on the timing tower that's... I don't know if we'll go back to green straight away. I think we probably could.
We have placed the purple flag back out now. So if we were going to go back to green, I don't think that they would have done the purple flag. I think they would have kept the double yellow and then just flown the green again.
We've got another car stopped now at turn 7.
Yep. Yes, we do.
It's the chill-out car.
The 109 I just saw go by, of course, on the side that I can see, appears to be clean. It doesn't look like it's a broken car limping to the pit lane. It looks like they have continued on whatever they're doing.
But I think the contact will have been on the left-hand side of that car rather than the side that you can see.
Right, but it's not enough contact that like the bumper's hanging down or they've ruined the front left headlight or anything like that. It must have been a pretty clean sideways hit. And we are still under a full course yellow here.
Yeah, I was going to say
Code
that's
35.
Had images from the turn 6 camera that looked... Okay, so the turn... Actually, I've got that basically on accidental replay. The chill-out car is actually pulled off track, so it's in the shortcut.
Now, it's worth noting that the other circuit is in use today, the Patriot circuit, if you will, which is kind of an infield, shorter track, is also being used. So pulling into random cutoffs might not be the best move going forward as far as expedience.
I actually wonder if that's what's triggered this. Triggered this code 35 because now we're intruding into another event space.
Right. I don't know what event is going on over there, to be fair.
Could be a driving school, could be any number of things.
They were doing a driving school yesterday on the skid pad / autocross course. It does very much look like an autocross course and not a skid pad.
Sure.
Given the lack of tire marks.
Not sure what's...
348's in the pits.
Yeah,
I think this is a lot of people are really thankful for this yellow. I'll tell you that much.
Thunder Bunny.
A lot of green flag stops have been made recently, and so now those who were able to hang on just a little bit longer have now had the opportunity to make a stop under yellow, which I think should actually shuffle the race up quite nicely. The rain is not getting closer at any kind of reasonable rate, but it is getting thicker.
Okay.
So now in Burlington, it is quite a sizable rain and storm system, and there's more coming further to the west in Statesville, kind of west of Winston-Salem. There's more. A lot of the rain is developing over there. As you get further east, there's less and less. It's like it hasn't rained at all in Raleigh, for example. Just looking at the radar here, and it's barely rained in Durham. Dry in Wake Forest, obviously. So it really depends on the track that this storm is going to take. It is also now starting to spot and rain a little ways northeast of here. So we're getting close, Joseph. It's getting there.
So, speaking of things affecting the track surface, we've got multiple calls of debris. I don't know if one person has called it in, and then everyone else in the network is like, oh yeah, I also have I also see debris. Crazy. But we're getting reports at turns 16, 3, and 11 in that order chronologically.
Okay.
Which is basically everywhere around the track.
And we've gone back to green just now. The 511 at the taking the green flag. So I really want to see after the timing cycles here if people in GTO have made up any time being able to take some yellow flag stops here. It wasn't a very long yellow.
No, I think they just needed to get to the point where they could bring the chill out car back and then have their covered vehicles available in case something else went sideways.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if you touched on these in particular, but TLM and Ruckus Racing and the 172, they needed to pit. They were in the window.
Yeah.
They were able to take advantage of that. Similar situation for the 421 of Thunder Bunny. I think that's helped them in a huge way, both of those cars. And at least, obviously, waiting for timing to update as everyone completes a green flag lap. But at the moment, they've got a huge advantage over the 511 of Choice Racing. And
now, I did see the 511 go through. They took the green flag.
Okay.
So that timing is fresh. We are waiting for the TLM and Thunder Bunny to come back around.
Got it. Okay.
Same with the 609, presumably, as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so here comes the 172. So they just clicked through. It should update here in a second. 505 heading back out. So the 505 also got caught a little bit unlucky, I reckon.
Van Cleef has fallen down the order more than I kind of expected, if I'm honest.
Indeed.
And they also, they haven't even taken, oh, you know what it is? I think they've made a driver swap at the second pit stop, so at lap 40, and since then their pace has been off by about 6 seconds or so.
So timing is still showing in. There's the 511. Timing shows TLM and Thunder Bunny still in first and second place, and now they've completed their stop. So that is a real 34-second gap back to the 511, and then the 609 another 10 seconds behind them. So
yeah, remember the
really
pit loop
a master stroke from the 172 and the 421.
Remember the pit loop here, the 75 has been released back out into the fray, but remember that the pit loop here is at basically at start-finish line. Yeah, so if you see the pit marker on your timing, that is an indication that that pit stop is done, basically.
Right. There goes the 44 circulating again. So that's about the cost there of a green flag stop, is about 30 seconds, it looks like, because the 511 and the 609 were effectively in the lead, having stopped already once they were on the correct number of pit stops. So, unfortunate for them, really. That's just how the luck of the draw plays out here with the Code 35s.
Yeah, but the fact that they've all kind of pitted under Code 35s tells me that actually this is it's a legitimate improvement. If we got someone smoking on the way into turn 1, might just a brake lockup. Wow. Ad brake. Cool.
Oh, what about what's up? What?
On the video.
Oh,
don't worry about it.
All right.
It's a new one.
That is a new one. I do see that.
But it tells me
you
that
too
it's,
can have a tape. Look in the back of. I'm very enthralled by whatever that is. Excellent.
Yeah, I don't really understand it. But anyway,
right.
my point was going to be that the fact that everyone's pitted under a green flag or under a Code 35 condition, that tells me that actually these differences in how the teams are running, that's actually just legitimately on pace.
Right.
Oh, the chill out. Oh, that's why. Because the chill out video is gone.
Aha.
It's just stopped. And it's been replaced by something different. That means somebody else gets to be the lucky recipient of that camera slot.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We're moving up.
Next man
moving
up.
up in the world. Yeah, that's all there is to it, all right? Somebody goes down, you got to step up. You got to beat Notre Dame today, all right?
Go Tigers. Wait.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Do we know who ended up winning the Utah game?
Not Utah.
Not Utah?
Not Utah.
Not Utah, so not Ta. Do you recall, Joseph, when I told Brendan with a degree of certainty, which may have been cocky, that Utah were fraudulent?
I don't think they're fraudulent.
I don't think they're the 7th ranked. It wasn't a good day for Pac-12 ranked teams, that's for sure. Because Oregon got pretty thoroughly smashed as well.
Yeah, that was. They're not getting an invite, boys. That ship has sailed.
That's not going to happen. Yeah, absolutely. And then we've got the yellow happening just now as well. I've got folks up here to join me.
That is. There's two things going on with that. Let's take care of that. There's a slow car
absolutely.
at turn 3. Appears to be the 983.
Okay.
Oh, and well, I'll cut to that. That's actually stopped.
All right.
That is not a slow car. We've also got Chattanooga stopped out on track. Oh boy, I'm looking at another onboard. 609 nearly ran up the back of the 59 at the end of the circuit as the double yellow came out.
Excellent.
And here's the Chattanooga car. That car is.
They were stopped as well, were they not?
I feel like I hear some pumps going, some belts, but I'm not hearing the motor.
Excellent. Well, I have two gentlemen who just stepped in who are covered in diff fluid, I imagine. Guys, what happened with the JTR car? Did somebody forget to tighten a hose, or what happened there? Oh, here, you guys are still... We're still playing with the bad mixer here. Try again, one more time.
So what happened was... can you hear me now? It's a little choppy.
There we go.
I was asleep, so I was taking my nap.
Were you really taking a nap?
I was taking my nap.
I was driving, but I might have been taking a nap too, especially for that long ride. I fell asleep in that long ride. I was all of a sudden they're like, Tony.
That's true.
I was like, I'm here the whole time. No, what happened was I got a little froggy on a curb. So that's what happened. We popped the line. And I had been froggy all weekend, to be honest, on that curb. and it just you just take it one too many times. You push your luck one too many times, and it could bite.
I gotcha. How much time are you gaining by running the curbs?
It's not that. Well, how much time? I probably on that lap was probably 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Okay, so substantial.
It was.
Yeah.
The reason he's saying that is the curb hop gives them a traffic advantage. Is what it's
Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
but there was a
on
car
that lap,
next-
2 seconds, because there was somebody in the racing line.
Yes, and it was the last curb before the uphill S's. And
The lower S is there, yeah.
I mean, when Grandma makes apple pie, you basically just say yes, and you go over to her house. So when they start flying that green flag, you don't start asking questions like, "Hey, man, like,
What are these
I'm not sure if I wanna
analogies?
go." Is that Joseph chiming in?
Yeah, that is Joseph chiming in.
You know what I think he's got a fan club here.
Does he?
Yeah, I think
That's
I
the most
saw a
horrifying thing I've
shirt.
ever heard.
No, I think there is a fan club, and I think I saw a shirt that said "Save Joseph," kind of like a play on "Save Ferris." I do think I saw some shirts.
I don't know if I want that
they're
to be true or
here-
not.
I mean, I don't know. Are you the same Joseph on that shirt or no?
I don't know this shirt, so
Man,
Is that our first merch item? Is that what we're gonna do?
That's what it
that would be an
we
amazing
gotta do
merch
it.
item.
that's
I'm making that.
unlicensed merch. Where's my NIL?
Where are you, license?
Oh, look at this. He's trying to get his licensing already.
I
Man,
have to talk to him.
yeah, we'll talk to him.
Oh,
Definitely.
man.
I don't know anything about Joseph. I honestly, I think he was at High Plains. Joseph, were you at High Plains?
No, that was Scott and Sam were at High Plains.
The Englishman.
The Englishman. So, have you been to a race like in person?
It's been a minute. It's been pre-pandemic because I've been doing production, and we need a stout computer for that.
What if Joseph doesn't exist?
He doesn't.
I
He's
might
an
not
AI.
exist.
Yeah, there we go.
Is he AI?
He's an AI. Yeah.
No, I'm
Syntax
A.
error.
I'm A. The
It's
I's
just,
gone.
just artificial. There's no intelligence.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm a.
He's like a hopped up Siri.
Some
just for
Jersey
racing.
out there.
Am I? I am a.
Yeah.
I've been.
I know. It says that.
I've
It
seen
says an
people
A.
waving at me with one finger, and I'm like, "Hey, it's me. Hi."
So I've got a question for you guys.
Absolutely.
So I get your text on the thing that says, "Oh, we're gonna save the tires." Now, I don't want to be presumptuous, obviously. Were you not just running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo? And if that is the case, is one set of tires make or break for you, or do you guys just like that set of tires? What's the story?
So here's the dirty scoop on this. I feel like TMZ is going to walk through the door like that other dude did yesterday. And
I think they're going to choice walk through the door. So that's.
I knew it. You guys have tires somewhere. So there's a huge tire shortage. And everyone, I think, our strategy at the beginning of the year was we had 3 different tires. And we were running a soft, medium, and hard compound depending on the track. And this is all knowledge now to everyone because they've seen us shuffle between tires before, but yokes are in high demand. They're also the most expensive tire, and they just stopped. So we bought boatloads of them. I felt like Oprah for a minute. You get a set of tires, and you get a set of tires, and you get a set of tires. So we were hoarding them, and they're in very high demand. You can't get them right now. And if you don't have them on some of these big horsepower tracks, we always put a factor of safety in our cars. So we're always looking for every ounce because we don't want to win a race and then blow the dyno. Right. So every time we go up to the dyno, we know we're under. We just don't talk about it. Like at High Plains, we were 48 horse. We're between 28 and 48 horsepower.
That was the most
under.
fun race, though, actually.
Yes.
We did not pass anybody. It's like you had to do the craziest stuff.
But we're always paranoid we're going to blow dynos, so we're just always running.
And the real issue with the tire shortage now is the gangs have gotten involved in it because it's such a shortage. Like
New York.
Will Choice is with the triads. It's like
he is.
I feel like we can't put this on air. I feel like you can't just accuse Will Choice of being in the triads.
No, he just deals with them. Like he might be in trouble right now, but there's gang fight. Y'all don't even know it, but in the background there's gang fights going on over Yoko.
Did you ever see Well, he's got a chest tattoo. It says Thug Life on it.
So maybe he's in the gang.
Yeah, he's.
It's a high commodity right now. They're having to import.
Oh Lord. Okay. All right. That's fair. Okay. Cool. I want to ask you another. I want to ask you another question that's specific to the BMW here.
Yes.
We hear stuff from owners. We hear stuff from RJ. We see stuff happen on the dyno. Can you give me the take on this, like, oh, the car adjusts on its own and I didn't know I was over?
Okay.
And like, what
right.
is that real?
I could break this down for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
Like, because I didn't understand it at first.
Okay.
And we got caught out one time. So there on this dyno, there's something called a correction factor, and it will correct the actual horsepower of the car. What it does is, depending on what part of the United States that you're at, it will give you this correction factor, and it's a percentage. So at High Plains, we got messed up by it.
It's based on altitude, right? It's based on like ambient pressure.
Altitude and humidity.
Okay.
At the beginning of the year, none of us really had an issue with it because it was so cold out. We were doing, sea level tracks.
Right.
But then as we get into High Plains or even here, I think it's a 2 to 6%. So what happens is the BMW is very intelligent. It will give you the exact same horsepower. It doesn't matter where in the United States you are.
Okay.
Exact. Okay?
All right.
The naturally aspirated cars cannot do that. They too try and correct. They just can't correct that much.
Right, because you're not getting forced pressure.
Right.
Turbos.
So, for example, High Plains, the correction factor is like 24%. Well, it's different at the beginning of the day versus the middle of the day versus the end of the day.
Right.
But you know about what it is going to be. That's an extreme. Whereas here, I think it was between 2 and 5%. So to cover us, and we don't want to break out, we add a lot more weight, and then we go under what we think it's going to be. We have, I don't know, maybe 18 different tunes. We're just kind of like tuning it, getting it close. We'll dyno. We'll figure out where we're about, and then we'll put on a 75 to 100 pound, factor of safety in our car.
Okay.
And then we'll just qualify with that, drive with that, and just give us a penalty. Basically, it's kind of like a challenge.
Okay, I gotcha. And we are back to green here, Joseph. No, it hasn't shown on timing, but people are going for it.
We are, and actually that just showed an interesting kind of thing that can happen. Is it looked like a lot of the cars that were kind of headed into the S's either weren't ready for it or didn't see the flag stand, and so you saw while the green flags were waving, a lot of cars still going at 35 miles an hour. So that's just one of the things that can happen when you transition in or out of these full course yellow periods.
So you cannot hear the radio at under turn 13, and the turn 13 flagger, I'm trying to use my words very carefully here, is a bit laissez-faire with his green flag. Laissez-faire. So he's going to get to it when he gets to it.
Okay. I too like to introduce 7th grade social studies into my racing.
So basically, back on the BMW thing, guys, like what happened here, they'll get out, and if you don't die, you could tell who's breaking out and who's not. It's just you could just tell you're on the straightaway and cars are way in back of you, and at the end of the straightaway they've either caught or passed you right here, and so immediately, but they don't have the same level of driving or the same accuracy or the same brake points. So you just, for us, our team anyways, like what we showed at High Plains, we were 28 negative horsepower and then 48 negative horsepower with a ballast of 75 to 100 extra pounds. And we were still able to crank to first place. It was tight. I remember that was nail biting.
Right.
That was the most fun race for me.
Was it?
It rained too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was it was a challenge.
I gotcha.
It was very fun. But
I had a thought and then it just like completely escaped. I had a reasonable follow-up question. It was going to be great, and it just poof.
Let's
gone.
hear what Joseph's got.
Yeah. So like, where are you finding it most difficult to navigate traffic around here? Like, are you finding yourself just kind of like laying back for half a lap, or are you looking for places to kind of get on the inside of somebody?
I mean, they're blowing curves.
We wouldn't be here right now. You tell them.
I'm giving you an open-ended question, and you can answer it however you like.
I think it's a good question.
That's an amazing question. Well, for us, I got out there yesterday, and let's rewind. Yesterday morning, with the stock car and some of these other guys that were out there, they were just they were pulling on me like I was just standing still going down the back straightaway. And I was just trying to navigate a strategy the first 2 laps of, do I want to let these guys go or do I want to fight them off because I'm faster than them in the S's and all the technical stuff, but then they get to the straightaway. So I'd pass them in the technical stuff. Work, pass them. It's a nail biter to pass them. Then I get to the straightaway and then they easily pass me. Like I'm standing still. Maybe 20, maybe 18 miles an hour faster. I mean, it's not because I got off the corner bad. I lead them out of the corner and then they just pass me. So then you have to really sit there and say, okay, do I fight this and do I go into a defensive line, which is going to compromise my lap time, or do I just try and limp it along until we could get into a pit, and then once we pit, I could get into a different part of the track. However, today, a lot of those cars were gone. Okay, right. Track was more open, and now, Joseph, to your question, when you're saying, like, where am I trying to pass, I'm coming up with new and creative ways to pass, which is kind of how we got into it today. I broke that line. But
you saw a car, you passed a car, and then you broke the car.
I saw a car, and it went green flag, and I immediately went full throttle, and then we were in the lower S's still, and I had made maybe 6 passes between yesterday and today where half the car is on the left side of the curb in the grass. And it's safe. I'm fine. I know I'm not going to hit this dude. Maybe there was like 6 or 7 inches, but he had the track, because he's on the left-hand side. He had the entire side of the track. And it's not his fault.
The idiot's using the track.
Yeah. So,
what are you doing?
It's not his fault at all. But what is interesting is when I was in the pile of cars yesterday, and Joseph, you haven't seen this, but there is a giant pile of cars in the back parking lot.
Oh, God.
It is just mangled. It looks like a junkyard, actually. And
grab some parts.
Yes, and so when I was back there yesterday, a couple of the GP2, GP3 guys were talking out loud, let's say, and they said colorful things, and they also said these guys, if they want to go full speed up the S's, then they should just do a Porsche sprint challenge. And I thought, this is probably a good segue actually into what I was thinking about. What does this series look like in a year or two? Mm-hmm. What does it honestly look like? Because you have several drivers that are up and coming. You have gentleman drivers. You have guys that are in these GP2 cars, GP1 cars, GP3 cars, and maybe they're slower. And I was just thinking about that, and I thought I could see a point where this series kind of either gets broken in 2 or someone buys another series. And I could see this series going the way of GTO cars with also bringing in maybe some out-of-date LMP cars. Mm-hmm. And then I could see a second series, which is only production cars.
Right.
Where it's like GP1, GP2, GP3, and that's it. And then you just have 2 series, and, maybe they're on different weekends at different times. I don't know how that would break up the teams and if they have gentleman drivers, but I could see there needs to be a place for all these old GT3 cars, like Celebration, GT Celebration, things like that, where you have all these cars and people want to drive them, but there's just no place to drive them.
Right. I am always welcome to see more old, cooler cars. It's unfortunate to me that cars that I watched at Le Mans 15 years ago are now historics.
Yeah.
I'm only 27, and that makes me feel old.
Okay.
So it's like, oh, okay, great, cool. That's actually not a 997 Cup car is like an old car now.
Right.
I would love to see more stuff like that, 100%. I do think that there's a degree probably of them trying to control costs as much as they can. Here's a question for you. We saw yesterday that the number 14 puts in just like killer lap times, right?
Okay.
We had spoken to some guys from Hagerty, mainly Buzz McCall, last year. Or either last year, did we figure out if that was last year or if that was in Mid-Ohio, Joseph?
Mid-Ohio sounds right, because I don't think I was around for Mid-Ohio.
We talked to Buzz McCall at Mid-Ohio, and I said, you guys have, I think it's safe to say, one of the more comfortable budgets in the series.
Sure.
How do you feel about the direction the cars are going? And he had mentioned that he doesn't think there's much of an appetite to continue down the GT4 path and that they would prefer to see cars come in that are a little bit cheaper. And then this weekend, for the first time in a while, we've got a Ginetta that has run mostly competitively up front. They start to dwindle as you get further down the thing. I wonder if they have a driver disparity situation there. So we saw the Ginetta, which is a reasonably priced car. We've seen the number 14, the stock car, running around as well. You can get a used stock car now that they've switched away from that style for a reasonable price as well. Would you guys be interested, when your M4 ages out, in getting something that goes the other direction? As far as something a little bit more cost-effective, is that something that you guys have an appetite for? Or would you prefer, if RJ came out tomorrow and said, hey, we're going to do a Porsche Cup class, would you guys be in on that? Probably. Or would you rather go cheaper?
Here's the thing about going cheaper, is that at the end of the day, a one-make series, if you're a pure racer, is what you want to be in. You want to be in a highly scrutinized, purely one-make series, because it's you, and you know, for the most part, if you're a true racer, like you're just, this is what I want to do, I want to put myself against the best of the best, you want to be in a one-make series. When you come down to amateur, and I know Glenn has said this a number of times, your costs can kind of go up more than pro in some cases. Okay, and the reason is because once you get into these cars that are not like a strictly GT4 car, now you're starting to play with some wizardry that you can work the rules and NASCAR rules to no end. And then
you've got a development cost that you wouldn't otherwise.
Right.
And now you're starting to see guys out there where they're in the same car, but like, how is that custom, like home-built, garage-built car faster than this GT4? And you're looking at them and you're like, what am I missing here? Like, what's going on? Like, am I missing something? And so I think the GT4 platform is probably going to be, for the most part, the cheapest platform to run.
Okay.
If you're, and when I say that, I'm using it in the GTO class.
Right.
And there are parts that are just going to break on a regular home-built car. They're just not going to be as robust.
Okay.
So
these cars are solid.
Yeah, that's, and you know, to some degree, they're engineered nowadays that they run endurance racing and stuff. GT4 10 or 15 years ago, it was all sprint racing. Right. And so now they're a little bit more robust for what we're doing here as well. So that makes sense.
The Porsches can be annoying, especially with the engine rebuild. Like the timer that has, I think it's like 100 hours or 140 hours. But in those 100 hours, you could go all in on it. So
right. Well, we always used to tell the story of when we were at Thunder Hill, that we would see people would bring the Cup car, especially the 997s, and they would be really competitive at that field because people would bring, like you're talking about, home-built stuff that breaks or whatever.
Sure.
And at that time, I believe the service life on the gearbox on the 997 Cup car was 25 hours.
Yeah.
And so you'd see people pull in the last hour, and all of a sudden they're stuck between gears and they can't do anything. Yeah. So I'm glad that Porsche's moved away from that as well, so you don't have that issue anymore.
Yeah, I think that I can 100% understand where Buzz is coming from, and you know, I could say like a majority of the people would say yes, they would agree with that. I think I'm different in the fact that I understand that if you want to have this program going multiple years, you're probably going to have to run a GT4 that's just a little bit more robust and not be in the lead, and then just, you know, have some random thing that you never even heard of before in a car just break. So
okay.
Yeah, speaking of breaking down, it looks like we just had the 123 breakdown in the first S's. Coasted off to drivers right. Now that was a car that we had just cut to a couple laps ago, run wide at turn 10 off the side of the hill to drivers right.
Okay. And they were already having a rough day trying to fight back to the front.
Yeah. This car actually, where were they? They were about 3 laps behind 5th in GP1. I would not be surprised if this brought out another full course yellow.
It did. It has.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, you're right there on the outside, so it's not really a super advantageous place to have a car stopped.
Well, and also we don't do hot poles, so at VIR. So
right.
Yeah, and there's no engine note coming out of that car. The only engine you hear are the ones going past it.
Gotcha. Excellent. And so I think people are going to take another opportunity here to pit as well. Where are you guys at as far as, again, not currently in the race, obviously, were you trying to be on a cycle of pit every yellow? Or, like, because we had an instance here where Choice Racing had to stop. Choice and Round 3 both had to stop their M4s under green. Would you have pitted at that last yellow to try to stretch your advantage? Or were you guys rolling the dice on, we're going to get consistent yellows?
No, we had a strategy. We knew exactly if the yellows were going to fall in a certain window, we were for sure gonna pit.
Okay.
And we were going to try and stretch out the full jugs as much as we could, so that we could just take advantage of the yellows. That's what I was surprised when some of them didn't pit, and then a lot of them went into the pit all at once. And I thought, oh man, those guys are gonna get smoked now.
Right.
So that's unfortunate that happened to all of them. They just kind of got caught out on it.
I gotcha.
And we got surprised yesterday with the lunch break.
Right. So they didn't let you guys know about that ahead of time either then?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
But I just passed the car in front of me. But we planned this race.
You saw a car. Yeah, well, what else were you going to do?
There's one, but there's always another car. It's like an endless cycle. But we planned, our guys, Dave and Jared, are really good with strategy, and they were planning around that, I think. I mean, I guess I can say it now because we're not in the race. It's probably going to happen pretty soon here. So
yeah.
Part of the strategy was based around that too, like getting to a certain point
to where you can stop for that one that's for sure going to come. Okay,
that makes sense. It was a pretty long one.
Yep, absolutely. Do you guys think it's going to rain? I mean, we're looking at the radar here. It looks like it's going to go around, but then that cluster kind of further south. It's like,
I think so.
No,
I like your weather radar here, man. This is legit.
Thank you. This is the tracks. So,
okay.
I don't know.
I don't believe it's going to rain.
I mean,
that'd be interesting. It probably would be not good, but be nice if it cooled off a little bit, though.
Is that?
Absolutely.
That's a rain map. That's not like the spread of COVID. That's kind of what it looks like. Dude, we gotta go. I'm sorry.
It's real-time COVID tracing, yeah.
Man, I see the red areas are coming.
Oh, man. Oh, goodness. Do you guys hope for the rain when it comes, or are you strictly like, let's keep it dry, let's keep it safe?
No, I think we hope for the rain always.
It's fun. I mean, as drivers, it's fun.
Yeah.
I think maybe you worry about some of the inexperienced guys, because then it gets more tricky with the inexperienced guy.
Right.
Maybe you have more yellows and more red flags. This track would not be good in the rain.
No, because there's already not a whole lot of space.
It's cool enough in the dry.
Yeah, I think also there's a certain number of tires that are atrocious in the rain. Like maybe you should just get out of the car type.
I think we have identified which particular series sponsor does not have a good tire for the rain.
Yes.
Well, they have a good tire for the rain, and then they have a tire that is very much not for the rain.
Not for the rain, right? Yeah, that's and people never. Obviously, the rain that we've always gotten has been short, but people don't ever seem willing to pull the trigger on putting the rain tire on.
Right.
Yeah.
They lose a ton of time.
Yeah.
The people know who we're talking about. Let's just be clear on that.
Yeah, there's they go through the 5 stages where there's denial. Like, oh, this is just going to be short. Then there's the acceptance. Hey, can you get the rain tires going? And then there's the sheer terror of like, I'm going to die.
And the final stage is you change the tires.
Yes, and then it goes dry.
Yeah, then it goes dry. No, I had a blast at High Plains because it was like the Porsches put down power really well in the wet, and we saw that at Daytona as well. All the weight's in the back, so they put down the power really well. And our car has no weight in the back and a lot of torque, so it's like really hard to put power down. So Daytona was the same scenario. And we had Jared in the car, he's really fantastic in the wet, and we were just battling with a Porsche. We're like, what are we doing?
And our traction control went.
Yeah, no traction.
You had no traction control too.
Excellent.
And High Plains is the same deal. Like really slick track in the wet because it never rains there, and it was super interesting because I'm trying to keep the weight on the nose because the only thing it'll do is turn. If I can keep the weight on the nose, and I know when I go to power, it's not going to do anything. And we were down 40 horsepower, whatever, 38 horsepower, I think it was, and so it became a super interesting fight because I was in the middle of a W2W sandwich.
Nice.
Yeah, that was interesting.
It was interesting. But, yeah, I don't think we'll see rain, though.
No? All right. Fair enough.
That's just so you guys know. It's not
okay.
The weatherman prediction there.
So we've had some discussion a little bit, too, and I've talked about it as well, where there's this issue where the driver's aid systems in the BMW freak out and it like goes into limp mode or some?
Yes.
What's the story on that?
Well, that's
it seems like that's not an issue that you guys have. There's one team in particular that seems to have the issue a lot.
Well, there was one team in particular that had it a lot at Daytona.
Right.
We had it happen at Daytona. There were 3 separate things that caused ours to freak out. Number 1 was the high bank. That just made it freak out.
Because it was like a gyro sensor or something that was like tripping out, right? It was messing with the TCS or something.
Yes, I don't know anything about gyro. That's plausible. What really triggered ours was on the opening lap when we went slow way up on the high bank, and we were going so slow on the high bank that the thing just freaked out. So that was one. The second thing that'll cause that to happen is the steering can become out of alignment, the steering rack. So then you have to go in and recalibrate the steering rack. That's the other thing.
Okay.
And then the last thing that we had that was triggering was a bad injector. I was like triggering a limp mode, and then it was DSC at the same time. Yeah, and you know what was amazing about Daytona is we had the most amazing start, and then we get into like turn 2, 3, and then the car just puked.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the way up until that point, we
lost like 6 laps or so, and then we made up a ton of laps. I think we were within 2 laps at the end of the race or something like that.
Yeah, and then it just died on us.
So my question then, whenever this comes up, it hasn't come up in a little while. These relatively flat tracks and stuff. How does the process work? My first indication is I'm going to call whoever my BMW person is. Presumably you have one, or there's a guy that's designated for that, and say, "Hi, can I have whatever Turner has, please?"
Oh,
because they run Michelin Pilot Challenge, and it doesn't look like they have that problem.
That car is discontinued, so we just have the acceptance that there's just nothing.
There's just nothing.
Yeah.
So we don't know how they're able to do it for a Pilot Challenge, or do they just run with everything off, or I don't know.
I really don't know what they're doing. I mean, they have some wizardry going on.
Okay.
Yeah, yours is an 18 or 19, is that right?
Well, right, but even for the 18 and 19 year,
might be a 16.
Even for that year, the teams ran Michelin Pilot Challenge at Daytona, didn't have that issue. So that was kind of. But if it's a 16, then yeah, there's no support now.
So the thing, why I think you also see a lot of BMW M4s is that the ECU is open. It's open ECU, so you could go in there and turn some things off.
Gotcha.
It's just we haven't gone to that level yet. We thought, all right, if it keeps happening, we'll just go in there and figure out what to turn off and what to turn on.
Okay.
As far as what would trigger that, although I have never done this, so this is more of like an action plan that has not been fulfilled yet.
Right.
And so what I don't want to do is go in there and turn something off, and then I get to the track and I can't do anything.
Right.
And put the car in like first gear, like it
just doesn't work. You don't want to start pressing buttons and then not know what to. Yeah, I gotcha. That makes sense. That's like me sitting here with the soundboard, frankly.
Yeah, just that's.
Oh goodness.
But you're probably there's some cars that I would love to see in this series that I'm not sure you would see, like a Mercedes. I don't know if you're going to see a GT4 Mercedes.
So my hypothesis was, because we were told at one point that people have tried the Audi, and that they can't get it to run with that low of power. And so my hypothesis was cars with small displacement, like a Cayman, a BMW that's got a 3-liter, stuff like that, you can tune them down to run less power. Whereas when you get into a Mercedes that's got a 6-liter, an Audi, something like that, that's a little bit more difficult. Even they had someone had the GT4 Mustang a few rounds ago.
Okay.
And it seemed like they were having issues with that as well, of the car not running right.
Maybe I can't really speak to the Audi. What I can speak to is
we've lost your audio.
Oh, okay, cool. What I can speak to is that the Mercedes GT4 has a locked ECU, so you can't just go in there and set a specific horsepower.
Okay, so you would have to either ask someone to provide you with that or do it yourself or whatever.
Yeah. Correct. Yep. So you're going to have a limited amount of vehicles that you're going to see in the series based on that.
Okay, that makes sense. Would you welcome the GTO increasing the power limit just a little bit in order to get more of those cars in?
I mean, you're asking a dude who just drove a 700 horsepower Lamborghini. Let's do 1,000. Why are you stopping at like 300, 400? Let's do 1,000, man.
That'd be a great idea. Miatas on the track with
1,000
Perfect. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
So
I think that's a
short answer is absolutely.
Absolutely.
Let's make it happen.
Okay, done. Awesome.
It's in the movie.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate you coming down again. Sorry you had the bummer luck today. I don't know if that's luck or if that's the bummer decision. You know, it is what it is. It's racing. You gotta do what you gotta do.
We had
a
lot of other teams had worse weekends.
Oh, go ahead, Joseph.
No, I was in terms of championship, right? I don't know if you guys are really tracking that or if you're just going race to race. You're trailing the 421 in the East. You've got probably a weekend and a half advantage over them in the National. Are you really looking at that, or is that that kind of secondary?
No, we're looking at that.
Yeah.
We're just paying close attention to it. I'm looking at it right now up on the big screen, looking like, oh man, 421's in second. So, yeah, we're definitely looking at it. We're paying attention to it, and we're just going to go all in through the rest of the year.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you coming in. I'm going to sort out another guest here real quick, Joseph. So talk amongst yourselves.
That sounds yourselves. That's me. It's talking about myself. We haven't really looked at the running order recently. This extended break is, I think that's going to be another Marshall stoppage. Although we have had the 407 stop on track, so maybe it's been prolonged a bit by that. The 123 has been cleared away for a while now from its breakdown spot, or in the turn 6 area. Since then, we've had. I mean, really, the only car that stopped on track has been the 407, and it's done that a couple times. So I assume that car is going to come back to the pits if it hasn't already. If we gone green, it looks like we're maybe picking up pace, but not quite enough.
Okay, well, right as we're about to go green, I have Lanny from NFC here with us. How's it going, man? It seemed like it's a rough day out there for you.
Struggling, fighting a few gremlins, but we got a great pit crew, and they're working on it right now. Hopefully we can get the car back out on track.
Perfect. Excellent. Glad to hear it. So what brings you, how do you like VIR? How do you like this as a track?
This has been amazing. It's a bucket list track. We're new at all of this, so this year every track we show up to is our first time here.
Okay.
And this was one all three of us were looking forward to. I think the crew was even looking forward to coming here. It's a special place.
Well, they brought us Mardi Gras beads, so I'm excited about that as well. Can you speak more about that? Like, why are you bringing Mardi Gras beads around? Is it just a fun thing? Is there a story behind that? What's the deal there? I'm not taking my shirt off, that's for sure.
Good flag, by the way.
When we started talking about doing this, we were laughing and joking around about lots of ideas about how to promote the team.
Excellent.
And something we thought would be interesting, bring a little flair and just a little fun.
Excellent. Okay.
Was to have umbrella girls.
Okay.
Bill brought two young ladies to come out and help us out around the pits. They do actually everything. They help us out with a little bit of all of it.
Perfect.
And really done a good job of kind of getting everybody around the team. A lot of people come into the tent, check out what's going on, and we've met a lot of really good people. So it's fun. Just we're having fun.
Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. So you said you're new to this. Are you new to racing in general? Are you new to WRL? Can you kind of talk me through that?
All of the above.
All of the above. Okay, so what makes you decide to go road racing?
A year and a half ago, just shy of 2 years ago, I met Bill and Matt out at NOLA Motor Speedway. Something I'd always wanted to do was to get in a car and just learn to drive at a higher level on a track, HPDE route. All three of us did it at the same time, and towards the end, I believe Road America last year, Bill said he wanted to put a team together. And we had never raced wheel-to-wheel before.
Okay.
From that point forward, we sought out some professional training. Saw the guys at Skip Arbor.
Oh, okay, excellent.
They did our advanced racing school, and COTA was our first ever time on track wheel-to-wheel racing.
Oh, wow.
So we actually jumped in the national championship when everybody's going real hard.
All right, of course.
It was a little, quite a test.
Yep, absolutely.
But, great crew, and everybody's coming up to speed nicely. So we're actually sit 7th right now.
7th, excellent. I've got you at 6th on here as well.
No. In the
in the standings. Okay, in the point standings. I got you. Yeah.
Our goal, and that's kind of one of the funny parts, we decided to go into this realistic. We wanted to finish a race.
Okay, excellent.
I mean, 8 hours endurance racing. We didn't know how it would go, and
right.
we wanted to finish a race. We finished COTA, so we met our goal early on and had to adjust. Now we're trying to win, or we're trying to
get a win, trying to grow. I got you. Cool. So you've got the one car right now, obviously, and you've spread out your pit stops, of course. Did you have, I believe it was penalty trouble at the beginning of the day? Is that what put you back, or did you start late? Which one was it? I've covered so many cars today. I'm sorry.
We came into the pit, and right as we were exiting the pit, it went code 35.
Okay.
And just trying to get back out in the pace. We were talking to Bill about some other things on the radio. As he pulled out, he accelerated the way you would normally accelerate out of the pit, and they deemed us for
okay.
He caught the flag right at turn 1, at the end of turn 1, but drove right under the flag.
Over here.
Yeah.
I got you.
First penalty. Yeah, we were joking around about that we've done all of these races and hadn't had a penalty yet, so we broke the ice.
Perfect. You got the monkey off your back. Now you're good. Now you can put foot down the whole 9. Excellent. So you've got the O2 Boxster. Is that a home-built thing? Did you guys buy that from somebody? What's the story with that?
So when we went into this, we were working. Bill has a relationship with Jay Pellegrini Motorsports overnight, and they actually built both cars. Bill told them what he was looking for, kind of what level we wanted to compete at, and they put those cars together and maintain them for us.
Excellent. I mean, you struggle to find somebody who's better at maintaining those Boxsters. When we were at NOLA, I was there, and it was like, there's 7 of these things sitting here. Like, they're ready to go. They're all set.
Jay has done a good job with it. They run them. They are GP3. I think they're in the lead right now.
They're GP3, yeah.
And run quite a few of them, so they've got all the experience. They've torn these things down and rebuilt them from nothing quite a few times.
Nice, excellent. So next season, are you looking forward to doing a full season? Are you going to do just the Southeast? What's the plan then?
We've actually run every race. Yes,
you've run every race. Fantastic.
This year.
And then so next year you're going to do the same then?
We're going to do the same thing.
Excellent. Good. Glad to hear that.
We unsure as to. We think so.
Same car. Okay. I think so. Any big changes coming on the car, or you think you're just going to run it as run here today?
No, I think there's not a whole lot more we could do to the car.
Okay.
We're struggling to get everything out of it we can to keep up with some of the BMWs. So.
Okay, I got you.
We're gonna run what we have and go as fast as it'll allow us to go.
Now, I understand you guys said you were all looking forward to doing VIR. Has this been your favorite track this season, or is there another one?
It's definitely one at the top. There are quite a few tracks that we've raced. Road America is probably my favorite. This one's going to be up there, very, very close to that.
Close. I got you. Joseph.
Ryan.
I thought I cut you off with a question at one point. My apologies.
Oh no, I think you might have been conflating the penalty issues that they were having with the penalty issues that the 125 was having. Was the only point I was going to make.
You're right. That's what it was. Okay, got it. Well, yeah, cool, guys. So thanks for coming by and bringing us some beads here. One last question, I guess. You guys, are you running the Maxxis tires as well?
We are.
You are. Okay, so how did you pick those? We've had a little bit of a discussion with some of the guys from JTR as well, that there was a lot of, at least I think early on in WRL, a lot of like word of mouth, like, I'm going to run these ones. What made you guys decide to run with Maxxis? You don't hear about them a whole lot here.
I didn't have much to do with that decision, so I'd have to defer to the lead guy here.
Yeah, okay, so Pellegrini wanted you to run. That's fair enough. If you can advertise all that experience from the rest of the paddock, especially people who are running the same car as you who built your car, that's probably the best way to go. That makes a lot of sense.
Right, set up those tires and all that.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Well, awesome. Thanks for coming up, guys. I really appreciate you. If you want to come say hi in the future, please, you're welcome anytime. Thank you so much for the beads and everything. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We've had an off track, I believe, from the 79, which would be the hardpoint car. Actually, surprised to not see that car up the order a little bit. I haven't been tracking them all that closely. It looks like they have been pitting basically every code 35. I almost called it code 60. They have been pitting basically every code 35, which I think makes sense, as we've had the 73 run wide at turn 3. So I don't know if it's going to be A lot of the cars in front of them have not, and I wonder if that's made any kind of difference. Choice Racing would have been the last car to pit under a full course yellow, and the 609 right behind them. Those two cars have been basically in lockstep with about a 10-second gap the entire race, really, since the early red flag.
All right, Joseph, I'm just graduating to the Brendan Kazmarek stand in front of the table, trying to adjust all the screens for that.
Sure, right. The wide stance, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have that gray polo on, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that's the key. That's why we're all out of sorts.
Yep. This is firmly the B team, I've decided, but that's okay.
It's fine. I mean, well, it's half of A team, so in that sense.
Right, it's half of the A team in general, yeah.
Yeah. We got a note in the YouTube comments asking us to explain the various types of yellow flags. It's complicated because there's a league protocol and then there's also track specific protocols, right?
Well, so I can give the breakdown if you like, Joseph, since I was at the drivers meeting, if that's all right.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so typically in racing, you've got a standing and or waving single yellow flag. And so the standing yellow means like, hey, check it out. There's something up ahead. You might want to consider potentially not being a fool. And then the waving yellow means, hey, the actual thing that you're supposed to be looking out for is right here. Please slow down. And they're not recommendations. It really is supposed to be a like, hey, please don't do this. We're trying to recover the car. There's somebody off track, some type of I wouldn't say life-threatening emergency. I think everything that happens on a racetrack is to some extent life-threatening, but it's not like an immediate danger situation. It's a, hey, pay attention, you're fine. So that would be both the standing and waving yellow, and that's a single flag. Where you get into the confusion here is the double yellow. So at most tracks, a double yellow means, hey, we're going to have the safety car on track. Please slow down. You're going to catch the safety car at some point. Form up in the line, basically. Now here, the way they're doing it is they're displaying the double yellow as a warning, hey, the track is about to be neutralized. And then they pull out the purple flag, which is purple with a cross that says 35 in the middle. And so what they're doing is they're displaying the double yellow like they would for a regular yellow session, basically, where the whole track goes yellow. And that's the notification to the drivers. Hey, we're going to go code 35. You need to start thinking about how you're going to slow down. And then a few moments later, they put out the purple flag that says 35, and that is, if you are not doing 35 miles an hour by the time the purple flag comes out, then we don't really believe that you are making a good faith effort to slow down. We're going to give you a penalty. So that's where the disconnect kind of comes. A double yellow usually stands to mean that the entire track is going to be under a caution condition. And at some racetracks, that means there's going to be a safety car deployed, and at other racetracks, that means they're going to switch to a code 35. My understanding is that has to do with the insurance and safety protocols on a track-by-track basis. For example, though, they don't... Did they do code 35 for IMSA, Joseph? When they ran VIR? I don't think they did. I believe that has something to do with IMSA
it's also
providing their own insurance and that kind of stuff.
It's IMSA providing their own track workers, I think, is the key.
Right. I buy that as well. So
yeah.
Right now we're using the track workers from the track who are paid by the track. It's part of the rental agreement, is my understanding. Whereas an IMSA race uses volunteers from the SCCA who are paid sometimes, not very much. But they are kind of a region by region specific group of people who, for example, when Brendan was doing the flagging, he did it for the Florida region. So he went to Miami and Sebring and Daytona and all that other stuff to do the big major events. And so there's a little bit of a separate training that goes on to be certified to do that kind of thing. But if you do that enough and you are reasonable, I believe there is a path in which you can either, like Brendan did, go do the Nürburgring 24-hour, because there's not enough flaggers there locally to staff the station 24 hours a day during the race. So they bring in people from elsewhere, other countries.
I mean, he went to do that. They didn't invite him.
Right. Well, you can't just show up, though. My understanding is that you have to have, not permission, but, you have to have proven that you're not just some idiot to go do it, was my understanding. You can't call the SCCA tomorrow, Joseph, and say, I'd like to be a flagger, show up for one weekend, and then get somebody to be like, yeah, no, you can go to the Nürburgring. I don't think that's how it works, but I'm happy to be corrected on that. Was my point, anyway.
Yeah, but it's not like an invitational thing. Like you have to, you know. It's Brendan going out of his way to say, I would like to do this event.
Right, but then somebody has to vouch for Brendan and say, yes, Brendan's not an idiot. Please let him go do that. That's how it worked in the San Francisco region, at least. I could apply to be a flagger for the IMSA series, but it had to go through the guy who was the lead flag person to like give me permission to do that. So maybe they do it different in South Florida. I don't know. Or Northern Florida, whatever region that is. Anyway, that's getting all awfully into the weeds, but those are the types of yellow flag. You have the single yellow, which is like a particular section of the track, and then there's the double yellow, which is for the entirety of the track. And then how different venues handle the double yellow is up to each venue, at least in the case of WRL. Joseph's still silent. Excellent.
Well,
not sure if making an ass of self or Joseph is busy. Always a good feeling to have.
Well, I'm trying to track this fight because we had a little bit of contact between Hardpoint and Random Vandal, so I'm trying to track this fight. Oh, that looked like maybe a little bit of a side swipe between different classes up at the top of the hill.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's the gist of it. In terms of what we're tracking today, individual incidents. If we've got a green flag here on the timing tower, and you see a yellow flag, that indicates that it's an incident, an isolated incident out on track. When we go to a full course yellow condition, that indicates that the entire track is neutralized because we have to send out course workers, and we don't want to put them in any kind of peril.
Correct.
Who do we have coming into the pits? Okay, I saw a green car. I thought that might have been Random Vandals.
No, it is not. That is the E90 open throttle BMW. And the Hardpoint car is now off by itself. And then the Thunder Bunny right behind. There's kind of a little gaggle of GTO right here. Number 2 back out there as well. Still out there from ACP.
Yeah, has the 609... yeah, they pitted at the beginning of the last Code 35. Okay. Code 35, for what it's worth, is just shorthand for everyone has to do 35 miles an hour.
I believe the intent is you have to put on your pit speed limiter.
Basically,
while on track, yeah. Now, of course, in this series, not every car has a pit speed limiter button on the steering wheel. A lot of professionally built race cars do. But not necessarily the case here, so that's kind of why I think you may see some variation, that especially a home-built car may not have that built in, and it's just a matter of how many revs and which gear is 35 miles an hour. As we mentioned yesterday, if you don't like that system, blame the Germans.
Sorry, this is unrelated. I just noticed. I think I mentioned that the 909 was coming out, and I don't think that's right. I think I saw the 143 and confused my Astons.
Yes, I believe that is true as well.
63's been cited for an unsafe blend. You mentioned in the drivers meeting, Ryan, they talked about how important it was to stay very much to the right-hand side of the track if you were coming out of the pit lane.
There is not a... Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, I think that's what's being noted here in the race control log for the 63.
They were very particular about that. There is not a blend line all the way down to turn 1. You can see where there was one at one point. I'm not sure if they took that out for the IMSA weekend and just haven't replaced it because they wanted to do the IMSA thing different, or if they've just needed to repaint. I don't know what the particulars on why there isn't one, but there is not currently a blend line all the way down to turn 1. So if you bring up the turn 1 camera, Joseph, you can see it there.
Yeah, we just had a car off there at turn 10. Looks to have been the 109.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like they're going to rejoin safely as well. So anyway, the point being, it was mentioned in the drivers' meeting that everybody must stay as far to the right as possible when rejoining the track from the pit lane. It was mentioned that if you look in your mirrors and there is no one coming and you're very close to committing to the corner and you would like to drift out a little bit to round off the corner better, that would be acceptable, but only to do it very late and to ensure there's no other traffic around. But the way the pit exit looks, if you were to go out there, either you're just not thinking or you weren't at the driver's meeting, whatever, it would be very tempting to be like, yep, that's the end of pit lane. I'm going to cut back over all the way to the left and commit to my turn 1 apex here. But obviously, cars are starting to commit to coming over to the right because of the way turn 1 kind of funnels down. So you don't want cars exiting the pit lane, cutting all the way across back to the left, as cars which are at speed are starting to come to the right gently. So they've implemented that rule to try to keep everybody safe. Again, I don't think it's not a... There are a lot of series out there, professional or otherwise, that I do believe are genuinely out there to penalize people for fun, because it's interesting and makes the racing closer, stuff like that. That's not the case at WRL. They really are just concerned about safety, and we just need to make sure that the safety rules sink in for people, so that we don't have any issues going forward. We want to have a safe environment. It's a non-contact series, the whole 9. So we really just got to make sure to reinforce those points whenever possible.
I don't know if it was called in, but it looks like the 125 has had a slow moment coming out of the turn 6 complex.
Indeed.
Keep an eye on that car sitting down in P7 and GP1. There they are. Was that them? Just an orange car. There it is.
Lots of orange cars. Orange is the big color.
Yeah. I do feel like some of these rain clouds are getting a little closer.
They've been, so on the front straight here at least, it's been threatening looking all day. Yeah. And then it just goes right around. So all the rain that I was tracking that was starting to make an appearance has drifted to the east of us. So
that's fine. We got the clouds.
That's the important part. I think it's going to miss. Yeah, exactly. I really would like some more rain to the west to continue to block the sun, but I don't think I'm going to get that really. There's one cell in... No, it's starting to go to the east as well. For those of you familiar with the area, there is a cell that's developed north of Greensboro that, if it follows the track of the other one, will pull it directly over the circuit, but it is not moving east as swiftly as the other cell. So it may get into Danville proper, but I don't think it will actually hit the track, and if it does, it won't be very much.
Capped our onboards at 6, by the way. I think 6 is now. I've decided that 7 is. I tried to come back to 7. I thought maybe it was a possibility
after closing the tabs.
Yeah, I think 7's a bridge too far, I'm afraid.
Okay. Joseph, have you considered getting a separate PC entirely just to service the onboards, and then just or a separate computer and then just take a feed from that?
Yeah, I have, and I've decided that would be too much money and effort.
All right, sounds good. What if I told you I have a free computer with an i7 and 32 gigabytes of RAM that I could provide to you?
Is it my i7?
No, this is the old one.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, is that your i?
Is it a?
No, I have. I'm trying to think. No, that's not your i7. That's the i7 that came with that computer initially.
Okay.
Because it's a third.
I was gonna say. Like, am I buying my own computer back?
Oh no, I wouldn't sell it to you. I'd just ship it.
Oh, okay.
I'd have you pay for shipping, but like it's currently just sitting at my house. I've told my wife under the pretext of like, well, if I need to produce someday, I need to have a computer that's going to do it, because obviously this one doesn't work for that. It's an amalgam of parts at this point.
As all
it's my RAM for sure, but
become
right. Anyway, we can negotiate shipping that to you if you would like to have a separate production computer.
That I really don't have the space for it.
That sounds good. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Joseph has 2 stories and doesn't have space for 2 computers.
Well, I have one office.
Well, it's not a Cray supercomputer, Joseph. It doesn't take up a whole room.
Yeah, but I don't have a good place for it. I'm already. Yeah, I'm already sitting. I'm surrounded by monitors, as is.
As is. Why don't you put this computer under your chair?
Well, I'm sitting basically on the ground at this point.
Ah, okay.
Because I'm in the rig. Because triple monitors equals triple the divided attention, which is very good for production.
Excellent. Are you watching the F1 race by chance, or did you watch?
No, no spoilers.
No spoilers here. No, they use wings actually.
Sometimes they have gurney flaps.
That's true. All right.
But no, it's I need to be in my panoramic space, because I've got on my left side I've got the YouTube chat, live timing, center monitor's got vMix, right monitor's got the race control log, Slack, and Discord. So I need all the real estate that I can get.
I gotcha. Interesting. Well, happy to hear that. The behind-the-scenes inside baseball look at Joseph's production equipment.
Now,
something I often wish that more places would do, by the way. But
I'll introduce my next guest, Joe Buck.
Welcome. Pass is complete down the inside of turn 3.
Yeah. Mario Manningham. Anyway.
What's his day rate?
Joe Bucks. I think it might be slightly outside of our budget.
Not bit.
Quite. I don't think that's. I don't think Joe Buck is in the budge.
No. Surely we could get Caswell money though.
I think we might be able to score Brock Heward. Oh, is that the Ginger car taking a rough ride out the outside of turn 10?
Ladies and gentlemen, Stanford's finest, Dave Fleming.
I can't stand Dave Fleming.
And I'm like, how much are they having to pay Dave Fleming to take off what I'm sure is a very lucrative gig for NBC Sports doing the Giants? Like, they pay those guys a lot of money, and he is willing to be like, yeah, no, I'm gonna F off this weekend and go do Division II football. Like, oh, okay, cool, great.
Yeah.
But these two FCS schools, we have Northeastern Arkansas versus Mississippi Ag and Tech and Mining. I'm gonna go do that. Like, what? I don't know. Anyway,
it's ESPN money.
Live here at VIR.
I don't know what to tell you. That's called that's the 146 that they've called off, and not the 47. So my mistake. 146 will be making my way down the list. Oh, that'll be Harrison. That'll be your GP2 leader that we had seen. My apologies.
Ah, Joseph.
Harrison running wide, and the reason why that's important is not just the off track by itself, but you saw the amount of bouncing and bottoming that car was doing off track there. It's not exactly billiard ball smooth on the outside.
Right.
You always have to be a little concerned in the aftermath of off tracks like that you haven't torn something off the car, as our friends at JTR can affirm.
Yes, indeed they can.
We're past. No, we're not quite past halfway into the race. It's messing me up that we started at the bottom of the hour, because I'm like, oh, it's noon. Great. Wait a second.
Right.
No, I'm gonna wait until we get to half distance before we try irresponsible math. It's been a much, at least it's felt to me like a much cleaner race. I don't know how much of that is a function of the track being a little less dense.
It's all of the above, Joseph. It's the track's less dense because we've thinned out some cars with rough driving. We've thinned out some cars with mechanicals. It's day 2. People know the track a little bit better. They know the traffic a little bit better.
What's this? We've got a car around here in our shot.
Let's see here.
And they have gotten it turned around. Car still looks relatively healthy. It appears to be the 421. It's 421 for Thunder Bunny, who were running 3rd in GTO at the time, and we're under threat from the 914 and the 609. Do we have an onboard of the 609 still? I think we might. Yeah, we do. Actually, do we have an onboard of the 421? We do.
We do have a 421 onboard, for sure. For Shody.
Well, I know it exists, but do I have it is the question.
It's here on the preview, so I would assume so. 44 in again.
Just got in a little hot and locked the rears, and they have given up at least 2 spots. They've lost a spot to the 609.
Okay.
Let's go back a skosh.
It's getting dark here, Joseph.
You sound scared. You don't even sound. You don't even sound like you're anticipating it. You sound worried.
It's a coming. The rain, it's a coming.
Okay.
I think we're going to catch the edge of the eastern system and then promptly be hammered by the western system.
You think so? Really?
I do think so. Yeah.
Okay.
That's according to this the radar here. I'm going to check the weather as soon as I check in on my Delta app.
You don't have to do that. It's not Southwest. They don't corral you. Unless you're flying out today, and in which case, yes, do check in.
No, I am checking out tomorrow at 11.
Okay, so let's go on board. This is a replay of the.
All right, let's see it.
Of the spin here at the top of the hill.
Is this a proper replay, Joseph, or is this one where I'm going to have to watch them for 2 laps?
There. You heard the rears lock up almost immediately. It was might have been on the downshift even. And here you'll see the 609 come through and take the spot.
Gotcha. Yep, right there. Ooh, that's pretty close as well.
Who have they rejoined in front of? It's at least one Porsche. I believe that. Behind them, I think that's Hardpoint Random Vandals that's actually behind them.
Okay.
So they've backed up Hardpoint into Random Vandals essentially and made that gap effectively nothing. We'll see if we can get them in live act. Well, that car's still at the end of the back straight, still pretty unsettled.
As I become more convinced that it's going to rain, Apple Weather becomes less convinced that it's going to rain.
Okay.
It's now saying no rain.
So you have diverged pretty dramatically.
Correct. I think we may end up getting what does Scott call it? Head rain. Where you think it's rainier than it is, and you start driving all silly, even though the surface is fine. I think we may end up with that.
Okay.
That is my prediction.
That feels plausible-ish. Now, has the 421 gotten away from this, or have they gotten back through? No, there's the 421, and I think either the 501 or the 111 behind them. All the Thunder Bunny cars are basically within like a corner of each other.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No doubt seeking a photo opportunity. Right.
Yeah, if they've got a photographer around the track, it's a great time for them.
Absolutely.
336 was given a lap penalty for their second pit stop infraction of the day. That is going to take Big Mission down. So I'm not sure it'll cost them anything. It might have cost them a spot to the 134.
Lovely. Joseph, while you wrap up that thought, would we like to make another green flag stop here?
Hide user on this channel. I will do that. I haven't decided. Did I get the ads? I think I got the ads. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Real quick, what I believe to be Brian from the Hagerty Motorsports 609 car brought the 609 from 15th to P1. Hopefully gave you something to talk about this morning, as promised yesterday. Yeah, actually we did. We spent a lot of time talking about the 609 and it going to the front. Got some a good result on strategy as well there. So yeah, Joseph, we're ready for a break. I'm going to go make a natural break, and you can bring us back.
Sounds like a plan.
Excellent.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back just over 4 hours remaining in the second of 2 8-hour races here for the World Racing League at VIR. Not a ton has changed. It's still TLM and Ruckus Racing up at the head of GTO. But the thing that will change there is we're expecting them to pit in extremely short order. That will hand over the race lead temporarily to the Choice Racing number 511. Still got them in at about 8 laps. Now, obviously, our pit window expectations will be shifted a little bit because of the yellow flag and red flag running that we had earlier on. So take all that with a grain of salt. The 914 is, as far as we can tell, basically on the same pit sequence as the number 511. 609 is in a similar boat. 421 is on roughly the same sequence as the 172. 421 will be Thunder Bunny. 609 will be round 3. Looks like we've had a small off here at the south end of the circuit. Maybe just a wheel dipped off. Big Mission back out on track, holding down 4th and 5th in GP1. That is being headed as per usual, frankly, by the Moorhead number 147. I think we've got an onboard of them, and here that is. They're leading Ginger Racing, who are have only brought the one car. They've only brought the 47 here today. They appear to be about halfway through their stint. Several classes in this shot. GTU in front of us, a GTO in front of them. And then the GP1 entry for round 3 racing, the 701, is about 30 seconds behind Ginger. So a stout lead for the 147. Has Ginger pitted recently? No, they're basically on the same pit sequence. 701 is not that far off. So this is a legitimate, basically 3.5 minute lead for the 147. So doing great work about halfway through this race. Lost about 20 minutes to a red flag earlier, but still to have pulled out this kind of lead after basically 3 hours of running since the last safety car. We've had Code 35 intervention since then, but since the last safety car, it's a really strong run, as per usual, by the Moorhead car. Harrison Motorsports still at the head of GP2. We've got them due for a pit stop reasonably soon. Don't appear to have incurred any substantial damage anyway after they're off track around the turn 10 area. They are leading the overnight tandem of 197 and 195. About 2 minutes separating everybody in the top 3. Another minute behind the 195 is the TC Klein, number 93. GTU, actually the 58 has overtaken the number 59, the team car. And that's actually a little surprising to me, and I'm not totally sure how that's happened. It appears to be mostly on pace, actually. That's slightly unusual because we tend to see the 59 stretching its legs out over the 58. It's been a little more give and take this year, but still a strong showing from the 58 group. Third in that class has been the number 22 for M Sport. I think they've just pitted for the third time today, and they've got a comfortable advantage in the podium positions over the number 73 for L2 Motorsports. Got the number, I think it's 75, pitting for AOA. And who is this? One of the ACP cars, I believe, coming out of the pits. They had a very rough beginning to the day. I think that'll be the 52 that's come out. And who's this? We've got a slow BMW creeping out of the turn 6 complex. Appears to be the 60. No, that doesn't seem right. Being called as the 63, but it didn't look like the 63 number board. We might be able to see it creep past this position. Definitely a green BMW. That would be, if it is the 63, it would be for open throttle, one of their 2 cars. And it stopped basically right under the bridge. You can see the green flag waving. That indicates that the incident is before the turn 7 marshal post, but is just out of view now of our turn 6 camera. Well, we're calling our turn 6 camera because it points at turn 6. Yeah, number 63, that is the second call for that. This could be crucial because we've got a number of teams taking to the pits now. Just because they've hit the end of their stint, including, I think this is possibly, it's either TC Klein or split decision in the back of our shot. Anyone who has to pit at this point is going to be pretty unfortunate, really, because it means that they will lose all of the, basically a minute and a half to the cars that are going to be able to pit under Code 35 conditions. Call it maybe a minute, since you do.
Well, we
obviously
are about to go Code 35 here, Joseph.
Yeah, that is for the, and it's happened. You can hear the engine notes dropping. It's for the stop number 63 underneath the bridge.
The bridge.
Yeah, between turn 6 and 7.
Je retourne le broadcast avec Fritz.
Huh? Milano S. Peggy.
There was a program on when I was a kid in like 2007, 2008 that was how to learn the Chinese language. And every sentence that was spoken that they were teaching you how to speak was in the context of the Beijing Olympics. So, for example, they would teach you how to say, hello, my name is... I don't think so. It was just like here's how to learn Japanese, or here's how to learn Chinese broadcast thing that like appeared to be a regular programming on whatever channel it was on.
two 10s going back behind the wall. That'll be the Matt Connolly car that we saw off track at turn 1 early stages of the race.
The pride of, etc.
Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I'll take my royalties anytime now, Brendan.
Or do you have to pay him royalties?
Oh, I hope not. That's not in the budge. There was a question in the chat: do GP1 cars have driver aids? And the answer to that is basically whatever's on the car, I believe. Whatever is on the car as it was built. I don't think there's any requirement to disable anything.
So my understanding is that most of the E46s have ABS still enabled.
Yeah.
But that the traction control and stability control are firmly off.
They're off because they have to be, or they're off because they're not as effective as the right foot?
That is correct. It's much more advantageous to not have the traction control on in what was, especially in the case of a 330, not meant to be a particularly sporty car.
Shots fired.
As far as being thrashed around. I mean, it's true, though. It's not an M3. And a lot of them were, I think Matt Connolly runs a sedan, even. And so they're good cars, but they're not meant to be, when built, they weren't meant to be taken to the track and thrashed around. So the traction control is very much that for someone who is a sort of entry-level, middle management, MBA, fresh out of college type person.
Okay, would you say it's more to keep you out of trouble, in the rain, on the road, basically?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And even then, they're not tremendously powerful. A 330 is probably making, give or take, 200 horsepower to the wheels. Obviously, these have a little bit of a tune on them, so they might be a little higher or a little lower. An M3 is probably closer to 300 at the wheels, again, depending on how you have it tuned, etc. So it's not like it's something that's tremendously hard to control on your own if you have experience. Now, that being said, I certainly wouldn't hand the keys to a 330i to a 16-year-old who doesn't know how to drive with no traction control. That's obviously going to end in tears, but you figure if you've come this far and you've committed to doing endurance road racing, you can probably handle an M3 with no traction control.
We're pulling the 63 off track here, obviously through the short chute. So as soon as that's brought back to the garage and the recovery vehicle's been cleared back up, have to assume that we're going to go green.
No, we're green now.
Oh, works for me. All right.
Green on timing anyway, but nobody has yet done this. Oh, there we go. The 64 gets on with it.
Yeah, we're a little behind on the turn 6 camera, so I'll refresh that because the cameras are not actively trying to die anymore. Get a little bit of clustering now with these Code 35s, just because invariably somebody's doing 34 miles an hour, rather than everyone who's got their pit lane limiter at 35 or possibly a sneaky 36.
Should stress that's likely not to be intentional, but more a vagary of how people have their particular speedometers and wheel size, etc. Set up. You got to be pretty close because they're checking speed pretty regularly in pit lane.
Yes. Yeah, we don't have a camera at pit in, but it's not too unheard of to see one of the pit marshals just kind of sitting out with a LiDAR gun, just making sure that you're not doing anything funny.
And occasionally, especially early in the season rather, you will see them hold up their hand and give the downward motion as a, hey, you're doing 37. If you could just tone it down a little bit, that would be fantastic. Yeah. So if we switch to the pit out cam, Joseph, for the pit lane, you will see the 143 come down the pit lane in a very rough fashion. Not sure if they're actually on the pit limiter and in first gear, and that's why it's bumping and bucking like it was.
Yeah, that seemed like a pretty rough pit speed limiter. There.
Yeah.
We're on a bit of a delay, but you can hear it again there.
Right.
Sounds fine once I got off the limiter. So yeah, I'll chalk it up.
But it was just
that.
I hadn't seen it do that yet, so I was quite concerned.
Yeah, you don't have to put the accelerator all the way to the floor when you're on the pit lane speed limiter?
Well, you also don't have to be in first gear. You can be in second.
We've got a few cars back out on track. Split Decision's pitted. Fat and Furious, the 526, is pitted. The 407 is still missing. So we had them called for a couple mechanical issues earlier. Actually, they stopped during... They seem to have a lot of trouble during the Code 35s, oddly enough. I don't know if it's... Maybe they're stalling. Just not planning on going 35 miles an hour. But that car has been having the most trouble during Code 35s and seems to be mostly fine during green flag running. So I've still got them missing, so hopefully that hasn't exacerbated something in their car. That is the next car up the road for Fat and Furious, about 3 laps up the road. As a matter of fact, going to be another 3 laps up to open throttle, and another 3 laps up to third place, the Core Motorsports number 6, which is still going strong by the looks of things. Look to see if they can make a challenge for the GP2 lead.
I think it's going to rain, Joseph.
Do you actually?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I believe you.
5 minutes ago, there was a cell directly to the south of us.
Now, that is... Okay. Is the forecast calling for rain, or are they calling for thunderstorms? Because those are different issues. Related but different.
Well, the forecast is calling for neither, but the radar that I'm looking at says otherwise.
Does it... What's your feel on it? Does it feel like a thunderstorm situation, or does it just feel like rain?
So looking away from the track at the start-finish straight, it looks like, oh, it's just going to be a little shower. But when I was walking to the concession stand to take in a Sean Heckman sandwich, which is not very good, by the way, it was substantially more depressing looking that direction. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's a thunderstorm, but I wouldn't count on it. There's not like a consistent, stable mass. It's lots of these little pockets of weather.
In our understaffed state, we've missed something, which is both Choice and TLM, the 172, have pitted. Choice has leapfrogged the 172 to take the lead of GTO.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they have. But have they stopped the same number of times? Yes, they did just stop.
Yeah,
and TLM just stopped as well. Okay, so that's a legit pass has occurred there.
Now, I think the difference might have been that Choice pitted more recently.
Back to yellow.
Oh, let's see what. Oh, it's the Stratus car. It's Stratus.
The iDrive Dodge.
There it is. You can kind of see it's a little low slung, so it's a little tough to pick out, but it's gone straight on at turn 3.
Okay. We should have a really good camera view of that.
Well, if you refresh your feed, Ryan.
Oh, okay. Oh, it just crashed, so let's see here.
So,
I see. Okay, there we go. Chattanooga Touringwagon is mid-transmission swap. 4th and 5th weren't happy after the motor swap, and I limped it through the first stint.
Is there a second car, or is that a recovery vehicle that's parked up at 3 that's just pulled in? Okay, I think that's just a recovery vehicle. I thought it from this distance. I thought it might have been the TC Klein car. Big drama in the race and in the championship. Thunder Bunny Racing, the 421, has just been called for passing under yellow and immediately given a lap penalty.
That's not what you want to see if you're them.
Yeah, quite. That'll move them. It's been a rough stint for the driver of that car. I think it's the same driver anyway. I don't know if they've pitted. They may have. Well, they've definitely pitted. I don't know if they've changed drivers. But it's been a rough, say, half hour to an hour with the spin that took them out of, I think it was a top 5 position in GTO. Now this will drop them another lap back. And we talked yesterday about how tight this GTO field is. That's only going to hurt this lap penalty, or make this lap penalty hurt even more.
Right.
Round 3, the 605 has come in for a stop.
Speaking of GTO, Joseph, to keep with our pattern, we have the current GTO leader up here in the booth. We've got Wheel Choice has joined us.
How's it going?
Timely. Good. How you doing, man?
Good.
Excellent. So you guys have come to the lead of this GTO race. We were very entertained by the strategy process earlier in the race. Given how the yellows fell, and then I think you ended up making that green flag pit stop. But like prior to that, it was some people had stayed out, some people had pitted, and so that was quite enthralling for about 35 minutes.
Right. We just didn't think we were using enough gas yet to even do it. So, we stayed out, and I think the top 3 or 4 came in, and then the guys all behind me stayed out. It kind of hurt us a little bit because when we actually did pit, we lost a lot of track space.
Right.
But, we were able to gain it back.
Mm-hmm.
The Code 35s is totally different game with the Code 35s here.
Absolutely. And then you also have to roll the dice on is this Code 35 going to be the one that triggers a red, and then it's a restart. We've had one of those today as well.
Right.
Yeah, so I get you there. How's the car feel out there? We've had JTR up here talking about their M4 situation. How are you guys feeling? You got ostensibly the same car.
Yeah, we feel really comfortable in it today. Yesterday we had a front left issue where the sidewall was starting to come apart.
Okay.
Made us think it was the steering rack, and we just decided to change it all since we saw some wrecked cars, and we were just like, let's take our time, let's change it. We're just gonna race tomorrow. We'll go shake it down later on in the day after we eat lunch.
Right.
We were just kind of hanging out yesterday.
I gotcha. Well, yeah, and then now it's paid dividends, really. You've taken your time. You've got the front end good to go, and now you're at the front of the race. You're leading TLM in round 3. Were you in the car when you were close with round 3? How was that?
I was with the Sentinel car, yes.
Yeah.
I was up there this morning with him. Awesome driver. We were battling out a little while. We were battling it out for a little while. I ended up letting him go because, I started driving my mirrors and my rear tires were getting hot. You know what? It's early. Why are we doing this?
Right. Let's take our time. Let's do it the right way.
We got a lot of pit stops to come ahead in this race. So, and after yesterday, we were just, let's be cool. Let's be calm out there. Let's not force any issue that we don't need to.
And it's working the way you want to. Again, JTR were up here. They take a little bit different approach to the racing, it sounds like. It sounds like you guys were chill, hey, making the right decisions, going conservative.
Right.
And they're up here. I don't know if you heard them on the broadcast.
Did not.
They're up here talking about, I see a car in front of me, I pass it.
Right.
And they're talking about, they blew a diff cooler line. And it was like, yeah, no, I ran the curves to get around some guy because I gained 2 seconds probably in doing that. And then they, now they don't have their diff's probably all right, but they were spraying fluid all over the track. So, it paid off for them yesterday doing the aggressive thing, and they ended up winning. And so today, it looks like the race has come to you guys doing everything the right way. And that's part of what I think we all love about endurance racing, is there's always different ways to go about it. And I tell the story frequently. Was it 2009 in Peugeot, Joseph? That it was, I think it was Stefan Sarazen's car that they decided, we're just not going to run the curbs all race. And, it's going to suck, and we're going to lose a couple seconds a lap. And they ended up coming through and winning it, as I recall.
Yeah, the curves here are kind of rough. If you dip off of them in certain sections, especially if you hit the inside oak tree one, that's actually when my tire started to go out.
Oh, okay.
And, yesterday I was, I did 18 laps at the start. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was, we were all the top pack. We were taking the curbs and the S's and everything. And we were getting airborne. And after that, I'm like, this is really rough on these tires to put 8 hours onto them. We're going to try to last all day on the same set.
Excellent.
So, we're avoiding the curbs and the high speed stuff, but we'll still take the exit rumbles outside of 3 and oak tree.
Right.
It's pretty smooth out there if you don't slide into them.
Right. And it seems like there's not a whole lot of those to take advantage of here. You got the curbs on the inside of the S's there. You got some of the rumbles on the outside, but otherwise you're in the grass pretty quickly.
Yeah, I haven't found that, taking the rumbles and the S's is any faster.
Okay.
Especially with, every single lap you're at least passing one car. So you can just keep your average down. I give up a little bit there, but I'll be more aggressive in other sections.
Right. Trying to keep it nice and level instead of I'm going to do a flying lap and blow everybody's doors off. And, okay. That makes sense.
I was pushing towards the end because I caught up to TLM. We actually passed them in the pits, which was awesome.
Yep.
But I was pushing those last couple of laps because I just wanted to get up to them, and I knew they were going to pit also. So we're like, let's see what
if we can make it happen here.
Yeah,
I gotcha. But you're doing it in short bursts, when you need to. This is the time we need to make up the. That makes sense. I get you, man.
Yeah.
So this is the first full season, I guess, with the M4. You talked to me and Brendan, back at NOLA that you guys have gone to Belgium to get this car from VIRginia.
Yes.
Yep. And so you like the car so far, then?
I absolutely love it.
Love it.
Yeah. We didn't do high plane, so we pretty much dismantled the entire thing and detailed every square inch up under the car.
Excellent.
It looks spotless. And then unfortunately Thursday, good thing we did the test day on Thursday, because our rear brake line actually was rubbing up against our axle, put a hole in it when Bill was going into turn 1 and pedal all the way to the ground. He managed to keep it out of the wall.
Right.
But that wet grass just coated the entire underside. So
absolutely,
it's getting washed again right when we get home.
Excellent. So you've done the full detail and the front end and stuff. What does your service life cycle look like going forward? I assume you guys are going to go to Sebring and probably Coda as well.
We're definitely going to do Coda. Right now on our schedule, we do have Ozarks up, and we're actually going next weekend. There's a Chin event. We have a friend with a street Cayman that he's going to let us test out.
Oh, cool.
We're going to see how it is. We really like hard tracks and new tracks, and we got a bucket list, and it's on it now. We're just going to see how comfortable we feel. I know a lot of the big teams aren't going.
Right.
If we don't do that, we'll most likely go to Sebring. It's a really far haul from Houston.
Right, absolutely. That's a far haul for a lot, unless you're actually in Florida or Georgia. It's if you're anywhere in the Midwest, that's forever away.
That's in TLM's back door.
Right, exactly. They've probably done a little bit of testing there as well.
Right.
So yeah, I gotcha. But what does the service like look like? So what do you, assuming you go to Ozarks or indeed if Sebring, whichever one you do, and even on Dakota, what do you have to replace between now and then?
Now and then, definitely before Coda, we just did all wheel bearings before this race. We usually do all the fluids every single race, trans, diff, everything. We usually dismantle the whole front end.
Okay.
With the quick dry on the tracks out there, it really clogs up the transmission cooler.
Okay.
And a lot of M4s have had problems with the gearbox overheating. It actually happened to me, I think it was mid-Ohio. No, sorry, it was Road Atlanta. Yeah, I went limp mode twice at the end of the race when I was trying to get up to second place.
Gotcha. And that's because the gearbox overheating, and so it only wants to leave you in one gear, presumably.
Yes.
So it's not.
It pretty much takes everything out, and it revs really slow, and it takes about a half a lap to get the temps back down, and you can start hitting it.
Oh, jeez, that's awful.
But that quick dry and everything, it just clogs up the radiator and stuff can't flow. So we pretty much every single race weekend, we take those all out, we clean them all. We've got multiple spares that we have clean already, so we can just swap them.
Okay.
We actually did that Friday night, since we had a couple of off-track excursions Friday and Thursday, so we actually did all that when we were out here. Yeah.
And is there some special process, or are you just taking an air hose in there and just going for it?
Air hose, whatever we can get.
Whatever you got. Okay, I gotcha.
If you bang them on the ground upside down, it works great.
It works pretty good. Okay, perfect. Well, if it's not so fragile that you can't do the bang around.
Right.
I got it. I had this picture in my head of going to one of those coin-op car washes, and you use the mat holder, and you're putting the intercooler on the thing and spraying it down. Oh man.
Yeah, we're planning on moving the JTR had a problem with their diff cooler. It's up under, it's right behind that left rear. So if you have a left rear go, which happened to Team ACP last year here, it's going to take out that cooler.
Okay.
If you jump a curb too hard, you're going to hit those cooler lines. So we were actually talking to the guys over at VAC, which is their first race here with the wide-bodied E46 M3. Well, it's got an LS in it, but
nice.
They have a really cool setup in the rear of their trunk where they have two big radiators stacked, one for their Durant and one for their diff. And so we might just port all that into the trunk, have good airflow in there so they don't get dirty throughout the race weekend. We don't really have to worry about them that much.
Right.
And they're a lot safer up under there, especially if a tire blows out or something.
And that's kind of the advantage of getting to run with this rule set in particular. I know there's a little bit of compromise if you run a GT4 car as far as weight and everything else, but it does give you the flexibility to be like, you know what, no, I want to move these coolers under the trunk. It's going to be safer there. There was a team that ran the Audi TCR cars, and they changed the whole fueling system so that it worked better for them. I think that's one of the cool things is that you get they're GT4-ish cars as people kind of change them up. And so I think that's fascinating. Did you guys have the M2 or the M240i before? Do I have that right?
No, we were allocated an M2 CS Racing. We actually pulled out of it the Tuesday. We were supposed to go pick them up. We were going back and forth on it. The M4s at that time were still north of 200. And we could get an M2 CS Racing for a lot cheaper. But there's a reason it's not a GT4 car.
Right.
I know it's all the same internals and everything, but it's a little bit narrower base. It's a little bit shorter. It just can't lay down the power like the bigger
car can. That was going to be my follow-up question. Is, why would you pick one or the other? And I think that's a pretty consistent answer we get, is that it's the smaller car really makes the difference. Now, are there tracks like going to Mid-Ohio, for example, that you think you'd rather have the M2, or is it still pretty firm? Like, we like this.
I'm firm on the M4.
I'm firm on the M4. Okay.
I mean, it's kind of a boat out there, but it just can lay down the power a lot better. It's not as twitchy.
Right. Well, that makes sense.
I haven't driven an M2. I've driven an M2 35 IR.
Right, which in theory is similar.
It's a different power plant, but it's just a little bit more twitchy. The M4 does a lot better under trail braking.
Okay. So you get into a little bit deeper, get the nose or get the tail turned, get in there. I gotcha. Alrighty. That's sweet. Do you think it's gonna rain?
I truly don't know. I'm glad Bill's in the car because he's a lot quicker than I am on the rain.
Okay, perfect.
Especially here, I'm a little bit more timid in the rain. He just knows where to find the grip out there. So, sorry, go ahead.
If it stays dry, so that 172's gotten around you guys, what's your long view of the race? How do you feel up against TLM and I guess also the 609 who's creeping back up on you?
Yeah, they're creeping back up. I'm not sure which drivers are in each of the cars, or what their cycle is. We're just going to keep pushing it. I think our plan currently, if it stays dry, Bill's going to do a nice long one stint, and I'll get in for the end.
Okay.
If it starts raining and it covers the whole track, we'll probably short pit him, do all 4 new tires because it's wet out there. And go 35, we really don't lose that much real estate.
Yep.
And send him out there with a fresh set, so they're really good in the rain, and just let him send it.
So which tire do you guys use?
We're on the Yokohama 315s, the AO52s.
So does that one have a dry and wet, or do you just put new ones on and it's got the tread?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty good. At the snow race at Mid-Ohio, we did bring some like extreme contact, continental, all-weather kind of things.
Right.
And, they were pretty good. I could turn in really well, but I couldn't lay down the power.
Right.
In the Yokes, we could just lay down the power. Later on in that race, we went to the Yokohamas, and I'm like, it's a little bit more sketchy under trail braking and everything like that. But braking zones and acceleration,
you're way better.
Amazing. Yeah, you're way better.
Which if you can get, a nice crisp entry and you can get on the gas earlier on the exit,
right,
you'll give up a little bit of, if I just be careful, mid-corner.
Maybe it through the turn, get it pointed straight, and you can just lay it down. I call it cheater mode in the rain because there is a rain traction control.
Oh, okay. That was going to be my next question, is how does the traction control work? There's cheater mode. That's great.
Yeah, there's a rain. This is the first car we've ever had traction control on it. I never run with it on in the dry at all. Most people out here do run the dry mode, and it is fast, but I just don't like anything messing with me. But in the rain, it's really nice. It makes you feel really safe out there too.
Excellent. That's good. Yeah, we don't. Unfortunately, it doesn't rain / snow super often.
Right.
So, I don't think we've ever had like a wet weather race. Just the whole distance.
Time. Yeah.
It's not something we get to talk about a lot, but we always get these like, it's Saturday. We're looking at the end of the day. Is it going to rain or not? It rains for an hour. Type of thing. So, so you feel pretty confident in that car then when it's rainy.
Yes, Bill's definitely faster, but
Yeah, right.
This track is pretty easy in the rain if you just keep it on it.
Okay.
I only think I have like 20 laps here in the rain though, but I'm Mid-Ohio is another animal.
Right.
So if we get through that and we didn't go off track once when it was snowing, I think we'll do pretty good here.
Do pretty decent here too. Awesome. Cool, man. So you're all set for the end of the race. Hoping to see you either Sebring, Ozarks, one of them.
Right. We'll definitely be at COTA. We're Houston, so it's
perfect.
It's just right there. We might actually run the old 51 car that we did the GP2 championship, and we're actually going to probably bring the 522 wide body D46.
Nice.
So we might run all three.
Oh, there you go. Do you have seats to fill for that, or are you just having people that you guys know?
Usually people we know, friends, family, kind of a thing. People we grew up racing with all the time. We don't really sell seats or do anything like that.
Gotcha.
We like keeping them clean. We like keeping them safe out there.
Okay, right. You don't want people talking about, it's Will Choice's car. I don't know which dentist he's got going this weekend.
Yes,
no.
Exactly.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, hey man, thanks for coming up. You have anything else, or?
No, actually, I got to get back down there and go eat lunch so I can get back in the car.
Fantastic, man. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
No problem. Enjoyed
good
it.
luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, moving down the order just a bit, not losing a ton of pace, but the 609 is kind of on a tear. It's actually gotten around the 511 and is making their way up towards the 172. Actually, we'll sit on board with the 609 for a bit, as soon as I can check that we're not too behind on that video. It looks like we're all right. So let's sit on board 609. According to the driver ID, we got Doc Hugate in that car. It's a driver that you will see bouncing between Round 3 stable and the Hammer Motorsports cars. He's going to get held up a bit here. So the uphill S's. Actually, getting held up a bit's turning into getting held up a lot. But we're seeing moisture on the track. Moisture on the track up at the south end.
Oh, I'm excited for this. So actually, just as Will was leaving the booth, he said, I really hope it does start raining because I've already driven a lot today.
Here it is.
I really would like to leave.
It's coming down hard. I'm going to stick on this camera.
Oh man, this is going to throw a huge wrench into the works for everybody. I hope this stays. It looks like it's going to be a pretty... I'm just looking at the radar. If it merges, we got yellow. If it merges with that other system, we could be in for some pretty consistent rain. Let's see here. I'm going to watch the radar for a second. Oh, it's getting thicker and thicker. This could be a rainy dash to the end.
Yeah, we've got two cars stopped. One is the 64 for open throttle. The other is the 143. That'll be the Pro Sport Aston. I think the 143 has continued. The 64, I don't have eyes on that, but I don't have that listed as having continued. So I think that's the reason that we've gone full course yellow. That'll give everyone a little bit. It's a kind of a two-sided coin here. On one hand, you get a little acclimated to the level of rain. We do have the 64,
right.
and here it is stopped right on the entry to the turn at the top of the hill. It's a scary spot to be stranded, so it's a good thing that they've sent that yellow as soon as they did.
I got you. Joseph, I've got two things to suggest as kind of production notes. One, can we have a look through the onboards again to make sure we have like premium onboards? And then two, can we send a break so we can bring the people more rain racing? Those are my two requests.
I've got the onboards that I think we've cycled through enough onboards. I think we've got a decent selection.
We've got the decent selection. Okay, perfect. So if we could run to break here right now to take advantage of this yellow here real quick, so we can bring the people all of the rain action here at VIR.
Yeah, that works for me. I think we're good to go.
Cool. Let's do it.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
It always rains in Alton, Virginia. We're here at VIR. I can't keep doing it. WRL here at VIR. It has begun to rain here, which for commentators is just fantastic. And Will Choice, who was just up here a moment ago, also thinks it's fantastic.
But it's extremely mixed conditions at the moment. It's very localized because this is pointing at the south end of the circuit. Here's pointing at the north end. There's sprinkles, but it's. I think we're gonna see a little bit of spray.
We're going back to green here, Joseph, as well.
All right. So I'm just gonna hold out here.
Right.
Actually, here's gonna be interesting too, for that matter.
It's quite rainy there.
Yeah, it's slowly moving north, so more and more of the track is going to get covered.
Right. People are going for it though. It is pretty dry here on the main straight. Wow, that was either a big gust of wind or somebody hit the easy ups at the Hagerty Motorsports pit lane section. I think somebody hit the thing. It's not windy elsewhere. You, of course, can't actually see wind. You can only see signs of wind.
No, it's kind of windy. There's a front straight camera that shows a flag. It's at points has been pretty blustery.
Okay, all right. I'll take that.
There we go.
So now comes the situation where, again, it looks like that part of the track, certainly going up into turn 10, is going to be quite wet. And we come back to the tires discussion. So, there are brands of tire out there that are excellent in the dry, and they're very workable. And you get to the rain, and they fall on your face. And then there's other brands of tire that, they're good in all conditions. So it's kind of an all-rounder, and it ends up being pretty stout in the rain. Now, the other thing that Will Choice mentioned of Choice Racing was that we're kind of at the end of the second race here, and most teams, it's my understanding, like to run one set of tires for the whole weekend. If not, they will change tires Saturday night and get a fresh set for Sunday. So you're kind of at the end of your tire selection here if you were rolling the dice on it staying dry. And I believe, these are race teams that know what they're doing, so they might already be prepared, but everybody was very much of the opinion on Friday that it wasn't likely to rain today. So there's a lot of teams that might just have to stick with what they have available to them, as far as they've got a used set of tires from yesterday and they've got the used tires that are on there. All you have right now might be all you get for the rest of the race. So it's going to be interesting to see the strategy on that. Also, is it worth it for some of these teams to come in and take another set of tires? Are they just going to keep what they have? I think we've got a lot to be seen here going forward in the next few hours as we kind of wind up our time here at VIR.
Yeah, it's worth noting that most of the drivers here, and when I say most, it's virtually all of them, are very good at backing out in changeable conditions, right? So I'm not expecting pure chaos. You might have a couple spinners, but what is going to change things up here is just in the pace differential.
Absolutely.
Will had kind of alluded to this also. Everyone's not only got different tires, but they've also got different comfort levels around the track as the grip level changes. So that's kind of what we're looking at. I'm gonna switch over to the 609 because I think they're in a tight fight for the overall lead. And as a matter of fact, here's the 172 right in front of us.
Right.
Oh, as an ACP car, clearly is feeling pretty comfortable with their tire situation.
Absolutely.
Moving down the inside of the 609.
This may also benefit some of the teams that have mid-engine cars. So, for example, I would expect that a Boxster would perform a little bit better in the rain than a Miata. Maybe not quite as much of a disadvantage for somebody in like an E46. It's already kind of a bigger car relative to the amount of power it puts down. So you might start to see, teams like Overnight Motorsports kind of consolidate their position at the front of the field. Indeed, that's what we have right now. The 605 leads GP3, followed by the 197 Overnight Motorsports. Both of those are Boxsters. And then in third place, we have the 109 Roberts Motorsport Miata. But the 195 just pitted in last lap. So if I were a betting man, I would say that the 195 may start to have a pace advantage over the 109, just given the dynamics of a mid-engined sports car versus a front-engine sports car in the rain. Again, neither of those cars are really grip limited as far as grip to power, given that they're both probably well under, probably either at or under 200 horsepower in that class, but a rather lightweight car as well. So may not be as big of a deal as you'd think, but certainly towards the front of GTO, where you've got a wide variety of mid-engine cars, rear-engine cars, how they all deliver the power, etc. I think you may start to see a difference there. And then you also, got to start to think about there's drivers who are better in the wet than others. And so I think Will said it without saying it. I think it's safe to say that Will is of the opinion that he's probably a little bit quicker than Bill in the Choice Racing car. So, in the dry at least. And so he also felt that Bill is better in the rain. So you have a situation there where, Will might be, quote, the fast guy, but that's not necessarily who you want in the car when it's raining. And so now you got to start to make a decision. Look, is this rain going to be a short time thing, or is it going to rain all the way to the end? And we need to start to think about who do we want to actually close out the race. If you still have one or two driver changes left, how do you want to handle that as far as putting the advantageous driver in? Maybe you have a renter who absolutely does not want to be in the rain. I can understand that completely. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff left to play out here for sure. Let's see. I'll look through here. Oh, go ahead.
I
ran out of monologue. Sorry, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm trying to scrap together some lunch.
I gotcha.
The other kind of element to this, I suppose, is how many teams have actually moved their driver schedules around with the understanding that there might be a little rain coming in this hour, and so we're actually going to put the renter who's only done a couple of stints in the car, we're going to put them in when we know it's going to be dry, and then if there is some rain that hits, we've got our guys that are a little more comfortable with the car.
Right.
Oh, look at that, the 172 awfully squirrely, and then the 609 follows suit, so we've got an awful lot of slippery conditions up at the top of turn 11. Or turn 12, rather.
I've just seen the updated radar. It does not look positive for a dry race. The rain is here to stay, I would say.
Yeah, never a dull race at WRL.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So, sometimes it's the driver, sometimes it's the car, sometimes it's the sky.
Right.
That's the nice thing about 8-hour races. I know it's a pretty common format nowadays to have races that go for both days on most of the weekend. But it does open you up to weather variability in a way that obviously short races just wouldn't. Just statistically.
Right.
I think this is probably the third or fourth inclement weather race that we've had that I can remember just this year, which seems like a high.
Yep, absolutely. Between the aforementioned snow race at Mid-Ohio, and then we've had, what was the other rain at? They had rain at Daytona, had rain here, had rain at High Plains, so that's 4. I would describe the situation on Saturday at NOLA as inclement weather. That was a different type, obviously, but where it just absolutely shredded everybody's tires with how hot it was and the surface conditions. That was a little bit of a changeable weather situation there.
Yeah, this seems like it's coming in from the south, which is what you mentioned, Ryan, that the weather was, as a system is moving from south to north.
Right.
And it seems like it's only gotten heavier as we get up here. I'm looking at the trackside. You'll also be able to see it here, that there's just so much grime, and look at that opposite lock just coming through turn 10. That turn is almost, not quite, but it's almost a gimme as you get up there in grip and downforce levels. And we're trying to kind of skitter around and try to find some semblance of grip here.
It's the same thing that happens in a road car the first time you have a rainy day in a while out on the street. All of the oils, either from the road if it's been recently repaved, or any droppings that have come from the various cars that have come by. We just had an IMSA weekend last weekend.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it specifically, but I would imagine at some point someone spilled fluid on the track. Just given the number of track hours that were done, how hard those guys go, I'm guessing there was a healthy amount of fluid spilled that last weekend. You've got multiple different tire compounds have rubbered in the track from then. And then you've got today even, we've had diff fluid flying everywhere. I'm sure we've had oil.
At the end of the day yesterday broke down right at that spot, actually.
Absolutely. And so you're going to start to see, I don't think it's rained since the IMSA weekend. All the fluid that's been accumulated in the last week or so since it last rained here is going to start to float to the top of any water that goes down on the track. And so these early moments are going to be the most treacherous, I reckon, because you're not just contending with, it's a wet track, you're contending with a slick track as well, while you start to move all that oil and stuff off the line.
Yeah, you can see here at the north part of the track, it's drizzling, but the surface is practically dry.
Right.
So you really have to change your approach really from corner to corner, and even from lap to lap, because you're not totally sure how far the rain's advanced since the last time you were through. In a situation like this where you've got an active weather system that's moving through, you could have it. Whoa! Big opposite lock situation there. He's got it under control, but he's lost some time.
609, yeah.
He's lost some time there to the 172. And the thing that you've got to remember, you've got to stay cool. You don't want to be in a situation where you're chasing that time back, because you'll make another mistake. You've got to stay composed, and you've got to keep the car underneath you. Are we just trying to avoid running into people? Okay, no, I thought we might have been in a code 35 situation, but I think we're just...
Choice Racing has lost a bunch of time recently.
Oh,
they had a pretty long green lap at one point. They're down to 5th.
I've got a report in the race control log of an impact driver's right coming out of turn 6.
Okay, this might be the opportunity that Choice Racing would like. Yep, we do have the double yellow. This might be the opportunity they would like to change tires on that car. Quick question for you, Joseph. When you were speaking with the guys from the 979 Black Forest loose cannon car, was it them that ran that car at the Nürburgring?
Sorry, what's that?
The 979, did that car run at the Nürburgring with that team?
No, it's a different team. They've bought the car from...
They bought the car?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I was going to say, if anybody who's ever raced at the Nürburgring certainly has rain experience in changing conditions on a corner-by-corner basis.
I mean, I think we would all agree that this is the Nürburgring of Western Virginia.
I don't think we're in Western Virginia, mate. I think we're in Southern. Western Virginia is, I would say, quite some distance away, no?
It's in the western part of the state, isn't it? Now, we've got a bunch of people...
certainly relative to Norfolk, sure, maybe, but... Let's see, so we've got the full course yellow. The 609 is here. They are changing drivers on the 609. I don't see... People were stacking tires in the Hagerty Motorsports pit lane area, but in very much a Formula 1 way, where you stack tires, making it look like you're going to change tires, and then end up not doing them. They are changing drivers and doing fuel, which means if they did want to change tires, they'd have to wait until they've done the fuel. I don't believe they will go for a different tire here, but we will see. More fuel jugs being brought over. This is also a good time, especially in the rain, that you know that your amount of time lost on track by having a suboptimal car is going to be a lot higher. So you may want to take a little bit of extra time here as far as cleaning the windshield off, doing a tear off, taking that 1 or 2 extra seconds to make sure everything is just as you would like it to be while the conditions get a little bit more difficult. The 609 is going up onto the jacks, so I do think that we'll see a tire change here.
Yeah, and this is going to be, I think, informed by the same radar that you were seeing. We can take a look at the, we're basically looking due south. This is where the weather's coming from. So it's a question of whether or not you think the weather's going to keep the track wet long enough to warrant basically your you hear the air wrench going to warrant your wet tread tires.
Right. They are changing tires that do look different from the rest of the tires that are in the round 3 pit. I would say that this is the rain tire.
Yeah, I
Ron
believe
Hugate
that.
gets out of the 609.
So it's interesting that the TLM has not pitted. I think both the 609 and the 914 have.
Did TLM miss the opportunity to pit and are going to pit this time around, as far as when the yellow came out?
I'm not sure. So the incident, I think, has been basically collected.
Okay.
From the turn 6 S's.
Yeah, they're definitely putting sticker tires on this 609.
The thing that's going to be, obviously it's not quite the same as you get in professional
and green.
racing.
We have green. The 914 VAC car takes the green, followed by the 210, both BMWs. So the 609 still trying to finish up their pit stop, just gets put down on the jacks, and they're going to send him. .979, the 505. So everybody now coming around to the green flag. So we'll have to wait and see here, obviously, with the rain. I'm just looking at the radar again. I think that we're going to have rain pretty consistently for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and that it is going to get worse. There is an opening behind it, but what keeps happening as the clouds move forward as I try to narrate a radar screen, which is not obviously something you want to do. There's Choice Racing having made their pit stop, as discussed. And the 727 pitted as well. As the system gets more north, it builds in intensity. So while it looks like there's an opening right now, that opening gets smaller and smaller with each minute that passes as far as the number of radar trips we get. And it looks like they trip the radar every 7 minutes or so.
Oh, drama. I think the 147 is off.
The 147 is off.
Your leader in GP1, winner yesterday, off in the turn 13 area. It looks to be a mechanical. I don't think it's an accident. I think the car.
And we went back to double yellow, Joseph.
Yeah, that'll be to recover that car.
Yep.
There's going to be a handful of teams that have pitted right in the window between code 35s, and they're going to be apoplectic at their luck.
Absolutely. The 143 would be among those.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not really a big player today, sitting in 18th as we stand.
Right, but Choice Racing came out right as the green started. They had a little bit of a disadvantage there.
Yeah.
There was a handful of cars for sure that have been caught out by that, which is unfortunate. But again, it's racing. You make that decision each time. What I'm wondering about is there was not a small number of cars that had blanked off headlight plates yesterday. So I don't know if hopefully everybody woke up this morning and saw, it might rain today, and switched those out. But I can't remember any specific cars, but I definitely walked by more than one that did not have headlights mounted on the car, or were at a minimum covered.
Just looking for we've lost one of our onboards. Actually, we've lost the 64s onboard, which makes sense.
Yep.
We're about to lose another with the 147, unfortunately.
Excellent.
Ooh, we could throw a couple Thunder Bunnies in the mix.
We could.
How are we looking on? Yeah, so the I suspect that this will be a relatively quick one. So
I do too.
I would almost be, unless you know that you've got a stop coming, I would be tempted to skip this one.
Yep.
I think that's a
well,
little...
if it continues raining, it's almost certainly going to lead to another yellow. Like, there's almost no question about it.
Possibly. I wouldn't want to bet the farm on it.
I mean, we're at WRL, Joseph. There's not really a farm to bet.
They're all over the place. They surround the circuit. Let's see. You keep filling while I look for her.
I will certainly attempt to fill here as I look for something to talk about. The 59 coming in here, or I guess heading out rather. So I'm guessing the 59 caught the yellow right at the perfect time and decided, okay, we're going to commit. Let's do it and get their stop done under yellow. The 987 there going by as well. They've been up and down the order today. 979 as well. So yeah, it has stopped sprinkling on the main straight here. But if I look at the radar, that hasn't updated. It's been 9 minutes since I got the last radar update, so I'm hoping that'll come through again here shortly with an updated picture of kind of where we're at. Because all of the rain may just be to the west. It wavers whether this system, because it's running south to north.
Yeah.
But it wavers whether it's heading northwest or northeast. It kind of goes back and forth. Okay, I did just see... I want to make sure to watch this again. Okay, there is one registered lightning strike in Madison, which is about 45-ish miles to the west. So they do have a procedure here for the lightning strikes. I believe... I know WRL has one. I know the tracks have one. Is it 15 minutes between strikes that you have to wait? Does that sound accurate, or is it longer?
It's at the NASCAR-owned tracks. It's been 30.
Been 30. Okay. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case here, because I was told very specifically on Friday that it was imperative that the computer which is displaying this weather information continue to show weather information the entire weekend.
Sure.
So they clearly have strong opinions about what happens when it's thunderstorming, and then there's also lots of notes on the server behind me about what to do if it starts to thunderstorm as far as the PA system. So they clearly have a very particular set of protocols for this. Now, again, we are missing the worst of it. It is going both west and east of us, as far as we're kind of in the middle. But I only see the one lightning strike so far. Excuse me. My goodness.
Wow.
On the, yeah, I know.
That came out of nowhere.
It did. I was really trying to suppress that the entire time, and it just didn't quite work out. 58 into the pit as well, heading back out. So they went ahead and did a driver change. I would imagine that Stratus has opted for their one of their two hot shoe drivers in each car to get in for this rainy stint.
Yeah, I imagine that in general you'd kind of want to put. Although it's funny with these full course yellows. Obviously, you haven't had to be at full tilt, but we've still got a dry line that's developed through the S's. Obviously, that's a very single lane part of the track.
Right.
But it is curious that that's already kind of built back up, and I wonder if that's affected anybody's game plans here.
Perhaps. I don't... it's just so hard to say.
Yeah.
Because right at the edge of where the radar goes, like, if the storm turns even half a mile to the east, we'll get clobbered. If it stays where it's at, I think this might be the end of the rain. But it's just so... It hasn't been predictable the way that it's built. I'm sure if you live here, it's not new, but...
I don't think this is a normal weather pattern. I think this is stuff coming up from the south. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think you have the same sort of, like, topographical patterns that you would...
Right.
You know, if you had something like a normal west to east kind of thing.
Right. So the cell that we were moving over, actually, right as it came over the track, died off. but it was a part that broke off from the cell that was closest to the track, and that is the thing that is, at most 2 miles from the circuit to the west, that is dark red at this point.
This is why we need Brendan.
This is why we need Brendan.
Our broadcast journalism minor. Or our weather journalist, whatever it was. Or he just took a class.
Here's the deal. I can read the NOTAMs, honestly, so maybe I'll just whip that up here real quick.
Oh, God.
Danville Airport, because that's not far from here. Weather. Sometimes you can call and it will play the thing out for you, which would be actually quite entertaining because they have the automated weather system at all the major airports. Not sure if this is an airport that has that.
I would be surprised if that's even an airport that has manned ATC, if I'm honest.
There's a whole... So you say that, which I generally agree with, but there's a whole business park there as well. Give me just one moment, please.
Are you calling up to get your METARs? Well, while Ryan does that...
That's okay, Joseph. It's okay. I've got somebody. I've got Kelsey from RRT. Kelsey, how you doing?
Perfect.
I'm just doing great.
Excellent.
Great. GP2.
GP2. I'm trying. There we go. Second place right there.
Yeah.
Are you a full lap down, or are we waiting for...
We're waiting. Okay. Well, it's been a very good battle today in GP2.
Absolutely.
Yesterday was a little tough. I started for us. My tie rod came off in the beginning, and...
That's not what you want to see at all.
Coming out of one.
Right.
So
GP2, the predominantly BMW class, you guys have the little bit older car.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your situation relative to the other cars built up in the class?
We've run typically 2 E36s, one in GP1, one in GP2. So I'm just running one car this weekend.
Yep.
And we feel pretty good about it. I think the biggest thing we've learned in endurance racing over the years is just stay on the track and turn laps and kind of really see what happens. So we try to be pretty consistent and work together as a team to pit stops nice and short.
Perfect. So up in second place for GP2 today, obviously that's a win right there. Not a win-win, but doing pretty darn good. Yeah. And what's generally a pretty competitive class when it is subscribed here.
Yes.
Are you doing all the remaining races, or what do you got going there?
We won't be at Ozarks. Be at Coda and Sebring, VIR registration and getting. So we're excited about both cars at that.
Excellent.
So we're excited. We've been pretty much a full season. We're based in Virginia, Sterling with RRT Racing. So we try to only do 3 or 4 long hauls a year.
Right.
I did the whole Road America by myself because I'm like, we're going, guys. So.
I gotcha.
This is what we do full time. We do it for fun. So we love it at WRL, and we've had a great time here.
Now, did you run anywhere else before, or what kind of brought you to WRL?
We did AER before.
Okay.
So last year we planned to do half AER, half WRL anyways. Primarily the tracks. I think WRL's got awesome tracks that we got to hit.
Absolutely.
I think for us too with AER, everything was great with it. We really were pretty consistent within it. Kind of classing with that, which is really cool. Love the series for it. It's what you show up with. You pass it and see how it goes. And for us, we won the challenge of being back in a powder weight. So
something where you really have to get out there. This is it. You got to do it.
It's everything else, but we also do Champ Car once a year with our little Miata, our little NA Miata.
Oh, okay, cool. So you got the full stable there.
Yeah. Just did that. Just took 8th with 98 horsepower we had last week or 2 weeks ago. So it's pretty cool. We just love to race.
Good.
Just come from Stint racing and NASA and things like that. So it's pretty great.
So you guys fully into the racing thing, fully committed to the just absolute money spin, the whole 9,
To just waste it that way, the best ones. I don't know. I tell my girlfriends, you guys buy handbags, I buy tires. We're wasting money in a different way.
Exactly. I tell my wife all the time, I said, I could have picked a different hobby. At least this one I can stay home and just be in the garage, doing stuff. So you're as local a person as we've had come up in the booth yet. I'm originally from California and currently live in the Midwest. Joseph lives in Ohio. What am I expecting from the weather here?
Well, you just never know here at South, where we are between South Boston and Danville with the river that runs through here. It kind of is strange. Sometimes it pushes the weather totally out. But we hear from our driver, it's raining up at Oak Tree and it's dry down.
That's right here.
So it's I'm from Florida originally, so we get the crazy rain. So I love wet weather. It's good.
Perfect. Good. We've heard that a lot. I always felt a little bit bad that we're in the commentary booth and I think actively rooting for rain because it makes the racing so interesting. And in the back of my head, I'm like, but people have rough days and you crash cars. Like, maybe that's mean of me, but like every person I've brought up here today has said like, yeah, no, the rain, like let's do it. Like let's make it happen.
For sure, I think it really, as a driver, you love the challenge of it. And it's, the biggest thing is keep on the track. You touch the grass, you're gone.
Right. Well, especially now it's wet too.
I don't know. I just, you touch the grass, you have no control over anything.
Right.
So.
It's over.
Yeah.
Over
So well here, I think everyone's got it together today, which is nice.
Absolutely. I think we started off a little bit slow. I think a lot of people trying to overdrive the car. Hey, it's the new day, let's go.
Yeah.
And then it really has settled out today.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonably, I think.
This is too, so it's kind of
Absolutely.
Everyone says it. You can't win in one lap, but you can sure blow the whole race.
Exactly.
You try and
Absolutely.
approach it.
Awesome. I'm trying to think here. Joseph, what do you got going here?
No, I was just going to ask. So the last time I think we saw you was at before this, before your WRL stint would have been over in AER probably 4 years ago at Mid Ohio. Not to give you flashbacks.
No, it's cool.
But how much, if anything, have you changed on your build since then? It's obviously been a minute.
Yeah, so the 721, the car running today, that car is pretty much the same platform we ran at AER and run at WRL. We didn't really change too much on it. We just kind of dialed in with the dyno and I put a little ballast in and, kind of figured out. We're still figuring it out, if I'm being honest. Every race we're like, oh, we could do this, oh, we could do that. As far as our GP1 car goes, we have a separate car we ran in AER. It's got a fuel cell in the trunk. So for this, we just have it's just the same kind of situation. We kind of were like, I don't want to put things in it and deal with all that. So we built a whole new car just for WRL, for GP1. But we're still dialing that one in too. We've gone through the horsepower versus aero, and it's really cool. We know a lot of the people in our class, so we all sit around and kind of, I wouldn't say give each other what we're doing, but we definitely talk about what we're doing and what people are doing. So that's the coolest thing of endurance. I think we all just really want good competition and want to be out there together pushing. We've raced endurance stuff where we were, laps up on the next person, and it's okay to win, but it's nice when you feel like you really, on those last laps, you're like nose to tail with other teams. It's so cool, and I think WRL's really nailed that for us, that feeling.
And especially when you're, we talked about this at the beginning of the race too, especially when you're at a Code 35 track where you don't get the freebie of the, when the yellow flag comes out and you all get formed up with pace car. We've got battles that are on the same lap, and we're, a ways in.
Oh yeah.
What is it, 5 hours, 5 minutes in, and we've still got close battles going on. So I think it really does say a lot about the
for sure.
the prep of the teams and
car today. So I'm like, all right.
Now, are you guys going to go for new tires if it continues to rain, or are you guys set with what you got?
Had to, if it's where we have some ready to go if we need to. But we typically can make it, especially in this car with the lower power.
Right.
We can make it through the whole race, which is nice.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling when you're,
not to spend that extra money. Yeah.
Yeah. Takes a little one more thing out that can go wrong.
Right.
So it's don't want a broken wheel set or anything when you're doing that quickly and it's hot and everything else. So we
awesome.
Make it. Well, cool.
Yeah.
Go. Yeah, Joseph, please.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say we haven't had a ton of most of the people we've had up. I think have been GTO runners, and so being down in GP2, and have you been in both the cars or what's
we just drove one this weekend, but I've been in both. I drive typically the GP1 car.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's that been like? How's the faster traffic and really, I guess, also the slower traffic? How's that been around this track?
I think it's fine for me. I mean, VIR is a track we're very familiar with. We consider our home track of the series. I think a lot of it's, if you're a lower, I think everyone in a GTO car should drive in a GP3 or 2 car once.
Just to see.
And just to see what it's like, because you really get a good perspective of situational awareness. And, I think for myself, the cars that are in GTO that do mix class and do it right, they're looking for signals from us, and I really make a very good effort to point people through and tell them I want you here and I want you there, and if there's 3 GTO cars in a train, I'll put 3 out the window, 2, 1, and send them through. But I think no one has to lift, no one has to brake. We're hauling up this S's just like they are. It's not like we're trying that hard to slow you down. Everybody's pretty much at the same pace and having to brake in the same place up there.
Right.
Oak Tree, it's like 43 miles an hour. You can't really take it much faster, and if you take the inside there, you're slow coming out. So it's the more the GTO cars that learn how to work, I think, in mixed traffic, and then also the lower power cars that work on being eyes up in the mirrors and helping to communicate. No one has to slow down really that much. it actually worked kind of nice for us when you're slipstream and get a little extra from you when you leave. So
Exactly. Especially on the GP2 if you're trying to really push it. Yeah.
some people, I think they just need more racing experience, to be honest. I don't think it's a car issue. I think it's more of a
Well, and that's what you're here for.
issue. Yeah.
You know?
So we've been doing it for a long time. I think it's just, for us, we love it. The mixed class part, it's cool to be in a slower car and do well. We had a club sport, we didn't run it because it was just like, I don't know, we're having a good time and these guys are cost third the money, why not? So racing's racing, we enjoy it all.
Excellent. Good. So what got you guys into it? Sounds like you've been doing it for a long time. What gives you guys the itch to get into it?
I work with a lot of motorsports groups and stuff in general, and I'm also a Flip Chip, which is like a car company that's
Flip Chip, yeah.
So one of the co-owners in that.
Oh, you're a co-owner? Yeah. I had no idea. Okay, let's say something about that. My goodness. Like what?
Yeah. So we're people at the company.
Yeah, okay.
Where it all came from, but thanks everyone who buys our stuff.
I have your giant sticker on my suitcase. So,
But so we were all kind of down. I work with a bunch of motorsports groups too on their marketing side, and some of the guys on our team now came down to Daytona just to hang out for the 24. And we were sitting around 2 a.m. and man, we should go do some endurance racing. And,
right.
We all had cars and got it together and started running a team, and each of us really have our own little role within it. I think all of us work on driving well, but everyone's got different things they really contribute. So we just, for us, it's the people. I think we have a really special group of 10 or 12 drivers that we float a whole season with, and they tend to be nice people, so it's cool that way.
No, that's awesome. No, you guys, you're positive around the paddock. You never hear, there's teams that you hear about, that you hear rumblings, like, oh, well, that team. Never hear anything negative about you guys. Tell me very positive in the paddock. Just the whole line.
Just to give people, there's one like Big Mission and us running E36s, so if anyone ever has one out on the races, you need something, come by and see us.
It's always nice. I think, again, the E36, you're in a little bit of a tough spot because a lot of people have graduated kind of doing the E46 or doing the M2s or whatever. But it's still a platform, I think, where you have a whole smorgasbord of parts available.
Yeah.
You've got all kinds of stuff out there to use.
We thought about moving different chassis and platforms, and it was like, man, we have so many spares, and we spent so much time collecting, getting them. I'm always on Facebook Marketplace, and it's people crash out. You're like, what are you doing with all your car parts? So,
I need some rear coilovers.
Yeah. I think that's part of it too. We figure we'll just keep doing it until we really can't find spares and stuff. We try not to break the cars when it happened.
Right.
Daytona, we got careened into by one of our friends in the banking, and it's like, oh, we gotta find parts.
Right.
So from that side, it's been great, but we like it. The cars go fast, and we do pretty well. And we're not quite classed out of anything yet, so it's
not at all. That's something I like seeing, really.
Yeah.
When the racing gets too homologous, especially in like an endurance racing, or it's a power to weight thing, it doesn't get me super pumped when I look at the entry lifts and it's M4, Porsche. I've talked about this a couple times. I'll keep saying it. We started at the Thunderhill 25, and they have just everything under the sun that you could possibly race. Twin-engined Mini Cooper, just all kinds of weird stuff. And so for me, at least, I like seeing people use the weird cars.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that the E36 has started to go away a little bit. I love it when I see people running those.
They're simple, man. There's not that much in them. We have a problem, we can fix it. We don't have computers and all that. That was a big part of the club sport. It was, factory built for endurance, and don't get me wrong, it's so fun. But it was like, anytime we had an issue, it was just like, oh, man, get the computer out, get the Bosch out. And you're just chasing, codes, essentially. Where just cars, it's very obvious what's going on for most of the time.
Absolutely.
So for us, we prefer that. We don't have to think too hard.
Right. I gotcha. Now, are you guys hoping for rain the rest of the way, or are you hoping it stays dry?
It's better, obviously. You can kind of really get after it. I think our competition, it's been so tight. It's going to be a race either way. So
absolutely.
Hopefully everyone can just keep it on the track and
I gotcha.
Keep going.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming in so much. I really
I told you the other day. I was like, come by and say hi.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, anytime if you've got spare time. I know that everybody's here doing racing, and so it's like you don't really have spare time.
Guys, time you to be on the podcast?
Of course, no. We absolutely love having people, so please come up anytime. Please come.
Sure, we'll see you guys at the next couple of Sebring.
Absolutely.
Should be a Sebring. We'll put Jody on. She's great.
Perfect. Even better.
She'll
awesome.
Give a perspective.
Good. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate it.
So fun to come by.
Thank you.
Talk to y'all soon.
Yeah.
Our friends and family. Hope you're listening.
721 for RRT Racing is still sitting in a comfortable second place, and it's about to get a little more comfortable as the 6 for Core Motorsports is now off track, and I don't know if it's stopped. It's listed as continued, but I think it's had to duck into the pit lane. That's opened up the top two, so it's now a 2-horse race between Harrison Motorsports in the 146 and RRT Racing. The next car behind will be the Fat and Furious number 526, who are making a climb up from their very, very early race woes with a scary sounding brake failure up to the turn 14 run. Looks like we've got a yellow flag around the circuit. I don't know if it's full course yellow. It is full course yellow. And it might actually be for that number 6. We'll try to find that on an onboard. I don't know that we have the coverage there. Yeah, there it is. You just saw it exit the screen right. Didn't quite make it over to pit lane. That car, the Core Mustang, disabled around the turn 17 area, the stretch right before pit in. A lot of teams are going to take advantage of this. One of them is going to be the Black Forest Racing number 979. They've slipped back in the... or is that right? No, it's the opposite of correct. I missed them in the list. They were setting up in third when they came into pit. This will be extremely timely for them, as a matter of fact. I had them due in about 2 laps. So they'll fill up here. Eventually. There it is. They'll fill up here. And they'll be back out probably one more stop to the end, depending on how they're able to time it. Other teams electing to pit include the 701 for round 3 racing in GP1. That's out of the lead. I think they'll retain it. They had about a minute and 22-second lead on the Ginger Racing number 47. I don't think they'll lose all of that since we're under code 35 here. Another can has gone into the fuel tank of the 979. That car's now been sent out. We'll be back into pit lane. And it won't come off the limiter, at least I don't think. It'll stay on the exact same limiter. Pit lane speed limit of 35 and a racetrack speed limit of 35 as well. Driver change in the 701. So I think this will, my guess will be it's the last driver change of the day, splitting the race into thirds as the 22 for M Sport comes in front of them. Tighten the belts. Stay on the limiter. Now, is that Lonnie Unser that's gone in, or is that Lonnie Unser that's come out of that car? Either way, I think they have retained the lead in GP1. We'll wait for the 47 to cycle through and update that gap. Alternatively, we may find that the 47 elects to pit, and they have. 11 laps since their last pit stop, had them due in 19, so about a third of the way through their stint. We're not for GP1. I was going to say we're getting close to the point where some of the GP2 and GP3 cars could actually extend to possibly make this to the end of the race. That's at the very high end of those fuel runs, though. I don't really expect that. The 2 cars after the 47 and the 701 are going to be big mission entered cars, the 134 and the 336. About 2 laps back between the 47 and the 134. 134 is 134 is due in relatively soon, so I wouldn't be shocked to see them come in as well, take advantage of this full course yellow. The rain has definitely stopped around the circuit. And you can see, well, as I say that, you can actually see sprinkles. So I might have just jinxed it. but certainly we don't have the track coverage that we had before in terms of the amount of rain. Actually, we've got it seems to have crept over to the west side of the track. So maybe a small downpour. I don't know if this is going to affect anybody. The dynamic that I'm kind of curious about is, so we believe that the round 3, at least the 6 and 9, has switched over to the more rain-friendly tread pattern and presumably the tread composition. The problem with that, if the rain doesn't stick around, is that it's obviously not going to be as well suited for dry weather conditions. It's going to have a different optimal operating temperature. It's also going to have a lot less tread on the racing surface. So keep an eye on that. That is what Ryan was alluding to earlier when he was talking about being concerned about, and I believe the JTR guys are talking about this too. Are you switching off too early? Are you not, is the track going to cross back over and you're going to wish that you had those dry tires back on and then you've kind of wasted all this time? Here's the core car. I think this is the core car being pulled across. Yeah, it is. You can see the number 6 number panel. The fact that that's on it's been lifted up and it's not just on a regular tow makes me concerned that maybe they've run into something. No call from the corner marshals about any contact, but that definitely implies that something is amiss with one of the corners of that car. I think we're back to green. Yeah, as soon as we've pulled the 6 off the racing surface, we've gone straight to a green flag condition.
Green. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. In the rain.
Artfully.
I was trying to... alright. With a dog. Or something. Anyway.
A dog, a man, a Ferrari. Panama. Wait,
hold on. Hold on a second. The rain has picked up over here on the pit lane.
Yeah, it's kind of gone away from the south end, and it's kind of hanging around the north end of the circuit now. It's kind of flipped around. It's flipped around, and also it's made cell service really tricky.
Has it? That's unfortunate. I was hoping that it would like make our cameras like super juicy because
what?
Like juicy, tasty, delicious, like a tasty burger. Because they've been cooled down. But I guess not.
Yeah,
it was not meant to be.
Yeah, I'm kind of...
They're actually doing worse than they were like an hour ago, which kind of bums me out. But
yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
So that's really unfortunate. I'm telling you, Joseph, all the cars are in a pack. That's totally what it is.
Maybe. It has gotten a lot better in the last, 30 seconds. Oh, boy. Yeah, in a different shot, I saw the 58 look like it was going to tail swipe somebody. They all gathered it up. I don't think anybody actually made contact, but... we've talked a lot about the different class dynamics. The one that's going to be a little different is going to be GTU on say GP2, GP1 or so. Just because that is the one class that, because they're a lighter weight class, they have a lot more cornering capability, and also they've got a little bit of downforce on them. I don't know if you'd call them downforce cars, but they definitely have that sort of sense to them.
I mean, we talked to Nathan Bird the other day, and he seems, pretty convinced that they're similar to kind of a downforce car.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, you can see the rain on this windshield. So it's definitely back. I was monologuing before you came back about, if the rain does stay away, what kind of effect does that have on your...
What kind of life does that leave for our children? Sorry, I'm sorry. I just stepped all over your thing. I couldn't. What kind of effect does that have on your... Go ahead, Joseph.
On your teams like the 609, for example, we've got the 22 very slow out of the pits. 32's got to take a wider line to get around it, but we've made it. Everyone's okay.
Okay, perfect,
because
perfect.
the 609 has moved on to obviously a probably softer tire with more tread cut out. And
yes, I would probably agree with that. There definitely was more tread because this one, so the normal Cooper tire just has the kind of chevron shape to it, the sort of diagonal lines. This one had the chevron and then two radial, I guess, lines down the middle of the tire as well. So it definitely had more tread. I would assume it's softer as well, but definitely more tread for sure. See here as I just
I was expecting
VLC
more
is now
monologue.
worse as well. No, I'm never sure if it's like, wow, is our camera bad? Oh no, I'm just completely frozen up here. So I'm trying trying to action that as well.
The cameras have actually been okay.
All right.
You can see well, we can see anyway. I'm not putting this over the broadcast, but you can see actually a decent amount of patchiness on the pit straight now. Whereas when we come across, you can probably see it out your window for that matter. But when we come back around to the south end of the circuit where we had, where we'd seen all of that rain earlier, it's a little closer to bone dry.
Okay.
So it's kind of completely flipped the track dynamic. I don't get the sense that there's enough rain towards that back part of the circuit to cause trouble, or certainly it hasn't just yet. But that is a very tricky corner, right? It's a blind apex, blind braking zone, and and you're braking while you're turning. I mean, those are all kind of recipes for problems in the dry, let alone in changeable conditions.
So the one thing I will say here is that we have currently the best case scenario with the rain as far as that weather cell. It did move further to the west, so it's just plastering Danville right now. But it is moving away from us. And then the cell behind it as well has also moved further to the west. Now the problem is we now have a lightning strike in between here and Greensboro, basically. There's been one as well. So the lightning is creeping closer, which again is going to throw a little bit of a wrench into the works here as well, because that's going to call for a red flag, more likely than not.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know what the radius is that we need to be worried about, but yeah, I agree. That's definitely a concern. And
I thought it was like 5 miles, 2 miles, something like that. It's like it has to be reasonably close.
I believe at the ISC tracks it was something like 15. It's a pretty wide radius.
Then we're getting close. If it's truly 15 miles, we're getting pretty darn close. Danville, if I'm looking at the map here, the road to Danville is 5 miles, and it's about an inch from where we're at.
Is that a song?
And we're probably 3.5 to 4 inches from the lightning strike. So it's coming. And that particular part of the storm is currently in Burlington. It's just so hard to say because, like I said, it keeps wavering whether it wants to go east or west as it travels north. Yeah. That was the end of my weather monologue there, Joseph. So, 2 hours, 33 minutes to go.
Well then.
Well then, indeed. TLM still out front. They're a full minute and 5 seconds ahead of the 609 round 3 racing car. Now, that's round 3 having stopped to take tires. We also know that Choice Racing stopped to take tires. They're now back down in 7th. And then the VAC BMW actually pitted about 4 laps ago, and they are still in 3rd. And that's the LS-swapped BMW that's over there. So that car actually moving up the field, the Modern Auto Body VAC BMW, the number 914. That's the bright orange BMW E46 kind of wide body car if you catch it on the camera somewhere. I do think we're about to have another guest join us. Just going to look down the rest of the field here while Joseph does whatever Joseph's doing and while I do whatever I'm doing here. So GP1, it's the 701 out front after the unfortunate incident for the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks car.
When it comes to gas, Ryan, would you say that when it rains, it pours?
Yes.
Okay.
Something like that. or we're it's raining guests and
hallelujah,
kind sentiments or something.
Okay.
I don't know. I wanted to make that work too. There's some more stuff we got to workshop here.
Should old acquaintance be forgot?
Who's Quentin?
Okay.
Okay, this is awful. Give me one moment.
Hi to you too. So I am. We have had a pit stop in the previous full course yellow from the 172, which is going to put them kind of off sequence from the 609. That they basically have now about 12 laps between them in terms of when they've most recently pitted. I think.
Do you think?
Well, rarely. I think the 609's probably still got 2 more stops. I don't know that the last one will be a full stop.
Well, what if I told you, Joseph, that I had somebody here who can speak definitively about how Round 3 likes to play out their strategy with the BMW M4?
That sounds incredibly convenient.
I have the currently bored, I assume, Cole Lofsgaard here, as his car is currently sitting in the back, but his bumper is currently in use by the other car. So, Cole, rough day yesterday, huh?
Yeah, it was going great until it wasn't.
Right. Yep. That kind of thing.
But that's part of the sport that we all love.
Absolutely.
You just you take it in stride, and we're all human. Things happen.
Stuff happens. Absolutely.
Yeah,
we were going for it. So.
It's an unlucky track for you guys as a stable.
Yeah, we're trying not to think about that, especially right now. So we still got a few bullets in the gun here. So
absolutely.
Yeah, you
gotta stay positive.
Double podium yesterday, right? In GP1 and GP3.
Yeah, it was great to see it for my teammates, and we had that issue last year in GP3 here, so it was good to see that team rebound and put that car where they deserve to be, and running pretty strong right now too. So certainly it'd be great to see them really have a proper rebound from a year ago and finish this off.
Absolutely. So Joseph was just talking about the 609 and kind of what was going on there. Do they need 2 stops? Or is that still highly classified?
Well, I love how I come up here and you guys try to sneak a little info.
Of course.
So, yeah, I would say that you might not be off with your thinking on that.
Okay.
But frankly, I haven't talked to our race strategist in the last couple hours, and even if I did, I'm not sure he would tell me anything.
Okay. All right.
Knowing that I'm coming up here to talk to you guys, so. So I honestly don't know, but we've been yesterday for sure we had so many of those code 35s, and our strategy at least in 401 was really based on that. Our strategy more or less was to basically pit on every code 35.
Perfect. Which is what we speculated that people were doing for sure, because that's when it makes the most sense.
Right. I mean, you see it in the Creventic series a lot with the code 60s.
Yep.
Teams will come in and use that time to get fuel, and really no reason to, there's really no reason not to do that.
Right.
We think that we might have overreacted slightly to it, because to a certain point, particularly if you just pitted 15 minutes and then you come in and put 1 can in it, one thing that, and we were even talking about this during my stint in the car, I got on the radio and said, hey, if this race continues like this, where it's just code 35 and 15 minutes later another code 35, then track position starts becoming really important. And I think, not just us, I think the entire paddock has started to realize that.
Right.
Today is a little bit different because there's a few less cars out on track, unfortunately. And so, I think the code 35s have calmed down slightly, but nonetheless, particularly as we get down to the closing stages of this thing, I think it's going to be, I think teams are going to really look at track position and perhaps even prioritize that over a full fuel tank.
Right, I gotcha. Well, and then you have the situation too that we've been talking about, where the 511 looks like they were starting to try to time where the yellows were going to come today, and then they ended up having to make a green flag stop, and then a yellow came out, 5 laps later. And it's like, if we had taken that last yellow stop. So it's tough sometimes to judge we just had one 15 minutes ago, but if this is the 15 minutes that gets us to the next one because we end up having a clear day, like something like today, where there's been a little bit more of a gap, you don't want to lose that whole, time coming down the pit lane when everybody else is still going. So it's been really interesting to watch today. I've been at least pretty excited about it for sure.
So one thing about motorsports is you can always have a plan, you can always try to strategize and all that, but and there's plenty of opportunities to second guess those strategies, particularly after you've made them.
Absolutely.
After you've made your mind up on it. So you just have to go forward with your best foot and have the confidence in the decision that you make and make peace with it at the end of the day. So
right.
I mean, yesterday in 401, actually that even though I just said a few minutes ago that we might have overreacted to it initially, as the race went on, we were actually in really strong position there because our primary competitor at the time, Hardpoint, they had to pit under green.
Right.
Whereas we had taken advantage of the most recent Code 35, and so we were still good for another probably 40 minutes
right.
Or so after they pitted. And, we were in a really strong place at that point. So, so sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You just, like I said, you have to make the decision and make peace with it.
I gotcha. So what's it like, you brought them up just a second ago. Obviously, you guys, Round 3 Racing, you're one of the top tier teams available here. Just as far as budget, you've got 5 cars, the whole 9. What's it like to, you're doing this series, you got your heads down, you're fighting with everybody amongst each other, everybody knows everybody on pit lane, the whole 9, and then you have somebody like Hardpoint, an IMSA team, comes into WRL and is like, yep, we want to do this too, let's run the GT4 car. How cool is that?
Oh, it's great to see. It's really awesome. Said before, I'll say it again, WRL is just a phenomenal series. To see, I've been competing in it off and on now for the last few years, and just to see the progression even from the last 2 years.
Right.
The level of competition, the teams. I could speak specifically to GTO, but I've also driven cars in GP3 and GP2 as well.
Right.
And I mean, I'm telling you, the competition is just as strong there. So,
absolutely.
It's really great to see, certainly to see those teams from IMSA come and do this. And, we actually talked to some of those people, some of the team over there at Hardpoint, great people. And, really, really great to have them in the paddock. Hope to see them a lot more here. And, also hope that it inspires more teams
absolutely
to come over from IMSA and show their faces around here. And it's only going to make us stronger, right?
Right.
Certainly with or without IMSA teams, there's plenty of competition to go around here. There's a lot of talented drivers in this series, a lot of very fast pit crews, a lot of very good strategists. I mean, it's just really what this series has become is incredible. And but nonetheless, certainly when you have teams coming from IMSA and coming and doing this with us, competing with us, iron sharpens iron.
Absolutely.
And so it's really cool. Certainly, it's awesome.
So now, as kind of a follow-up question, it's 2 parts. One, with Hardpoint coming down here, you guys have quite the setup. Do you see yourself the next year or 2 making the step up to maybe running a Michelin Pilot Challenge race or doing some stuff with the SRO?
Yeah, it's just too early to say. It's the sports is all. It's money driven, right?
Right.
So the funding's got to come from somewhere.
Yep, absolutely.
So, none of us at Round 3, I mean, we're really, really fortunate to have Hagerty on board, Cooper Tires, Sentinel, and, they're the reasons we can do this.
Absolutely.
So, at the end of the day, we're just happy to be involved in a series as competitive as this. If the future, shows or opens the door for us to do that, great. But at the end of the day, we have to focus on what we're doing here.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm very, and I'm seriously, I promise I'm not just saying this. I mean, I've thought about this a lot. Over this season particularly, it is so rewarding to and I'll speak just to GTO for a second. It is so rewarding to get on the GTO podium because there's so many competitive cars. I mean, there's what, 35 cars.
It's such a deep field. Yeah.
It's a deep field, and everybody's got pretty even equipment too. It seems like.
Right. Right. I mean, it is really, really tough. I mean, this series has broken my heart so many times, but I've also had. I've just been on cloud 9 so many times. The whole week after a race, based on a result. So, would go into IMSA or SRO, would I feel any differently doing that? I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a lot of competition there too.
Right.
But these 8-hour races, man, they test everything you got as a driver, as a team. Getting a result is incredibly rewarding here, and I'm not sure if that feeling would be greater in other places.
I gotcha. So the more money definitely doesn't improve your desire to go do it. The glitz and glamour and all all that stuff. That's not really what it's about. It's about what it gives you doing the competition. That's awesome.
I think that phrase "more money, more problems" is very true in racing too.
Absolutely. So to piggyback off that, do you guys have plans for next year? Do you specifically have plans for next year? Kind of keeping it the same? What do you got going there?
Yeah, it's a good question. We talked a little bit about that. We do intend on having a presence in WRL. What exactly that looks like yet, the fine details there, we still have to iron that out.
Okay.
But, we do certainly intend on having a presence in WRL. Brad and Buzz are probably the ones that should speak to that. I'm just their mean little driver, but. We do intend on we've got the Porsche Cayman program in GP1,
right?
GTO, we'll see what that's going to look like for us here, and so yeah, it's right now we're just taking a day at a time. We still got the rest of the season to finish out here. So
absolutely, we just went yellow, Joe. So did you see what that was for?
Yeah, it's for contact between the 147 and the 32. It was on our screens here. The smoking 32 was on our screen. For Team AF, that is not sure what's broken, but definitely it's broken to the point where they can't bring it back to the pits, and they're only a corner away. They would have had to cross track, but
okay,
that may
so
be a quick cleanup.
Quick one, then.
Yeah, potentially. But also it's gonna. Yeah, we'll see if there's a penalty levied against either one of those cars. Obviously, the 147 is down now in fifth with kind of the other GP1s that have had their mechanical issues. But yeah, it's one of those things. Have you, Cole? Have you been out here in the changeable conditions, or has it just been dry weather for you?
Well, he was in the other car usually, Joseph.
Yeah, I haven't driven at all today, sadly. So, but
okay.
I've been
watching. You're doing
it.
double duty, or yeah.
Yeah, not this weekend, but I actually just spoke to Ron Hugate, who got out of the 609, and he said that Oak Tree was really treacherous as it started coming down. You can imagine the S's. I mean, I've never driven VIR in the wet. In fact, I mean, this is only my second time at VIR ever.
Okay.
So, and this is my first weekend in a car like a GT4 car. I honestly can't speak to this place on the wet, but I was watching Ron's onboard a little bit there as it started coming down, and I mean, it just looked. I mean, it looked like ice in a few areas, and he said it was really, really treacherous in a few spots. I saw once he was exiting Oak Tree, and I mean, I don't think he was going faster than 30, 35 at the apex, but he had to pinch it down a little bit because he was trying to clear a car on his outside quarter panel, and I mean, it looked like the car first off just picked up a massive understeer at the apex, and as a result, you got all this wheel in it. So when you touch the gas, the thing just comes around. So it looked really bad.
Yeah, he was like dirt tracking it every time he went through. Have you noticed anything? I mean, obviously through yesterday, are people putting down dirt there? Does it feel like it's oil? Obviously, we saw the 44 break down that part of the track. Do you have a sense of what in particular makes that corner so tricky in the wet?
Yeah, well, I can only speak to yesterday, but I will say that yes, especially here where the track is pretty narrow, the drivers are dropping wheels at apexes and exit curbs and things like that. So I don't know what it is about the turf here, but it's not just gravel that gets kicked up. It's like this like kind of, I don't know, like grainy slit dirt or whatever.
Like this.
Yeah, literally like it's on the floor here.
Is it the stuff you dragged into the booth?
Is.
Yeah,
100%.
I think I might have contributed to the pile a little bit.
That's all right. It's probably all mine. That's it got dewy in the morning, and there's one spot where the camera is that's just that red clay that I have to walk all the way through, and then it dries out in my shoes and comes out on the floor in here. So it's fantastic.
I'm sure the VIR cleanup crew will love you guys.
I'm sure they'll think I'm just the greatest guy ever. They're so happy to have me here. So we were talking to Bill Choice a moment ago. Well, it's been a little while now. Have you driven the M4 in the wet at all?
Have.
You have. So Will Choice was talking about you can flick it into the rain traction control mode. Do you guys run that? He talked about it like it was like, oh, dude, it's unstoppable. This is like 100% cheater mode. It didn't look like Ron Hugate had that on at the time. Is he like a non-traction control guy, or?
Yeah, it's a good question. I actually didn't ask him that. The thing is that there is a little bit of a fine line there, right? Because wet mode, and this, not just the M4, any GT4 car, right? Wet mode is quite restrictive.
Right.
So, it's great in certain areas of the track where it's very slick, perhaps out of Oak Tree. But there's other areas of the track where it's that slick. And if you're in wet, the traction control is all over you as you're trying to get back to the power. So I know my decision, I mean, again, this is me, this is my opinion having not driven it today. I probably would have left it in dry, just knowing that I need to manage it a little bit through sections like Oak Tree. But then, either that or I flick it to, wet mode when I'm going through Oak Tree, and then maybe on the back straight put it back in dry.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Who knows? I would have to feel the track out, but I do know that when you do run wet mode in these things, it's good because it won't let you get away with anything. But in areas of the track where you could maybe have a little bit of slip angle, or try to rotate the car a little bit more through the apex. Yeah, the thing with the M4s too is that they require a very certain particular driving style to drive them quickly.
Right.
You really kind of need to lean on the rear of the car to get them to rotate through the apex, and you got to get comfortable with that to be fast.
And that has been consistent with everybody we've talked to about the M4. Like, you and Will have different opinions on the traction control, obviously, but you, Will, the guys at JTR, they all talk about you need to get that car to rotate because it's big, and you got to get the nose pointed the right direction. You have the tail come around to do that. So
yeah, I completely agree. You really need to. Now that doesn't mean that you want to be oversteering and countering and all that, because then you're just chewing up tires, right?
Absolutely.
So, but you need to kind of find. I call it neutral steer. So you turn into the corner, you feel the car kind of rotate to the apex, and you maybe open your hands up just a touch, and you let the car, the back of the car, almost kind of steer into the corner for you. And that's when you find the sweet spot in the setup, and in terms of the driving style that you need, that's when you're maximizing what that car can do.
That was almost exactly, Joseph, what the JTR guys had said as well, where if the car's set up correctly, you don't need a whole bunch of lock.
Right.
You're steering it on the brake and gas, trying to get it not sliding, but trying to get the back moving around, and then you open up a little bit and it just cuts and you're good. So I'm glad that we're getting consistency on that. That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah,
that was having driven it in iRacing, that was my assumption, and it sounds like that's been continuously reinforced. So I feel better about that.
Yeah, I remember, an old adage, basically, you want the car to drive itself as much as possible, because if you're fighting it, then you're losing speed, you're losing time.
Yeah, and actually, I know some people would probably disagree with this. In fact, I think my own team would disagree with me on this, but I'll say it anyway. I actually think the M4 on iRacing drives pretty similar to how it does in real life.
I have asked everybody who will listen to my question that. Tim at Hammer, JTR, I didn't ask Will. It's the question I ask every time. Does it feel similar? And like the answers across the board, like, yeah, no, if you've driven that in iRacing, that's how it feels. I'm like, oh, okay, good.
On iRacing, it's just so I try to get people to kind of open their minds up to iRacing, right? Because there's drivers out there that get on iRacing for the first time, and you don't have the perception of speed, right? You don't have the feel in the seat, right? But the physics are still pretty spot on with what the car is going to do. The problem is you can't feel what the car is doing as it's doing it.
Right.
So you don't realize what you're doing until you're already 180 backwards in the wall.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
So now,
often that's me.
Trust me, when I first drove the M4, so true story. Okay, so at the beginning of this year, when I first found out that I was going to be in the M4 at NOLA. So I get the M4 on iRacing, and I am running lap after lap after lap in this thing, trying to figure it out. I got so frustrated with it. I just spin. I mean, I almost called the team and like, hey man, I suck in this car.
Let's do the Boxer instead. I'm good.
Yeah, like keep me in the Cayman. This isn't gonna work. But once you kind of figure it out, and once you got to start on iRacing, at least you got to start kind of using your vision to almost see how the car is kind of pitching itself through the corner. You start to develop a little bit of a muscle memory for it.
Right.
Yeah.
But then the problem is that you go to like a GT3 car on iRacing and you try to drive it like that, and now you got to relearn that. So
Right. Right. I gotcha.
So, but yeah, I would say the M4 in general. I've driven in real life. I've driven 2 other GT4 cars, an Audi R8 and a Cayman. Sorry, a 718 GT4 show would kill me if I said Cayman. 718 GT4. So I've driven those, and they behave much more like I don't know. They behave much more like a normal, balanced race car would.
Right.
So the M4 just has that kind of jitteriness in the rear, but it makes it fast once you figure out the setup with it, and once you figure out how to drive it, then it's a really fast car.
Right.
But you have to tune yourself into that.
Okay, sure. I gotcha. That
Is
makes
it
sense.
as simple as just trying to make sure that you get to and maintain the right slip angle for the tire? Like, is it really that kind of like fundamental sort of thing, but just particular to that car?
Yeah, I would say that's true. The big difference is, and this is maybe oversimplifying it a little bit, but
okay.
I would say the big difference is that in any car you want to have a little bit of slip angle at the apex. I hate a car that understeers. I cannot I hate it. So I want a car that feels like it's a little free in the rear, so that I can kind of get the car to do what I want to do through the corner. In any other car, that seems to be within a pretty consistent margin, if you know what I mean. It's kind of a similar level of let's call it slip angle or neutral steer that you want. In the M4, that's expanded a little bit more. Or at least the feeling of the slip angle seems to be a little bit more aggressive in the M4. And in any other car, you would think that you would be losing time driving it like that.
Right.
Except in the BMW.
In the M4. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
So how does that help or hinder in transitions? Especially a track like this that has so many kind of lefts and immediately followed by rights. It's not really point and shoot. Does that give you more confidence or less confidence?
That's a really good question. So I was actually thinking about that a little bit, because I haven't driven any GT4 car at VIR before. So coming into this weekend, I was thinking about that a little bit. So in the uphill S's, it's actually not bad at all. And I think part of that is that rear wing actually comes because we're doing 130 plus. I don't know. I haven't looked at the speed yet, but we're moving. I'm clicking up to 5th gear as it's trying to end. I don't know if I want to know how fast we're going there. We're moving. But I'm clicking it up to 5th gear, and I am flat all the way until... Sorry, this is how much I don't know VIR. That last right-hander at the top of the uphill S's before... I guess it would be turn 10, I think. I'm flat all the way up to there, and then there I just lift and set up for that left-hander before Oak Tree. The car actually feels really stable through there. You don't feel the back. In fact, if anything, it's probably almost leaning on the side of understeer a little bit, which in a section like that, you almost kind of want.
Right. You don't want to lose it, coming undone.
Correct. That would be, we've seen what happens when you get crossed up there. It's not a pretty story. So, so the car actually feels pretty good there. However, the lower speed stuff, lower speed transitions, and actually I experienced this a little bit at NOLA, a little bit at maybe a little bit at Mid-Ohio too, maybe a touch at Barber. Some of the lower speed transitions, yes, you do feel the back of the car kind of want to go one direction while you're trying to get the other way as you're transitioning. However, it's very, very manageable, and once you get used to it, your hands just automatically make the correction on the steering wheel. And then once you get used to it, I would almost call it an advantage, because you can kind of get the car to rotate one way as you're turning it the other way, and then you can kind of pitch it, you can almost point it in towards the apex almost ahead of time without really asking the front of the car to do too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're kind of leading it. You're getting ready to... Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
No, that makes a ton of sense. That's really interesting.
That is super interesting. We love having people come up and actually talk really granular about driving. I think that's something that's super awesome. Doesn't really get talked about enough, especially if you watch like a regular racing broadcast and you have Martin Brundle talking about, oh, he outbraked himself there, and like that's the end of the discussion. It's like I really want to, dig into that. So that's awesome. Thank you.
Well, yeah, and I love talking about it. I think, in defense of some of those broadcasters, I think most people probably would not understand.
Oh, absolutely. But we figure our audience for this,
yes,
we're so in the weeds already.
I agree. I think the people that are on this broadcast are, they're nerds about this stuff. So
absolutely. So
hopefully everybody enjoyed that.
I think we did. I'll speak for everybody. That was fantastic. We're all in on that.
Cool.
Joe, I don't know if Joseph had a follow-up question on that or not. I'm still just trying to think about like, damn, that like makes a lot of sense, and that would fix everything I do in iRacing. I'm sitting there like, dang, okay, now I want to go home and fix that. Okay.
No, I didn't have a driving question. I was just kind of wondering.
I know what my question was.
Then go for it.
So, in terms of it being, it's endurance racing, and obviously you've got 2, 3, 4, 5 people driving the same car. Especially a car like this where you're trying to get the back end to move around and do stuff, and you talk about I like a car that understeers.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
How much sway do you have when you come in from practice and be like, look, man, I want 3 more clicks in the back, or 3 less clicks in the back. Do we have a different setting for the roll bar? Can I take some wing out of it? How much of that do you get to do, and how much of that is them telling you like, nah, this is the car, please drive it?
Yeah, that's all right. So that's one thing great about round 3 racing is that I think we all try to work towards each other's strengths while also paying respects to each other's weaknesses.
Okay,
that makes sense, right? That's not to say that one thing's better than another or what. So this particular weekend, we had the Thursday test session ourselves and a bunch of other GTO teams, mostly, actually.
And I do want to say thank you on behalf, again, I'm not sure if this is your decision or not, likely not, for doing the parade lap thing for all the crews. That was fantastic of you guys. I really appreciate you doing that for the paddock. Thank you.
Yeah, I know Brad really liked the idea that he could do that for everyone, and so I'll speak on behalf of Brad. Very welcome. It was not my decision, but Brad would say very welcome.
Awesome. Okay, I'm sorry to cut off my own question. Please continue.
Yeah, so on Thursday, we unloaded off the truck, and we were not good.
Okay.
The car was plowing bad and understeering bad into the apex. And since you have all this wheel in it, I could not get power down in right-hand corners on the exit of right-hand corners. I mean, we were way off, which was pretty crazy because the car was pretty good at Road Atlanta. I mean, we won at Road Atlanta. I mean, it was really good there. And so, we kind of expected to come off the truck and be decent, and we were not decent. But Mark and I, Mark's our crew chief for round 3. Him and I we basically just would go out for a couple laps. I'd tell him what the car's doing. He'd come in, work his magic with the shocks, and he did a bunch of stuff. To be honest, I'm more of a driver than I'm a mechanic.
Okay.
But he did a whole bunch of stuff. I think rebound, adjustments, a few other things. And we got the car in about an hour to a much better place. So now, to address your question, my concern was, okay, I really like where the car is. Are Brad and Sarah going to like it too?
Right.
So it was very important to me. So Sarah had just showed up later in the day. Her flight came in later than mine. So I told Sarah, hey, get in the car, drive this thing. And, the tires were kind of gone, but, the balance was where she wanted it to be. So we thought, okay, so we're at least where we need it to be. And then she drove it again on Friday and liked it. So, for the most part, I would say myself and Sarah actually have different driving styles a little bit.
Okay.
So what I really like in a car might be something that could be a little bit, it's not way different, but it could be a little bit different than what she likes in a car. Again, it's not better or worse. It's just, it's just how we are as drivers. And Brad's pretty he's pretty even Stevens with that. He says whatever we like is what we get. But for me, just my opinion, I think it's very important that everybody likes the car, particularly in endurance racing.
Right.
Because we're all doing 2-3 hour stints in this thing, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have to fight the car against something that you're not liking for 2 to 3 hours, I don't care who you are. You could be, you could be Jeff Gordon. You're not going to perform at your optimum. Right. So there needs to be kind of a compromise in what we like. But I've noticed, particularly as we've spent more time being teammates, we've all kind of gotten into this realm now where, for the most part, if I say the car is good, or if Sarah says the car is good, or if Brad says the car is good, we can all agree that the car is where we want it to be. So
if somebody else is very comfortable, let's call good enough, and I'll work my, whatever it is I have to do to work around that.
Right, and it's not just with round 3. It's there's another team that I drive with out in the West Coast, where I try to, that team in particular. My goal is to make sure that that the other driver is very comfortable, so that he can perform to his max, and I will adjust if I need to what the car is doing, right. So, and the nice thing with our situation here at round 3 is that we're a little bit more on the same page with that, so that's very good. And I think the more time we spend together as teammates, the better that has gotten. But again, to your question, yes, it is a very real component of this, and I think for some teams it's easier than others. Luckily for us, the more time that we spend together, the more it's really gelled and come together.
Gotcha. I've got one more question as kind of a follow-up to that, and that's you had mentioned that by the time Sarah arrived, the tires were kind of smoked on the car. How much of Sarah? How much of, if at all, do you plan for? Hey, I like the setup the way it is, but I know at the end of the stint this is going to be a handful. How much of that do you plan in, or do you try to get basically a qualifying car and like, hey, you know what? We're going to get to the end, it's going to suck, but we're going to be fire in the first half of the race. Where do you guys land on that?
Well, last I checked, the trophy ceremony is for the last lap at the end of hour 8 of the race. So,
all right.
You got to set the car up to be good at the end. It's interesting you ask that, because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just track conditions or what, but there's been times this year where we've had to hit the reset button on that a few times, because we've had a car. I mean, first off, any car is pretty good on new rubber, right? Like, you could take a pretty ill-handling car, bolt a set of stickers to it, and go fast, at least for a couple laps, right?
Right.
So, but the important thing that I look at is how's the balance of the car? Is the front end overpowering the rear, or vice versa? How much lateral grip do I have? Is it predictable? Is it not? Those are all things that you do get signs of even on new tires. And as the tires degrade, those characteristics are just going to magnify the fault. So, yeah, for sure, that's something that I definitely want to keep in mind as you're setting a car up. I personally think it's actually kind of good to set a car up on older tires. The trick with that is that, especially if you have a set of older tires from a different track, perhaps one set is worn a little bit more than the other.
Right.
So that's the challenge with that. There's not, I would say it's unless you have an unlimited budget and you're willing to go, spend multiple test days, say from the weekend, it's really tough to find the perfect sweet spot with that. But yeah, certainly it's a big consideration. It's something that we really try to get. Sometimes, and I would say actually, a number of races this year, we've really hit the nail on the head with that. We've been pretty good at the end of these things. There's been a few races this year. Actually, that race at Barber, that Sunday race at Barber, when me and Will Choice were going, in my opinion, we missed it a little bit. That was a handful. That was probably one of the hardest drives I've ever had. It was a great race, awesome race, but man, that was everything I had. I mean, I was
trying to keep it.
I was smoked at the end of that, and I mean, just my hands were so busy on the thing. And Will had the same thing going on in his. So I think both of us were kind of fighting ill-handling cars, and it was a battle of sideways driving.
I mean, that makes it entertaining for the rest of us.
For sure.
We appreciate your struggle on that.
Yeah. So you definitely want good at the end of these races. Sometimes you hit it, sometimes you don't. It's just, but I'm sure every team could say the same thing, whether it's this level, pro, Formula One, anyone could say the same thing.
I got you. Cool, man. Joseph, do you have anything else?
No, that's everything I had and then some. So I'm good.
Perfect. Fantastic. Well, Cole, thank you for coming up. I really appreciate having you. Please come back anytime, you or anybody from the stable.
Awesome.
Always welcome.
Awesome. I'll spread the word, see if a few more come up throughout the season.
I gotcha. Thank you much, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, a few cars in the round 3 stable. Actually, every car that was able to start in the round 3 stable in a podium position at the moment. Round 3's GP1 entry in the 701 sitting at the top of that class. Same for the 605 in GP3 and GTO. Oh, this is not a GTO. I gotta fix that label. The 609 in GTO is second, about a minute and change behind the TLM Ruckus Racing 172. Compare the lap times, which I haven't quite done yet since we've gone back to green. The reason for that stoppage, by the way, was the number 64. It's a sound. Was the number 64 for open throttle that was stranded right at pit in. So a relatively quick one. Really only needed to pull it into the paddock and into the cut through at the end of pit lane, but did give a few people the opportunity to pit, and will shuffle the pit strategy just a little bit one more time. So if we look at some of the lap times before then, we're looking at kind of low 210s for the 609 and reliably a few seconds faster for the 172. So that gap is growing a bit in favor of the TLM with Ruckus Racing number 172. Few penalties also in the last, say, half hour or so. Number 2 for Team ACP was given a lap penalty for having a visor up, who knows whose, during their pit stop. It's at least their second pit penalty of the day, which means they incur a 1 lap penalty. Same for the number 24. Theirs for 6 tires over the wall. So clearly teams making tire changes either in response to tire life or in response to these changeable conditions, which you still see a decent mist around most of the track. It's not quite the raindrops that we had earlier, but I don't think the track is really, I wouldn't call it dry. We're sort of in a moist, damp condition. And at the very least, you've got the, the karting, the head rain. You see it on the windshield, and you know it's a potential hazard. So you might load up just a little bit, maybe more than you need to. Better than throwing it into the scenery. We had 2 lap passing under yellow penalty for the 125. I believe that's the MMR Mustang, and that happened during the previous full course yellow, I think. Not the one that we were just on, but the one before that. 501 for Thunder Bunny also copped a 1 lap penalty for passing under yellow. That has dropped them back to, where did they sit now? Back to 14th in class. We've probably only got, say, 20 GTOs running at the moment. I say only. Still a big class, but we've lost a lot of the runners from mechanicals and contact, etc. 44 has picked up another lap penalty for speeding in pit lane this time. They're 3 laps behind MMR, so we've got those 2 cars basically fighting it out for 5th in GP1. The gap up to Big Mission is large enough that I don't see that changing barring problems. Most of the field at this point has had at least 1 problem during the weekend, so it's not impossible, but on pace, they're really just racing each other, I would say. 914 has also picked up a fueling infraction, this one for visor up. Same goes to the 131, which is a second Chandler School entry, now the lone Chandler School entry. 914 being campaigned, I'll find it eventually, by the Modern Auto Body VAC team. That's going to be a big blow to them because they were kind of in the fight for at least a podium position. Let's drop them back down to 8th as things run. It's going to be difficult, barring another safety car here. We've had GP3. Basically, the only time we'll get a safety car here is following a red flag, which we hope doesn't happen. So it'll be difficult to make that time back up. Choice Racing is actually just pitted under this green flag condition, which is interesting, and I think is going to be kind of unfortunate for them. They've come out now behind the 111 for Thunder Bunny. We've got a lot of gaps that are close-ish. Yeah, I say ish because they're within about a minute. I consider that relatively close for having been. We've got a car off to our left here. Who is that? It's the 85. Seems to be. We cut over to that camera. You can see them back in the background off to driver's left. It's not listed as being part of a spin. Just driver's left and stop. So maybe if we cut to that onboard, we can pick up whatever happened there. No, I'm sorry. We don't have the onboard for that. We have the onboard for another GP3, but not the 75, or not the 85, rather. And to be honest, I hadn't realized the 85 was back out on circuit. At the moment, that stoppage is going to lead to a neutralization of the field. Now we're full course yellow, code 35. And I wonder... I think that's worked out basically as bad as it possibly could have for Choice. Unless I've missed something and they were able to make it in during that code 35. I think they've managed to basically hit the window between code 35s. Fueling infraction, first one of the day for the 63. In this case, fire bottle not ready during the refueling. And it looks like the 85 has gotten fired again and is back underway under its own power. So I think that'll be able to send us green pretty quickly, fingers crossed. You see at the Marshal Post 7 here, we've got both a yellow flag and a flag next to it. It's a purple flag with a cross and the number 35, indicating code 35. Same flag that you see at Barber. So we'll be looking for that to be withdrawn, and then once it is, that should go straight, I believe, to a green flag.
Alrighty, Joseph. We're at yellow again. We've had two yellows since Cole joined us.
We have. This
Joseph, here's the deal. You asked for the people, I brought the people.
Hey, well, you asked why we're under yellow, and they've responded by making it green. So
making it green again. I'm happy with that. Let's do it. Let's get more running.
Yeah. So one of the points I wanted to, or that I mentioned while you were off doing whatever things that you were off doing, was that the 511 for Choice Racing has basically shot the gap in terms of not in a good way.
Oh, okay, got
it. In terms of pitting,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, in terms of pitting basically during a completely green flag condition, bracketed by code 35s.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's twice that's happened to them now, right?
It's part of the game, I guess.
Yeah. Man. That sucks.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, that's really too bad. Puts TLM back out front, which is fantastic. They've got a pretty substantial lead out there now. Oh, they just went salmon. I'm guessing they just pitted. It was about time for them to pit. They may be having to make a green flag stop as well.
That could be a big deal, actually. That might do Team Hardpoint a lot of favor. That would be
a giant. Hardpoint also pitted under green though a while before that first yellow when Cole was on.
I found the 85. The 85.
Aha! Are you sure that's the 85?
I'm pretty confident. It's as sure as I've ever been about car identification.
Not to have a laugh at their expense, obviously. Somebody there is having a bad day.
Well, it's a bad laugh.
It is
because actually
that
the car lost fire coming out of turn 4 and ended up on the runoff outside of turn 5, and it's going to. I'm not sure what the cause is, but it's obviously going to bring out a second code 35 unless they're able to get that car refired again.
Right. If they're obviously they are 100% not going to do this. if you wanted to leave a car beached somewhere at a track, at this track, that would be the spot. Obviously, that's not going to occur. But
we have gone full course yellow once
we
again.
have done the yellow, yes. And the wrecker goes back out. They're wrecking.
They're wreckering.
Joseph, do we have time to squeeze in a final commercial break here? Are you prepared enough for that?
Oh boy, am I ever.
Excellent. Let's send that away so we can get some almost no. We might do one more commercial, but almost commercial-free finish here at WRL VIR.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines. Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Welcome back to VIR. It's WRL in their penultimate round of the Southeast Championship. I'm Ryan West. We've got Joseph Moodrock on the controls.
Hello.
We're under yellow here. What was that?
I said hello.
Oh. We're under yellow here. It has started raining on the front straight again as well.
It's a lot heavier. The dry line is gone again. I think this is going to be kind of treacherous when we go back to green.
Joseph, the one thing that I want to tell you here and just kind of own up to is I was watching the radar here as we were going to come back from our break, and I was ready to tell you that I didn't think it was going to rain again. And then I swear to you, the radar changed in the space of like 45 seconds, and the blob got way wider. So it is going to continue to rain, as it turns out.
Yeah, I think so.
The lightning has crept ever closer, however, to the circuit. It's currently between Reedsville and Burlington, which I would... you're getting pretty close to the 15-mile range at that point. I don't know if that's the rule here, but you're right there. So, for whatever that's worth...
It might be 7. I might be off by like a factor of 2. It might be 7.
7. Okay, I would believe that as well. So, yeah, we're just kind of trying to take stock of that. We've got the AOA car being recovered by all 3 course vehicles here. They are on the wrecker and not the flatbed, of course, and all 3 will be returning to the pit lane, I would imagine. We've got the onboard for the 605 here. Yeah, you can see they're going to come down the pit lane, of course. I'm not sure how delayed I am to the image that I'm seeing. But you can see it's raining quite a bit here on the front straight now. It is now to the point where I don't have to isolate one part of my vision. Like, okay, if I look at that tree and change my focus, I can kind of see it raining. It's now clear that anywhere you look out the window, oh, it's raining. So
yeah, it's an interesting cloud pattern because you can clearly see in this shot that there are patches of blue out there.
Indeed there are. Especially if you look to my right, going down into turn 1, it is quite blue over there, which I imagine is towards the east. That would make sense based on the radar. We're having mixer issues again here, Joseph, so when I drop off for a second, that's me hitting mute and then bashing the hell out of the mixer.
Modern technology. So while we were in break, 2 passing under yellow penalties transpired. One was for the 84. They're about 3 laps behind their nearest rival in GTU. The next one would be for the 111 for Thunder Bunny, and that's going to be a big deal because they're currently running 5th, and that's going to drop them back to... Ooh, it's going to drop them back a ways, actually. So that's going to be painful for them, and it's going to elevate the 511 back up into 5th, I would imagine.
All right, I will accept that explanation.
We've got surface flags out at turns 2 and at turns 13.
I do believe we're about to go back green here, Joseph.
I buy that too.
Let's try again on that. Oh, there we go. So I sound all right. It's just Joseph that sounds awful, so that's good.
Wow.
Well, only sounds awful to me, indeed. So you're very blown out on my left side.
Okay.
I can't make...
Oh, no, you've gone quiet again. It's all gone pear-shaped.
Oh, okay. How about now? How do we feel now?
That's better.
Okay, so that knob doesn't do what I think it does then, so that's fine. That's not quite working out how we would like it to here. That's okay though. So I'm gonna go one more here, move myself there. Lovely. So yeah, it's just a input side situation here.
So the 172 is going to get caught out a little bit here because they still have not come across the line from their pit stop, and the 609's gone through and taken the lead. Hardpoint is still a bit up the road, so they have not taken over second.
All right.
But keep an eye out in pit lane for the 172, who were, I think, attempting to take advantage of this code 35, and it's gone completely the opposite direction for them.
Excellent. Let's see here. So that's the actual problem, so I just need to wiggle this one right here. Okay, we'll see if that helps. I don't think it will. That's all right. I can deal with this for an hour and 48 minutes. Quite good rain-X going on the Round 3 racing camera, the 701 there that you have on the preview. So that's quite nice.
Yeah, it's looking a little foggy, actually. There's a... oh, and there's a backwards... Is it the 526? It is the 526. It's gone around at the top of the hill.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten... It feels maybe as treacherous as we've seen it all race. We are finally seeing the entire track basically wet. And that's going to come back around to we were talking about as the... Wow. Wow, what a gaggle went down the front straightaway just then. You know, we were talking about the possibility of, okay, well, could this go the wrong way for the 609? Could they end up chewing up their tires or what have you? And I think this level of rain, I think, is basically exactly what they needed to justify their stop.
Yeah, to go onto the rain tires. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I can support you on that one, Joseph. Good little gaggle of cars going through there, turn 4. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Hardpoint's also pitted under green flag conditions. Actually, I think it's a mixed bag. They will have started the pit stop under yellow, but it's gone green while they were in the pits. So they've now lost third back to Black Forest. There's a 979 now leading the 79.
Okay.
And Round 3 Racing is due in... Actually, Round 3 Racing managed to get their pit stop done during the Code 35.
Okay.
And I don't actually have the 172 as having crossed the pit line. I'm sure they have. No, I don't have them as registering a pit stop that time by, so it's just, that's confusing. I'll have to dig back into that.
Gotcha. We are now getting full rooster tails off the cars as they come down the front straight, which always looks really cool, I think.
Roost. The chickens have come
Rock.
home, etc.
Very well.
I'm keeping a half an eye on our track sides too. It's choice car through on 605 for round 3. Keep an eye on our track sides too, because I do think this is probably the most rain that we've gotten yet. It seems like it basically came down all at once. Your track side, so you would know better.
It is. This is the most rain we've gotten. That's absolutely for sure.
Okay. How are we looking with Lightning Watch 22?
Lightning Watch 22, standby. Nothing new to... Ooh, there's lightning to the north that I think is probably the closest it's been. Obviously, that's going to be moving away. But that's probably the closest lightning we've had. I would imagine that if it was a within 15 or within 7 miles situation, that we would have stopped by now. So it probably has to be relatively close to the circuit.
Yeah, we just saw the 210 from Matt Conley Motorsports off track at the slower part of the track. Obviously, easy to run that wide, and then I think it's a little bit of a dip off. You know, the runoff basically becomes off camber. So once you put off 2 wheels, the other 2 are likely to follow.
I gotcha. Give me just one moment, Joseph.
One moment I can provide. Your moment is over. So in GTU, 59 I think has been having issues off and on because, well, I don't have to think, it's pretty obvious because they have a 16 lap deficit to their team car in the 58. It's actually, with all of the, with the Code 35, it's actually been given as a 46-minute deficit. Part of that is artificial, obviously, because of the full course yellow running. But, wow, look at how even the GP3s have to kind of tiptoe through turn 5 here.
Absolutely. Joseph, we have an update, and also something I want you to notice. The Chattanooga Turn Wagon is back out on track.
Ho-ho!
The Chattanooga transmission wagon, as it were. So what's been going on? You had a new motor.
Yeah.
And you needed a transmission. What's going on here? Also, I'll ask that question first. What's going on?
So yeah, Justin back from Chattanooga Turn Wagon. It feels like it's been more than just one day since I came to talk to you guys. But
how much sleep have you had?
Like, I don't know. My phone said it. Like when I went to bed, 5 hours to fully charge, and I think I only had like 4 hours worth of sleep. So my phone is hanging in there. But yeah, not a lot of sleep. It's been a rough one, but yeah, motor last night. I think I laid down maybe 12:45, 1 o'clock, something like that. So,
all right,
not too bad. Big shout out to Quantum, the shop there here on the grounds for selling us a motor, and then also letting us rent a lift, so we weren't doing it here in the paddock at least.
Nice.
So yeah, big help from them, and then the transmission I don't think was very happy. Also, we made plenty of mistakes were made last night during the transmission swap. Contrary to the broadcast, RJ wanted me to clarify, no beer was had.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
During the green flags. Actually, we actually did not drink until about before the second drivers meeting. There was a round of Jello shots, but then But then we paused again, and I think we finished about 11 o'clock. Nope.
Oh, okay. Deep off over here.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, he actually 360'd it off the track. So that's I'm guessing that's a right side tire that's gone off, maybe right rear that's gone off on entry. Anyway.
Yikes. But yeah, so mistakes were made.
let's see, I installed the clutch without the clutch alignment tool, so that didn't work out very good. And then we also realized
chattery there for you.
Yeah. Well, didn't get that far. Transmission didn't go in.
Okay, perfect.
You know, so we discovered that. And then also, the pilot bearing. So I've actually still to date have never installed a pilot bearing in the car. So including last night, I missed that. So luckily, we caught that, redid that, and then we were so beat by the end. I think we spent like an hour just getting the damn front bumper on. So yeah, but we got it. The Quantum guys actually even hung out. We shared the jello shots, so that helped. But so I think the trans, I don't think that had much to do with it, but it was not happy. I started this morning. 4th and 5th, did not like being shifted into, so I was taking it really easy there. We're also some intermittent miss, seemed like coming off the back straight, I would have to extremely gingerly downshift into 3rd, or we would like cut a whole bank. We'll be running on 3 cylinders, and I have to key cycle, and doing that in hog pen and roller coaster. It's pretty rough.
That's not what you want to be doing. No,
not really.
Not at all. Oh, goodness.
Just odd. It never happened going into Oak Tree. I had it happen going into 1. So we have no idea what was causing that and why smoother downshifting and less rev matching worked, but it seemed to work. And so far, no issues for Jason Smith, who's circulating now.
Right.
So yeah, we're gonna at least take the checkered flag. We've come this far. We got to. But.
I got you. Well, the weather held out for you. Now it's nice and rainy for you to get out there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, yeah. Talking about the directive for him. Oh, it was like, don't you dare, you dare put a wheel off. Yeah, exactly. It would. I think I alluded to it yesterday. We have a $100 over rev fee if you over rev the motor. You owe $100. It's a little higher fee today on the brand new motor. Just don't do it. Yeah, is real. So yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, been rough, but yeah, we love it, man, and we're feeling all the love from all the other. I mean, Harrison's been sharing snacks and waters and and helping out a ton. Gosh, everybody, Moorhead, we bummed I don't know how many parts off of them. Luckily, they bring everything out.
I was gonna say that's the place to bum parts from.
Absolutely, yeah. They got the catalog with them. So, yeah, we always feel the love. So, and we enjoy the fight. We've had a lot of quit in us in the past, but not this weekend. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Good. No, we're always happy to see people come back out. Joseph, do you see what the yellow's for?
Do I see what it's for? Not at the moment. I actually didn't realize that we were under. So there is
just went yellow.
So there's a notice of contact between a couple cars down at turn 17, but I haven't been able to pick anything out. If it's at turn 17, that's obviously outside of our camera views at the moment.
Yeah, that's not really within our purview, as it were, to care about anything that happens at turn 17.
We're gonna go straight to red, actually.
Straight to red. Okay, all right. So we're gonna get a restart in the rain.
Check the lightning map, Ryan. I haven't, but check the lightning map.
I see. Okay, let's see here. Okay, those ones to the north are still registering that I have seen.
We're not doing black flag all, so it is just a red flag. So
just a red. Okay.
I could be wrong about that.
That's. We're 5. It's right there. Like, it's got to be at the edge of what's acceptable for distance. Yeah, that one's probably 7 or 8 miles.
Yes.
So I don't think that's the reason. But we're obviously either. Still.
I think they would black flag all if it were lightning.
Yeah,
so
or a lightning thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll buy that. Look at this. Joseph, do you have the pit straight camera available?
I sure do.
Correction. I know you have it available. Can you please switch to it? You can't quite see it. The MX-5, the number 75 AOA car, completely missing the front end of the car. Just looks
you can kind of see it.
like it's had a day. It has had a day.
Yeah, we try to channel our inner AOA, man. Those guys never give up.
No,
those cars, they just keep them running. It is impressive what they do. So.
I like to think in my head that they were inspired by I don't remember what year it was. It might have been like 2010, 2011, when they were still running the RX-8s in Grand Am.
Oh, yeah.
And there was the year that they lost the back half of the door because they've got the weird butterfly door thing. And they had to tape the whole side shut, and they sent it back out. I'm like,
nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, I do miss the ear bleed noise of those. Gosh, that was wild.
That was a heck of a car. I'm sure there's still somebody has to still have those.
Yeah, they got them tucked away somewhere. I wonder if they'll show up in some of these other series. That would be That would be cool.
Yeah.
I don't.
I wonder how the fuel regs work on that.
Yeah,
that's got to be a thirsty car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what is that run? And then, geez, yeah, I don't know about endurance. Not without a big tank. So yeah. So Fat and Furious is they're still circulating. Oh man, they were deep in the woods this morning, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Geez, I came around and was like, I can barely see the tow truck. Those guys are in there. They were right behind me. I mean, I was pretty confident I was going to get past by them. That team is impressive, but that's awesome that they're back out there too. Those guys are.
RJ was very complimentary. He came in here multiple times to make sure that we were complimentary about that as well. That apparently they lost brakes and like threaded the needle.
Yeah,
took it into the woods. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, and I hear Wilmot is okay in the NASCAR from this morning. So yeah, we're good buddies with him, being fairly local to us there. So to see that thing on the rollback, oof.
Yeah, that's no fun at all.
Yeah, you could see. I think we caught it kind of by accident on our track sides, but I don't know if he went in backwards or forwards, but he ended up getting both ends for sure.
That's no fun.
Yeah, I know. Talking to him yesterday, I mean that was impressive. Impressive first lap there he did, and first couple laps being sub 2 minutes, and he said, yeah, lots of go, lots of turn, just not a lot of stop.
Right
on the car. So he's pining to do, I think, Trans Am or something now after being in that thing. So I don't know if that was him that was in a tent set up over like the other side of turn 3, or if that was just somebody getting ready for the music festival. But I thought it was his car and a tent, and that just sounds like that. But who knows? That would be interesting. One of our teammates actually will be here for the music festival. He didn't come with us. Because he'll be here on Wednesday for the music festival.
He already had the date selected.
Yeah, exactly.
For the racing. Like, there's music. I'm still going.
Yeah, he didn't want to. Don't you dare! He didn't want to spend a week in scenic Greensboro.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to hang out over the week. So he did send us with 2 30 packs of Natty and said, "Hey, can you guys go like hide this in the woods for me?" And so we. I don't know if we still have those 2 30 packs. I'm not sure.
Might be gone.
Joe Ray, if you're listening, we'll try. We'll at least drop a pin somewhere, put you on a hunt for something that might be there.
The hunt for beer.
Yeah. What Australian race is it? Mount Panorama where they bury beer? Yeah, he mentioned that. He was like, maybe you can bury it or put it behind
I've
some
heard of
trees.
people doing that at like Lollapalooza and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think they're allowed a certain amount per person or something. But yeah, he'll be off kind of the left of turn 1 as his campsite. So I don't know that I'm going to get out there and do that.
The good thing is, I would imagine at least that it's a music festival. Like it's happening at a racetrack, but like how many race fans are going to be at this venue other than him? You could probably just put it on the track somewhere, and they're never going to see it.
That's a good point.
You just tuck it right here between the pit lane and the front straight, and nobody would ever know it was there.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean that's some 160 bands or something.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's him and 2 other guys we know, and going to try to cram in a tent for the whole time. It's
good luck.
It's going to be interesting. So.
Yeah, that might be one where I try to upgrade to the rented RV.
Yeah, I saw they already had us. Yeah, we were scheming on that. Like, hey, maybe these things are open. We could just go over there and take a nap, camp out in the RVs. So.
Oh man. Now, my concern, Joseph, is that we're going to go long enough here on this red that the lightning does get close enough. That's kind of what I'm starting to look at here. It's starting to get clearer to the south, though. It's all starting to move northeast. There's nothing directly south of us.
I mean, what I would say about that is that, I mean, it's still a time window, right? So if it's going to get to us, it's going to get to us.
Right.
I would hate to have people... we're probably not going to heat soak with the rain, but I was going to say if we were heat soaked, that would be my kind of concern, is that you'd end up having to send out, crews or something on a heat soaked car. But I think we'll be okay with that.
Right.
Somebody's moving there. The 501's
going for it. I don't know how much of a delay that's on, to be fair.
I'm going for a replay to see if I can figure out what's going on. Don't mind that.
Yeah, that's the preview screen. Nobody's actually seeing that.
Oh, okay. I'm learning up here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was one earlier. Was it you or somebody else that Joseph was like, "Oh, I got the replay," and we watched it for 2 laps or for a full lap. And
it was bad.
No.
Because I cross-reference my times. So I was this will be fine.
Man, 8 hours, guys. I don't know how you guys do it anyways. That's rough. That's impressive. I mean, driving is pretty rough, but then this, geez, yeah.
We enjoy it. I think it's something that we've done for the last, 10, 10 years or so, Joseph? 10 years?
It's
8
been
years,
a while
something like
for
that.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. We really enjoy it. You know, we actually find ourselves, or at least I do, missing being able to cover the 24-hour races.
Oh, sure.
So when we were, there was times that the Coda usually overlaps with the Thunderhill 25-hour, which we used to cover, and so there was times where I couldn't get the Saturday off, but I could get the Sunday, or I could get the Sunday, I couldn't get the Saturday, and so I would go to Thunderhill, and then they like close up shop at like 8 o'clock, and it's like, oh, we're just not going to do commentary until 5 a.m. tomorrow, and so there's multiple times that like I'm at home and I'm like, I'll go watch the race, and I'm standing there and I'm like, well, shoot, I'll just do it.
Yeah.
Just kick the mic on. I'll sit here all night. It's all good. You don't have to do it. And so I never ended up taking him up on that. Now I don't live there. So
gotcha.
But it's I think we all love it for sure. I don't know, Joseph. Do you enjoy the staying up for 24 hours thing, or are you satisfied now that you can go off to your bed at your leisure?
I mean, I produced all of Sebring last year, so
that's true. That's true. You did produce the Sebring. That's true. All right.
So no, I can go either way with it. You know, with Le Mans these days, it's just like, yeah, they'll sort it out. They'll be all right.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, this is interesting. I mean, because you still have reliability issues here, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
So nothing's really guaranteed until the last like 15 minutes, and even then, it's usually a little up in the air.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of equate it to like, college football versus pros. Like everybody a lot of people like college because they still make mistakes.
Yes.
It's not just a bunch of perfection you're watching. Right. Yeah. So
and it's you can perform better than the sum of your parts.
Yeah.
So you can go out there and just have a hell of a day. And absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm guessing you guys missed all the college ball yesterday.
Yeah, no idea. I probably wouldn't know what I was watching anyway.
Oh, okay.
I'm not much of a stick and ball sports fan.
Okay.
I don't follow it too much, but definitely, I think this will be my 10th Rolex straight to attend.
Nice.
And we typically do pretty well in staying up.
Okay.
You get about 4 a.m. It gets a little rough. And then I think it was 2 years ago at RJ's house, we did Le Mans. Mm-hmm. And we all attempted the 24 beers in 24 hours, which doesn't sound as hard as it actually is.
Right.
You can get a couple, 3-4 beer an hours in. But then it gets pretty rough. So we all went out and bought new white T-shirts and had Sharpies and just started marking on the shirts how far we get. A little Always Sunny,
little Wade Boggs action.
Yeah, a little Wade Boggs. And I think Zach, the team owner, I don't know if RJ made it, but I did not. I think I tapped out at like 13 or 14. And I also went to sleep. They stayed up.
Gotcha.
So we'll have to come up with something else good. But us and the split decision guys always go to the Rolex every year.
Okay.
And hang out in the infield. So we re-up for that. So looking forward to seeing some of those cars this year. It's going to be nice.
Excellent. I was actually so I come out from Minneapolis when I fly out here, and I actually ran into the JDC Miller guys on the way here.
Yeah.
And they're actually down in Daytona watching the Penske test for the new car.
Oh,
and they're supposed to get their car. I guess it's going to be like shortly after Daytona.
Yeah.
But they were like fired up, like dude, this is going to be sweet. Like we're good to go.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be cool starting to see the new cars out there.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking forward to that a lot, and definitely follow the heck out of IMSA.
Yeah.
It was cool watching last weekend here in preparation and then seeing some of the folks here.
Right. Yep.
No, well, Luca Mars, I ran into him. Was like, man, congrats! Like that was a heck of a drive you did. JTR, I mean, that was incredible on his day too.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think of, I know I saw Catherine Legg down there. So yeah, it's cool that they're coming out and playing with us. Of course, I know Luca's been out here for a while, but yeah, it's nice to actually have the pros that you see out here with us.
Maybe that should just be RJ's standard at this point, is we just need to get the weekend after the IMSA event.
Yeah.
Wherever possible, let's just commit to that as the
Yeah, surely some of them will stick around, right? Yeah, they'll be hired.
That's like, did Hardpoint even go home? Or did they like bring both cars and like, we'll just post up here at the track? We're good.
I thought they had a shop here, but I know they're not based here. But,
right.
I was thinking the Google Maps or something showed that one of these spots up here was theirs. I'm not sure.
Okay, that makes sense.
I know the Quantum Shop, they've got some really cool stuff up there. They got some like C7 twin turbo, bunch of nitro stuff in it. It was I don't know what they're doing with that, but
well, they got that, and then they got an E46 motor. Just like
they do prepare, they build and prepare spec E46 themselves. So They've got one for sale now. I know I saw on Facebook a couple weeks ago, and several in the pipes. The owner, I think, races. This was his spare that he got from I think a Spec Miata builder guy. I at least have heard of him. So yeah, so far so good. The motor, it's a little different. We actually run a ZHP motor typically.
Okay.
So this is not that. So I did notice a little mid-end lacking.
Yeah, absolutely.
But overall, no problem. We adjusted our weight for it, and overall it was still pretty good. I felt like we were still really competitive in GP2 with the other E46s. That was nice. Definitely a lot of glitter in that oil pan though.
I bet so.
That lifter was trying to get out of there. So and no apparent overheads. Nobody stepped.
Just ran out of.
It was done. Yeah, but we were due for some bad luck. We had actually finished every race this year so far that we entered. So
wow.
So
it was
you
time
were just it just can't last forever.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I gotcha.
Yeah. So we were on the fence about purchasing the motor. We've got another one in process at home, but that turnaround for Ozarks was going to be tough. So we pulled the trigger. So I think that one's still a little in the air, but definitely Sebring and Coda, I believe, is the plan. So,
well, now you got a spare motor.
Yeah.
Now you can bring it. If you finish it, you're not going to get it done for Ozarks, but for Sebring and Coda, you got a motor in the truck.
We're going to end up having two. Yeah. So this will be all right. I do have to go kind of repo a cylinder head from a machine shop. It's kind of an interesting story. We took a cylinder head complete. We said we think we got some bent valves, and here's a bunch of valves. And then I brought them some extra parts. I think some keepers or retainers. Something showed up a day later. No problem. They took it. Then unfortunately, the owner was the guy working on the motor, passed away.
Oh,
mid machining. Yeah, and we don't have a ton of machine shops in Chattanooga too.
Right, I would imagine so.
He's mostly like dirt track stuff, but with the BMW stuff's kind of foreign to him. But so I didn't want to go in there for a little while and just go ask how the head work was going.
Right.
Sorry about your luck, but so when we finally did, they're like, "Oh, we're missing all sorts of parts. We're missing valves and retainers and keepers and all that." And we're like, "What do you mean? We brought you an entire head assembled, plus spares." I understand if they got misplaced. I totally get it, but we need you to find them. They're like, "No, just bring us more." And we're like, "I don't think we can do that in good faith. I think you might lose that too." So I think, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go just get back whatever is left.
Right, whatever's on there.
Yeah, and try our luck somewhere else. That was a bummer, but
yeah,
it's funny. Yeah, the all aluminum and straight six stuff kind of baffles them. They're coming out with dollies and all this stuff, and I'm like, oh no, I got it here. This is fine.
Yeah, set it on the counter. Like, there you go.
Yeah, and of course, I don't know what y'all's trick is, but trying to explain amateur endurance racing.
I
don't have the spiel down. I don't know what it is. It doesn't make it. No one gets it.
Nobody. And it's like you already have to explain racing to people. And it's like if you go to explain, oh no, I'm gonna watch the 24 hours of Le Mans this weekend. I'm busy. Oh well, how fast do they even go? Like what's the I'm like, well, they're doing 200 on the straights. We got to do 40 in the corners. On the on ramp, I can do 60.
Yeah.
So that's not even that. It's like, no, that's not that. Never mind.
Honestly, that Porsche commercial that's out is probably about the best thing. It's like super rapid fire. I'm just like, I pulled that up on YouTube several times. Like, just watch this. Like even for my wife, because she doesn't know what this is. I'm just like, just watch this. You still won't understand it, but this is literally it. This is what I'm talking about. So, it's interesting. And then I've had like some coworkers and stuff show up at Barber and a few of the closest races, and they're like, well, I wasn't sure what I thought it was that you did, but it definitely was not this. And I think the cubic dollars in the paddock. Of course, we're over like with a borrowed trailer and a truck, but we're not that. But again, the money that RJ gets to turn up here, so it's pretty cool.
No, I have a coworker that works. I work at a dealership, and so it's like the sister dealership down the street. And so he comes by, and he still works, so he can buy his son's motors for late models.
Oh, yeah.
And so he's kind of a racing guy, and I explained what it was. He's like, oh, yeah, WRL, I've heard of that. Yeah, I'm like, okay, cool. And so he asked me one day, he was like, hey, so my son was kind of talking to me about road racing, and, we don't do, any of that, but he'd love to get a seat. So, how much is some, a seat and one of those, I understand somebody's got like a stock car, but like, you know, just for like an M3 or some kind of BMW, what's a seat like that run?
Yeah.
And so I was like, I don't know, like 2, 3, 4 grand. And he's like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
And he was like, I thought you were going to say like $600 and like we were going to be there. Like that, we were in. I'm like, oh, no. Yeah, you're not going to see for $600, man. It's not, sorry. That's not going to work.
It's not happening here. I say, I got my start, doing pit marshaling at Champ Car, and then would get Champ bucks, and try to trade that with some people for real
seat time.
Seat. And,
I gotcha.
Some were okay with it, and a lot were like, no, that's not. I actually, this cost me real money. I have to do this, but yeah, it's a lot, but still, the dollar per seat time is still just
it's off the charts. It's $2 grand entry fee between 4 people.
Yeah,
you can't get a track day for that.
Exactly. We don't do many track days because we just wait and come here, and the test day stuff is just great. So we've got my dad comes and crews. We're working an NA Miata, and he's got it almost fully caged, so that he and my mom actually they'll come out and they'll track day that on Fridays, and then and help out on the weekends. So looking forward to them finishing that. I just kept it in jack stands on my garage for a few years.
Right.
He was bored, wanted a project car, and almost bought an identical thing to what I had on jack stands in my garage. So luckily, I just gave him that and let him finish it out. So
nice.
Yeah, that'll be nice. But yeah, I love the format of the test day. That other series need to take note of that for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. I've always been inspired. I think it was either the first or second time we went to COTA. That RJ was still doing the media stuff or whatever it was he did before, and he shows up and I think he had like a Challenger in the airport. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna run the test, and I was like,
it was like 18, right?
Yeah, that must have been 18. I was like, what a freaking hero, dude! Like, and so every time I come, I'm like going to pack my stuff, and I've got like a suitcase and then a backpack that's got some of the stuff for the broadcast and everything, and it's always this commitment in my head and like, am I going to try to battle the luggage to bring my helmet and luck into a good rental car or not? I haven't yet pulled the trigger on it. And every time I'm like, you know what, next time I'll do it.
Nice.
It's always like, then I got to check my bag. And then if it gets lost and it takes forever, I'm like looking at the helmet bag. No, I can't. No, well, next time.
I've not flown with a helmet bag yet.
I don't know how that's going to,
Yeah,
somebody was convinced. Scott Michaels was convinced at one point. He's like, "Oh no, that's safety gear. They have to let you have an extra bag for safety gear." I'm like, "Pretty sure that's not how it works, man."
Wear it.
Just wear it. Get some weird looks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you're worried about this thing going down, but I am ready.
Yeah, exactly. People look around at you and be like, "What do you know that I don't?"
I just wear like a Delta shirt and and a full face helmet. Cars rolling.
Yep, there we go. Well, let's get the restart here going. So fortunately, Joseph, the rain has died down a little bit, so I don't think the restart will be nearly as hairy as it would have been if it had stayed raining continuously. The rain and storms have now firmly moved to the northeast, so I think we'll be good to go from here. In general, like doesn't look like there's any lightning coming up from the south of us either, so we should be good.
Yeah, it is obviously going to be completely saturated, so it's going to be dicey for the first few laps.
Right. But at least we'll get the dry line working, I think, reasonably quickly, since there's not a whole lot of water to replace it going on.
So it was race control log was updated to an operational red flag, which does suggest to me that maybe there was a pause for lightning. I don't know.
For lightning.
Or potentially maybe there was maybe a Marshall comm system was down. All sorts of weird stuff can happen. So
right.
But we are back underway. Obviously you have a is RJ around? Is race control? I mean, I know race control's around.
RJ is not around per se.
Okay.
I could just go hang out in race control and be obnoxious. I do think I am in fact going to do that. So I'm just going to leave you here for a minute if you've got
I'll
time.
hang out. Yeah, I mean, it's this or go pack up stuff in our trailer. I know the guys know I'm up here because they texted me, but it wasn't an angry text.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Give me just 2 minutes, real quick.
No worries.
Oh, okay. So now that Ryan's gone, we've actually got info in the YouTube chat. I'll let Ryan come back with a more succinct explanation. But yeah, the answer does appear to have been just some kind of data link issue. No lightning or anything like that. Nobody was under any kind of danger. You see the pace car has picked up the 609, who is your overall leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
round 3 doing good. GP1 as well lead.
They've got 3 cars leading 3 classes.
Do they?
So,
Okay, nice.
Yeah, which is obviously good. I don't know if you caught the incident that they were involved in yesterday, but it's taken the 401 out of commission. They didn't even get to start that car.
Yeah. I just saw what the Facebook updates there on the racers group. Sad stuff, man. Two awesome teams. So I hated that. But and of all the incidents that I felt, not knowing the full context, that seemed like just a racing incident. I don't know.
Yeah, it's what you would call one of those deals,
Yeah, just one of the worst. Yeah, so that was pretty rough.
Now, I actually haven't been able to check the racers group. Have they posted an update today to get into?
I haven't seen anything from them, or was it a GTR, correct?
It was GTR, yeah.
GTR, no, I haven't noticed anything. Just checking here. Nah, I haven't seen anything from them, so.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully they'll rebound and get back out there. Hopefully I don't know. Didn't see the M4 from GTR and if that's repairable or not. So.
Yeah, it was one of the questions I was going to ask Cole. It felt like it was a little too fresh. So.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they got one of the new M4s already ordered up, waiting on it. So I know our buddies there at Split Decision in the M2, they have parked it for the day. They just they didn't want to drive it in the rain because they didn't want to risk wrinkling it up before they sell it. So if anybody out there wants an M2 CS, hit up Jimmy Scott, and he would gladly sell you his because he is upgrading to an M4, one of the new big nose M4s, but they look a little better in the race trim at least.
I honestly. People give them so much guff. I think they look kind of nice, like particularly in race trim. I mean, they're definitely goofy, but I kind of like goofy.
Yeah, the Random Vandals are our paddock neighbors there. They've got a nice green one in the paddock here rolling around. And I saw a nice X5 as well with the big nostrils. But the thing, I still just the performance of it. I could get over it, I'm sure. So.
Right. What's the? I don't remember if it's a Ferrari quote, but it's a good-looking car is a car that wins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's a good point. I forgot to mention this earlier. I'm supposed to take my car to career day at daycare next week. So,
wow.
If we make it, we're gonna make it. I'm gonna drive that thing to daycare. So, yeah. So, holding this contingent on back. So he's back. What did you learn?
So RJ wanted me to let everybody know they went red because as soon as the rain started, the timing went all wonky. And so they wanted to catch and make sure that they were able to really identify who had completed which lap, etc. And they were still kind of trying to comb through and make sure what had happened was correct. So they're asking for video from some folks to make sure that we have the right number of laps counted.
Yeah.
Things of that nature. So that was the reasoning for the red. He said, the whole point of what we're doing here is the timing. If the timing's not working, then what are we doing?
That's a track day. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. How angry some people would be. Oof. Yeah. I can't imagine. I love seeing this as they come by start finish here. This VAC Motorsports E46 M3.
That's a heck of a car.
With an LS in it, it is sweet.
Even without the LS, if you just look at it, that's a serious looking car. Right there.
Yeah. That body kit, I guess GTR replica or something. That is sweet. On Thursday, they had it on the dyno, so we made sure to get as close as humanly possible. And we didn't get to see the numbers, but we don't do that. That's I think there might be some bad juju there, but I don't know. But man, it was awesome to just to hear it. So we've spent plenty of money with VAC Motorsports. They speaking of over rev and valves and all, that's who we go to when we do that. So we will be cracking into this motor and putting some upgraded valve springs in it.
Excellent.
Probably the HP cam, a few things, but so I think compounding to our transmission issue was also that we only had 2 bolts holding the transmission to the block because the block had I don't know if we did it or it was already done, and it's pretty easy to do on these cars is strip the threads right out the block. So we'll go home, we'll thread cert that, and we'll be good to go. For now, we are through bolted. We went out and bought longer bolts and have it at least held in better than it was. But I think it was already unhappy and had lots of race hours on it, and now it and the lack of fastening kind of did us in there.
It didn't really help the situation.
Yeah, not at all.
Excellent. So we're covering this car right here. It looks like a GTU car. That's the Repsol liveried car, which makes it the 72, right?
Other way, it's 22.
22, excuse me. 73, 22, yeah. All right, well, I split the difference there.
The only reason I know that is because it is in the race control log.
Okay, well, there you go. That's,
so they were stopped, basically, they were never able to get fire in that car as best as I can tell. So that note was added basically when we went back to full course yellow. They did not roll off.
Gotcha.
I think it might have made it all the way to turn 2, but no further.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can get that cleared out. We've got an hour and a little bit left to go, so we'd really like to get this last hour running here, especially since the rains decided to hold off.
It's going to turn it into a sprint race because it's the 609 and the 172 are basically right on top of each other. Assuming that timing is right, I assume that anything that would have been wrong or needed to be double checked has been double checked during the red flag, and that's why we're back going again. But that is going to be interesting to see how this progresses as the track dries up. If it does dry up, which I think it should, given how quickly we got a dry line earlier. 609 has their wet specialty tires on, as opposed to their dry specialty tires.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because I just got a thing across the Scoop channel that's I believe from Brian, that says round 3 would like to officially request that the race be ended in the name of safety. Obviously, they don't think it's safe to continue. And
Laugh emoji, laugh emoji.
As they indeed, so that they should we should just wrap it up right here. I reckon. So hopefully those tires will last as it starts to dry out. I think there's enough wet line that you could find, but when you've got TLM right behind you, that's probably not something you can afford to do.
Yeah, I noticed some new Coopers going on there as we were starting to break down our pits there. So yeah, I think they'll be all right. I think they
switched to the rain one.
The rain one, yeah. We asked Cooper one day. We were like, could we just run this all day if the rain stops? And they were like, absolutely not. Do not do that. So, because we just assume we're like, it's just more grooves cut into it, right? Like it's the difference. And they're like, nope, it's a different compound. Don't do that. So, we have a set of those.
So what's your guys' story now? Obviously, this has taken away 20 minutes of running. Are you guys were you already done pitting, or does this seal it up, or what's the deal with you?
Yeah, I think we were done. Well, unfortunately, the team owner got not an entire lap in after I got out. He got in, so it was full, and it will definitely make it at this point. With the 35s plus this, so yeah, we're all packed up. We're putting fuel in the rental cars and the trucks and stuff, which is always a bummer. But we at least tell all the crew members now, like, start back timing as you get close to the track. Be out of gas. Like, I need minimal gas, just enough to get back and forth with Airbnb or whatever, and keep it on empty. Don't fill it up. Don't ever fill it up, because it's, I don't know, maybe it's superstition, but I'm like, if you fill your car up, we're gonna break and we'll have all this gas. And typically we'll cram all our jugs inside the car. Like, we've got a little baby trailer that we borrow from Split Decision. Another shout out to them. And so full fuel jugs doesn't really work for us, and we don't really want to transport that anyways. So
yeah.
Our Champ Car team hauler, it at least a gas truck. It doesn't get great fuel mileage. It's a sweet rig. It's like a 70s Chevy dually, like 454 with we at least converted it to fuel injection, but and it's got the massive like saddle tank in the back. So
cool.
So when we get to the race, we're good. We don't have to leave. We've got enough gas in that tank that we can pump out and use for the race car all weekend. So, but not the case here. We've got a a new to us Dodge 2500 that we tow with. After Road America, our older F350 died on us. So.
I see. Okay.
So
lots of takers. Lots of
it's
takers
everybody.
here.
It's the entire field.
Yeah.
It's the entire field is being brought through pit lane, and I think this is maybe going to be how we decide to hard reset this, basically. So now everyone will have tripped timing at the same time. You don't have anybody on a partial lap or anything like that.
Right.
It's going to continue to take time off the clock, unfortunately, which tells me that maybe we do have at least a transponder or two that didn't quite trip right.
Right.
Now, does VIR have, I've never pitted in the middle, does it have the same timing loop pit lane issue that some tracks have where you can't park on that or pit on that? I haven't noticed anything.
So we're pretty convinced that the pit timing loop triggers right at start finish anyway.
Okay.
So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's so far down there. So, okay.
That random Vandals car has seen some stuff here this weekend. It's parked right in front of us, Joseph, and just the whole right side is there's not a clean panel on there.
Well, that will that's okay. So they had a few notes of contact being under investigation. I think those have basically been waived off. Well, I say that they got a 2-lap penalty for bumping doors with the 79 earlier. The thing that's funny is, you've got Random Vandals and Hardpoint. Hardpoint have been, racing at pro levels for a while. Random Vandals, as far as I'm aware, has just kind of gotten into that. So they're kind of used to running pretty close. There was actually another incident of contact that was waived off as no contact found. But I think those two teams are kind of playing a little rough with each other, kind of playing the GT4 game, and I think they've been dinged on account of that. That's part of why Random Vandals is kind of down the list. It's without that, as a matter of fact, they'd probably be up in front of at least the 111 up into 8th.
Oh yeah. 2 laps, yeah, that would be there.
So here's a question for you. This vent that goes in the side on your back window, I'm assuming that's similar across the E46s. What does that for?
Yeah, well, we just upgraded it, actually. That is the chill out official NACA duct. So the top is our helmet blower, and the bottom is for the chill out.
Okay.
We had a smaller one and just, some blower that you buy at like a boat store or something.
Right.
And they were like, no, you really need our super duper high performance fan, and it's worked great, actually. I mean, the components that the chill out guys use is just incredible. I mean, the zip tie that came in the kit for the thing is like no zip tie I've ever seen. It's incredible. The heat shrink they use on the tubing is just like the top notch stuff. I was talking with the store here on site, TMI. Even that they were putting together a kit for somebody competing this weekend on Friday, and I commented, I said, don't they use such good stuff? And they were like, man, you have no idea. Like, they could cheap out on this stuff, and it would be fine.
Yeah,
but they don't. So, yeah, shout out to them, man. We love that versus lugging ice or frozen water bottles like we used to do, man. It is so nice. We also changed to a quick connect on the dash, so we have a bulkhead now that we can plug in and out a little bit, so we're all common across drivers.
Okay.
So yeah.
So this vent then, is that what the vent is on most of these cars, like the BMWs especially? Do you think that serves the same purpose?
So you're saying, like the double NACA?
Well, the double NACA, but like just having the vent on that back quarter window, because I'm working around on the 44, they've put a giant scoop over where that vent is, and I would really like to know why there's a giant scoop on it.
Yeah,
and we've kind of speculated about it, and Joseph's given me the engineering explanation for like why you would want that, which is fine. But like, do you get enough airflow with that? Did you ever think to like, we really want more air running through that, or do you think that they're running some type of like cooler? I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like maybe their diff cooler. So our diff cooler picks up from underneath in the spare tire well.
Okay.
Huh. I bet I could see that being the diff cooler possibly.
Okay. All right.
We've got on our kind of make it out that a turn in there to try to help evacuate air where the little E sticker is for the emergency kill switch.
Okay.
Plexiglass bends very nicely when you heat it up. And then on the other side for the driver, we put, and then we have them on the back window as well. They're actually airplane vents. So any air we do pack in there, hopefully it's getting out of there and also helping underneath that wing in the back. Not sure, but at least the one for the driver that you can pop open, we were hoping would blow a little air on the driver. It does absolutely nothing. So we just closed that thing down. But and of course at Daytona, we lost all that stuff. We plugged everything up. We're trying to be as slick as possible. Took the wing off. We're able to lose some weight there. So
do you run a full window at Daytona?
We did not run the full window. We probably should have. But no, we just lost the splitter and the wing, so that was 0.4 of a modifier. We were able to lose that weight, and we did fairly well at Daytona, so I'll take it. That wing we 3D printed, so that's homemade.
Excellent.
A bunch of little 3D printed sections, and we have put it against the wall at Barber, and we're able to just kind of heat it up, remove the damaged sections, and print 3 more and slide them right back on and put the end plates on. So
excellent.
It's lighter than the aluminum ones you can make, and we can make whatever cord we want.
Awesome.
So we definitely play around with the 3D printing stuff. We got some guys on the team that have that capability. So
that's awesome.
Getting some good shots from Scotty Elkins there of our car. So he crashed with us Friday night at our Airbnb. So he's the Birmingham is about as local as it gets there for us in Chattanooga. So he's kind of Barber's resident photog, so we love having him around.
Excellent.
I know it's definitely helping Matt Million with his racing career. He appreciates having the real deal photos. So it was cool that we were still on pole this morning after all that last night.
After everything, great new motor.
He was able to turn the lap yesterday morning that still got us on pole. Of course, I didn't keep us there long, but that was not really the point either. We knew Harrison was going to go for it, and that's always okay. So
I gotcha. I'm really impressed that this 109 car has still stayed out there. Just the simplest possible build on there. Literally just looks like a stock MX-5 second gen car.
Yeah, and
the tape number, we got the whole it's just all in, dude.
Yeah, I mean the car's slow, but I also feel like the driver quality is pretty high with them. I've never noticed an issue, honestly. Yeah, they seem to definitely have awareness and not really a big problem. I know this morning was some of the same folks you kind of anticipate, the holding you up in some areas. But it was okay. We anticipated that. So it's nice that there's enough of us that come back every race that we know who's who, and it's okay. We're just glad they come out. So
gotcha. I just really wanted to see if I could point out that vent, but they are not. The 44 is not close enough.
Too far down there, yeah. I know they, turned 2 cars into one last night. I think they popped a motor and something else. I know I saw Peter at the second drivers meeting, and he said, they're basically going to turn their 2 cars into one. So
perfect.
I guess they were. He was asking how we did what we were doing, and he was considering also renting space over there and doing it on a lift.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We've bumped plenty of parts off of PCE before, so always super helpful.
Yeah, so it's the 4 that isn't, to make it obvious, it's the 4 that's not running today. So,
okay. I want to know what it is, Joseph, about these M4s that all lose the fuel door cover body piece.
Yeah.
All of them do it, it seems like. And there was one car, I can't remember whose, I think it might be Choice, that their car is clean, and it is also missing the fuel door cover. The 2 here, because we can see the 2, it's still on there. That might be one of the few still remaining fuel doors on the M4s here. I don't know what it is about that part specifically. It's could you shoot some Gorilla Glue in there, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know how much the engineers at BMW like that, but, At the same time, clearly nobody's that worried about it. So, 1, why is it more than 1 piece? 2, if it's going to be 2 pieces, keep it attached. 3, clearly it's not hurting very much to not have it on there. So, why is it a piece anyway? I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, that's still there. They haven't secured that better. So, yeah, random vandals, guys taking pictures of some of the beat-up parts. I know they were super complimentary before the race, coming from AER, coming here and just loving it. That they're, feel like their voices are heard. That RJ addresses a lot of everything, listens to everybody, and will try stuff. It was cool to hear him in the drivers' meeting talk about how we tried going double yellow to purple, then back to double yellow, then back to green, and we were all gaming that. If somebody was on the radio or you had your heads up and somebody else didn't, you suddenly could close that gap up real quick. And as soon as they go back to green, you're already got a head of steam coming at this person. I get why they didn't do that. And I imagine the corner workers were just overworked trying to figure out what happened with that. But it's cool to know that they'll try it. Yeah, it does seem like the obvious thing is that you don't want to do that, but no, it didn't work out. So I'm sure lots of confusion on passing under yellows would cause with that.
Gotcha. I do believe that we're still just working on the transponder timing system here, Joseph.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody come through that's
What's
interesting. Check your timing monitor in GTO.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So that was okay. I am not shocked by that. Well, I'll just put it that way. That does not surprise me.
So, dear listeners,
that's really where I want to leave that.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised that Rob Ferriel and guys are not in Indy racing courses. I know that's where Kurt Swearigan is, our president. He's up there. I think he brought home a second place trophy yesterday in class. I think that's right. And I know a lot of the Advanced Collision ACI Motorsports guys up there crewing for them, wishing they could be down here with us. So.
That's such a cool event, though. That's something you really want to try to go to.
Yeah.
That's
I was going to go when Champ first did the Indy race. We were going in our other team, but unfortunately, the event before for us was Sebring, and that's where the car died. So we did not make it to Indy. So I have not gotten to drive on the hallowed ground yet, but I still intend to. Thanks.
No, I'm sure it'll come back around. I'm certain. We need to get RJ to get that as a venue. Just had a little chat with Roger and see what we can do about a rental here.
Get RP on the horn.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's we'll see. I know he was, definitely not pleased with VIR, all things considered. But
that sucks to have a date change like that for sure. But I think it's ended up all right.
Yeah,
we're here. It's venue's decent. That kind of stuff. But
there was a little worry with paddock space, but I think they made it work, and they pretty much stayed out everyone's hair. It seems like, but and we've at least had really good cell reception. I don't know if it's because the multiplier things or whatever they've got, the extenders that I noticed there's a few on site.
Right. Yeah. Probably for next weekend for sure.
Yeah. So I'm I doubt they turn them on for us, but we're at AT&T, but our Sentinel streams work well. It always does as long as we have signal, and that's typically what bites us. But
yeah, don't we know it?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So that change that's elevated hardpoint up to the lead of the race is the only one that I can find at the moment. I don't know if you all have spotted anything else.
Now they're making the announcement to drivers and crew now.
Okay, so they want everybody to roll off the pit lane, and then anybody who can't restart, they're going to let people go around them. I do believe this is them wanting to make sure manually that everybody trips the transponder loop correctly to ensure that everybody's back on the same page where they need to be. Given just the context of the situation, the bits and pieces that I've heard. RJ is right there, so I'll just go ask him real quick.
Go for it. So it looks like an R-Class GP2. It looks like Harrison pretty well has it unless some issues there, but RRT ran extremely well today, I thought. Their pace this morning was exceptional. They got right around me, so I'll give them that. I always like racing with those guys, though. We race close. Like I said, all of us, we all know each other. Craftsman Auto Care, Fat and Furious, core. We're all it's no problem being right next to each other's doors. Full faith there. So that's good to see. We're assuming this will be our drop, even though we may get a couple points by finishing this. I'm not sure, but it'll likely be one of our drops anyway. So not really.
You guys are gonna be rooting for this to go green, actually, because Harrison's on lap 132. You all are on lap 63, which puts you like 6 laps short of 50%.
Yeah.
So you guys are definitely going to want it to go green so you can get back over that 50% threshold.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll take it in the event something else at another event goes wrong and we need these points. So,
it's, of course.
Love having the real-time point stuff they set up this year and the new app, too. I don't know if you guys already talked about it, but that's fantastic.
No, we haven't touched on that too much, actually.
Yeah, we had to delete it. So everybody that had the WRL app before, it would still show Mid-Ohio or Daytona or something.
Yes, yeah.
I had to delete it and re-download it. But man, it is nice. I didn't know. I'm best buds with RJ and didn't know he had that in the works. That was cool. So that has been nice. And and then just to know right after the results are official where you're at and being able to make plans for the rest of the season is really nice with that. I think Justin Hunt might get the credit for the points macros. I'm not sure. He'll help out in timing and scoring from time to time.
Yeah, I know some of that is linked into to Speed High, which has been super helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, being able to see that overlay and everything that is cool. So
yeah, especially just trying to, and you, I'm sure, know this as well as we do, just trying to navigate the drop situation. If you don't have that just in a spreadsheet, if you aren't familiar with that front to back, that gets tricky quick.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, RJ gets sick. He was probably sick of fielding the questions about, hey, I think your points are incorrect because my math says differently. But, again, I don't envy the person who came up with that Excel macro, but way to go. Yeah, nice job.
So, Joseph, we are satisfied with the condition of the timing loop at this point. Okay. So we're going to do an out and in with the pace car. So it's going to be the most of a 1 lap pace. So the next time by is going to be green for the restart here. Okay, so they only had a handful of problems, and so they said there was only 5 cars that tripped the loop that it didn't actually trip. And so they stopped it right away, fixed the 5 cars, had everybody go around for a pace lap. Everybody tripped the loop again. They've stopped it here. They're pretty sure whatever happened was that the electronics for the timing loop got wet, presumably, in the heavy rain. And so now they're pretty sure it's dried out, and we're going to be good to go.
That's so unusual, because that implies the fact that they're missing timing. Typically you would have, it would be orbits and not, that's actually maintaining the record. It wouldn't be, say, race here. A race here is just a reporter.
Right.
So that implies that it's actually a hardware glitch somewhere rather than a glitch with someone's timing computer.
Correct.
Yeah, that is.
Which is why they're satisfied now that they think whatever the issue is has resolved itself.
Okay.
With everything getting all dried out, so they wanted to make sure that nobody was actively working on the pit loop or the timing loop before they do the roll off here, and then we should be good to go green, good to go racing. They are not going to extend the end. We are still going to be done here in 48 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, even though in timing we're under a yellow flag condition, this is clearly, I think, a red flag situation. So same rules would apply there. Nobody should be working on their cars in this period.
It looked like people were doing driver service.
Yeah.
So they were doing cool suit boxes and windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all above board.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I don't know if it's still as hot. Has the rain cooled it down at all, or is it now just hot and humid?
That's a great question. I actually don't go outside. It has cooled it down. We're at 76 degrees. I think we were getting close to 80 at one point, and then it's kind of leveled back down. So
I'll take it. Yeah, it was a much hotter weekend than I was anticipating. I know the IMSA race was hot last weekend, but I was hoping that was not going to be the case for us. So
yeah,
looks like the 58 Stratus either has trouble or they need to move them on the grid. I'm not sure.
I think that's they need to push start it situation. But they had said that the protocol was going to be that anybody that needs help is going to have to wait and everybody else is going to be let by.
Yeah, it's not a huge issue for them. They've got a 16-lap lead over the team car.
This will be a sweep for them this weekend. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Nice work. I see
the front of the choice race covered in grass.
Mowing a little bit. Talking about rental cars, I know they had allegedly a...
oh, right there. See the scoop on that?
That is a massive scoop. Looks like a dryer duct or something. Yeah, I don't know. They must have been having chill-out issues, maybe? Maybe it just wasn't keeping up. I'm not sure.
Anyway, my apologies. Rental car situation.
Yeah, so there's a rumor out there that the Choice racing team had to go buy some new tires for a rental car after Friday. And they were giving lots and lots of ride-alongs. So I know, obviously, when again the pace laps. Credit to round 3. Getting to do the pace laps Thursday was awesome. Getting our crew members out and on the track. One of our crew members is now collecting tracks, and you remember from Daytona, the Dale Earnhardt Jr. Edition Silverado pace truck.
Wow.
Yes, so he's now got, I think this is his 3rd track he's collecting. So yeah, he's Clay, one of our team members, but we know him as Dale Jr. Because he is the largest Dale Earnhardt Jr. fan in the world.
Excellent.
But he's a huge help. He's just started. He actually built our shop with us. He is our neighbor. So yeah, we just can't even get rid of him now.
Perfect. So now you're stuck with him.
Yeah, exactly. But he's a big help. He's a fire bottle man. He will hop in the right seat of anybody's car, giving a ride along, and
perfect.
He's loving it. He's a little bummed. He got a new custom fire suit with natty light emblazoned on it, and lots of other cool things. So you have to see that at the next race. It didn't quite make it here in time, but he'll be looking sharper than any of us on the team. So that's okay.
Excellent. I've been looking at the whatever the company is that buys the used race suits.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's one guy on 23XI that is my size.
Okay, yeah.
So I keep waiting for, like, when I see Bubba come through with, like, the really, like, Gucci liveries, I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one that I'm going to want right there. Like, we'll be waiting for that one.
Yeah, I definitely want to upgrade my suit. I have a decent suit, but it's way too big. I was at a champ race at Sebring, went to get my gear teched, and it looked like something had punched out a perfect square in my race suit. And they said, well, you don't pass tech, you can't. And that was in the days where I could not afford to be doing this at all. I was, using champ bucks and all that stuff. And so they're like, wine country is over here, you can go try. And the only suit they had that would fit me, I'm pretty tall, is way too big for me. So I've got to take the waistband, like, tie it in a double knot and all that. So it's just a bummer to have spent, my $600 Italian suit is just fits me horribly. And I'm sure I'm only going to get larger, but I think it will still be too big. So,
well, you just got extra room for the ice bottles when you had to do that,
Yeah, we heard somebody else was doing that when their chill out failed, or if they ever had an issue, they would just jam ice bottles down their shirts, which is pretty smart. I know there were a few teams that had issues. Again, I don't think it's any cause of chill out. Those guys are great.
Right.
We actually added an external reservoir for ours. We just noticed that the driver changes. We lose a little. We lose a couple drops,
a little bit,
and it's just enough that over time it can air out. There's nothing worse than having a chill out on or any cool cert that isn't cooling you. It will boil you. So it's way worse. But we're not in very good shape. So we don't tolerate the heat well. Yeah, we got to be cool in the car. Helmet blower and chill out on is pretty much all the time. So
I'm waiting for the chill out systems and, like, Sparco. As we're going to come to green here, Joseph, the chill out systems and Sparco ventilated seat collab. I'm waiting for that one.
Oh yeah. Sign me up. Oh man, we got some wild stuff on.
73 is conking out here. The 210 is just a passenger there, kind of trying to get around. Can't move over to the right to get around him.
And that's
that's a scene right there.
Yeah, and that's kind of okay, because the 210 is one that's been in the wars a little bit today, so they're not really in fighting shape, so to speak.
Right.
Not a huge deal for them to lose out there.
unfortunate. We may be going back to yellow here, depending on what happens with the with that GTU car.
526 has gone back behind the wall.
Yeah, going behind the wall as well as
the
24. That might just be pitting.
Their pits right at the end there for the Ginetta. Yeah.
Now we do have
literally everybody in this building is trying to see around the building, and it's not quite possible.
Yeah, so the 73 is still listed as slow.
Okay.
We accidentally have a great shot of it.
Oh, really? Oh, look at that. That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
That is trundling around, that's for sure.
Maybe they can make it to that cut there to their right.
We're hoping.
Yeah.
That seems like that's
only got 33 minutes left here. You really hope that they can get that up and out of the way. Having to do another recovery here would be unfortunate for sure. For whoever who drew the straw for the last stint here, you know. You want to get that person some running time, you know?
Yeah, it's been an unfortunate couple of hours. Doesn't appear to be anybody's fault, certainly.
Yep.
See the 47 Ginger Racing just leaving.
And we're going to go back to caution again, unfortunately, to presumably to recover that car.
Yeah, the good thing about this, though, is it doesn't seem like that car is stuck in gear or anything like that, so it should just be a matter of putting a tow rope on it and bringing it back around.
Yep. I'd say that's about right. Everybody at Round 3 Racing, literally every single Round 3 Racing driver that's not in a car is currently huddled around a screen in the pit lane.
So, kind of an unfortunate side effect of the timing issue is that the pace car didn't end up picking up the actual leader. It picked up the leader at the red flag, but by the time we finished the red flag, we had a different leader. So that's effectively put. There's a lot gap anyway, but it's effectively put the 79 out of reach of the 609 if there were any doubt at all.
Ooh, we got the leader in.
The 609 out of the reach of the 79, or the other way around?
79's in the
other way around.
Okay, got it. That's what I thought.
I'm guessing their last fuel stop for hard point.
Yep.
So again, these 35s are odd. You really just don't lose much. You know, a couple hundred feet on track. Yeah,
right.
It's interesting. That's we're lucky. We fuel very quickly. So my dad got a little covered in gas. The race suit's a little stinky because of it, but it's free time. We've got to be fast at that stuff. So we weren't without pit penalties, unfortunately. We yesterday, I should say, but it ended up not mattering. But I always hate that. We tend to like to only screw up on the car, not on pit road.
Right. The 197 looks awful dirty. I'm wondering if that's just running in the dirt or if that's like brake dust coming down the side. It's kind of a darkish black.
I feel like that's probably mud and grime. And
all right,
I saw it a bit in the preview window.
Those guys, I think
109 is hauling through the pit lane. That is very fast.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one. Same with the 125. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Complimenting their driver standards. Oops. First the broadcast. That's what I came up here yesterday, and then immediately,
I think RJ might just hold on to the celebratory liquor this week.
Yeah, I think so too.
Possibly, and I never learned what it was. What
I didn't see. I was out trying to do cameras and stuff and get out.
Yeah, we came down to the second drivers meeting. We left the shop mid motor change and came down for that, but we didn't stick around for the podium celebrations. So,
I mean, if RJ's going to hold on to him anyway, I see no harm in me just throwing one in the suitcase.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
That out
there, he's got no shortage of the good stuff with his significant other there. So yeah, they are he and Stephanie are the ones to if you're trying to find a very specific drink. They're the ones to talk to. They can find the rare stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want to start a rumor that the national champions get a bottle of Pappy?
Ooh.
There we go.
Oh, RJ's got a whole collection of Pappy at his house. Yeah.
Is that true?
Nice. We'll just take some of that down.
He's got a lot. So And then again, all the way back in college, he raided his parents' liquor cabinet and was like, "Man, I don't know what this whiskey is. It's terrible. I've tried to mix it with Dr. Pepper, and it's just I can't even drink it." And it was like Macallan 18 years. And I was like, "Dude, we had to Google it. I was like, oh my God, man, look how much this bottle's worth." Like, and I was like, I think we're supposed to drink it straight and all this, and we're trying, and we just we didn't develop a taste for that. So he's come a long way.
So I've got two stories to go with that. I've got the first one, which was a few years ago. One of the larger fires in Northern California was like right outside my hometown, and so I had to evacuate. We cleared all the stuff out of my apartment. We ended up being fine. And so then in clearing stuff out, we then hear that the neighborhood a little bit further south where my best friend lived, and his family had a little bit more money than mine, they had to evacuate too, and his parents were out of town. And so we go there, and we've already got the cars full of my stuff. And so he's looking around, he's like, okay, well, what are we going to grab? What are we going to grab? I don't know. And so he's like picking like clothes and pictures and stuff from his parents' room. I said, look, man, because this fire had like ripped all the way up to town, like faster than anybody's ever seen. I said, look, man, anything you leave here is going to be covered by the insurance. And he's like, well, yeah. I'm like, okay. It's like, there's not really any harm in us, like, clearing out the liquor cabinet here. I'll grab your computer and I'll just keep it because you're going to get a check for that anyway. Like, let's just start. He's like, no, Ryan, you can't loot my house preemptively, expecting there to be. So it's like, okay. So we did grab all the alcohol. 100% we did that. Yeah. But we left the computer and stuff. And then, so I am a big Macallan guy.
Yeah.
And my buddy for my wedding had bought me, it was the triple cask 15 year, which is like super sweet, super vanilla-y, oaky, the whole nine. And I was like, oh my God, like this is fantastic. I'd only ever seen it like liquor stores. It's like $200.
Yeah.
I'm like, what a G. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. He's like, yeah, no problem. So it lets me think it. I go to Costco the next week. It's like $85. Oh. I'm like, okay. Alrighty, apparently I can just buy this for myself now. Like, what happened? That's funny. Oh, jeez.
Back to green.
701 doing some work there, trying to come down the inside.
Yeah, we love the round 3 guys. They helped us get the old motor out of the back of the truck yesterday. I sent only 2 people to go get the motor out, not thinking they might be able to do that. That was not the case. So
that's a lot of motor for 2
people. But they were still in the paddock prepping their cars when we drove ours in, and gave us a nice cheer. So that was pretty rewarding.
Nice.
And then we love all the shipped up now stuff. I'm wearing the shirt. Got the Girl Dad shirt on right now.
Excellent.
So for it, and to get to see the hardpoint team full of females doing this. So, like I said, I'm campaigning for a go-kart for my little one so that I can also get a go-kart.
Me too. Yep. The DriversEye live chat usually, a couple times a year has me trying to talk through, like, am I doing midgets? Am I doing go-karts?
Bandoleros.
What are Bandoleros? Yeah. What are we? What's going to be the vehicle of choice here?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think karting for me. There's not a ton of places. AMP, Atlanta Motorsports Park, is probably my closest I could go to. Supposedly, we're getting a new one outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. Flat Rock Motorsports Park. I think there's another Flat Rock, something to do with racing too. But it's a club type track. But if they do it all like they say, I think it'll be pretty nice and then become our closest. So
there you go.
We got.
So going to become a test venue for you as well?
We'd love to. Yeah, I don't know that we can afford full-on membership or anything yet.
It was one of those guys where it's
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. And then I think Discovery Parks might be not moving up there, but also going up there. So Ron actually lives in Chattanooga now. Shout out to Discovery Parks. They couldn't be here, obviously. They got TMI on site, which is great. But I hooked up with Ron last Sunday. I needed, all of a sudden, a chill-out connector and wanted to buy some crew shoes. And I'm like, man, it's Sunday. I'll pay for the extra shipping, whatever. And he said, I'm leaving Dawsonville, Georgia. I can just drive them to you. Meet me in Chattanooga. So that was, he hooked me up, sent me a ton of shipping. Obviously, I got the WRL discount. He did that before. I had a gift card, so he did the discount first and did the and then I got I got the out-of-state tax because technically I bought it in Tennessee, and yeah. So Ron, as usual, hooked it up. So
nice.
You know, also every driver's meeting, he always says if somebody wants him to hop in and wants somebody to be the slow guy, do it. I'm like, dude, come on, like
let's do it.
Yeah,
I'll cost you one suit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need a new suit. Size me up, please. So yeah, I think he and his wife both will hop in a car from time to time. So
excellent.
Yeah, we're liking having more Chattanooga folks. But I would put him in the middle of Atlanta Motorsports Park in this new track. So
sweet. Joseph, what do you got over there? Got 23 minutes left in the race here.
I'm just following the 79 Hardpoint car, which is obviously, as we noted, took their last pit stop of the day during that full course yellow. Don't have any information on who's the last driver there. The driver that rounded it out last night was Catherine Legg, so it may be the same situation, which is it's still a fun thing to say. We might, I might solicit a request from for information from Erin Bogle if she's still got our number.
Yes, I'm sure she does if she had it before. Unless we said something really offensive, maybe she lost the number. I don't think she did. Seems likely that they'll still have it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, all of the lead battles are not within a lap. So I'm trying to find something.
So round 3 and Choice are still in a fight for second, which is not the fight that I think they were hoping to have.
No, not at all. But Choice just got right back in it. They were way down there a moment ago, and now...
Kind of makes me wonder, actually, if they were one of the cars with a missing transponder.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
Okay, I gotcha.
So quick, because that TLM car, thought they were going to be the ones fighting it out there for a moment.
TLM, actually, I think had to come in for a splash.
Okay.
I keep not recognizing that car. The new livery. It looks great, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's always a big help. They came over and were helping the split decision guys. They were having an intermittent miss issue on their M2. And I know David came over and plugged in and was giving some advice. They're always some fun ones to hang with on a race weekend.
Joseph, do we have the 609 on board still by chance?
We should. I don't think it's gone anywhere. We've lost a couple, but not that one. Here it is. Right. Hey, look who's in front of them.
Hey!
That
got
pass has
movement
already
here.
happened. Yeah.
It's already happened, so... Well, sorry. I should have mentioned that earlier. So the pass has been done for second place for Choice Racing. And I believe, did Choice stop again or no? Let's see. Because the plan was they wanted Will to close it out. They did. So I bet he put Will back in the car after the rain subsided.
So be mindful of that, because that might be the pass-through when we were trying to sort out the transponder. That may not be an actual...
Oh,
hit.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. 20 minutes ago, there's definitely still room to need an extra stop, so I'm not sure that anything is really in the bag here yet.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't look like the 609 team is moving, like they're working on getting ready for a fuel stop or anything. I think they're more...
Yeah, they seem pretty good to go.
Hey, there's Dale Jr. right in front of us, sporting the gear.
There we go. Yeah, they're watching intently on the... Well, they're watching the 609 and the 605, it looks like. Cole very interested, I think, in how this turns out. Wishing that was him in his car.
Yeah, James bringing this one home for the 609, by the looks of things. Now, it is it's about a minute and 56-second gap between the 79 and the 511, so it would be difficult, and knowing that that Hardpoint has come in for their last stop, it's going to be difficult to see a scenario where Choice can overhaul them without something happening to the 79. So, assuming it is Catherine Legg, I think she's going to want to just take it basically as conservatively as possible. Nothing, no silly dives, because you don't need it. You don't need the time at this point. And she's done endurance racing before. She knows what she's doing. So I'm not expecting any sort of
that's probably
weird
who you would want
behavior.
in the car among drivers at this circuit. You know, we've got a lot of really good drivers, but having Catherine Legan to close out your race there seems like a good position to be in, let's say.
Right. Yeah, there are worse options out there.
Certainly.
526 has come back out, and that will... actually, they will have very much benefited by a couple of these Code 35s that have been out, because they've only got a 40-second advantage over the 407 in terms of holding onto that podium spot.
Yeah, that might be interesting. That Craftsman team, some of those drivers are pretty impressive. So
3, multiple lap. We got a fight for a third between the two Big Mission Motorsports cars there. The 336 is actually in the lead. I believe that's the new car. I don't know if we're going to see a multi-21 situation there. I kind of doubt it.
No, we talked about this at High Plains, and there's no team orders.
Oh, okay, perfect. So that might indeed be a battle there developing.
Oh, I see our team at home is watching. My buddy Cho Ray, who was coming to the festival, saying, "Hey, don't worry about it. There's a pretty good chance I'm not coming because it looks like rain over that." So, all right. Well, he said it.
See, so I wonder what the rainout situation is for a festival of that size.
Can't imagine.
I mean, if you're VIR, right, like. WRL was going to pay you whether it rained or not, you know what I'm saying? Versus this, like, festival that's going to go on, maybe not, like...
Yeah. Festivals go on rain or shine.
Do they really?
Oh, yeah.
In the mud here, that's going to be miserable.
Yeah, it'd be the new Fire Festival thing. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm assuming the bands and all are going to be in the paddock. It looked like with the power hookups and stuff they had kind of set up. I'm assuming that's where their buses and all will go. So it'll be wild.
And they were setting up the like glamping tents.
I saw those like yurts. Yeah, I imagine those are a premium for still sleeping on the ground.
Oh, we got a yellow here, exactly. Or maybe a nice cot. Yeah, how about that? Oh, we got a yellow here as well.
It's the 79 and the 914.
It's the 79?
Yeah, that'll be hard point.
Joseph, what have you done?
I've broken it.
Oh,
no. They were in a big pack when they came by us last, it looked like.
Yep.
914 will be that LS swap BMW.
Oh.
That's the Mustang. I'm looking for orange cars.
So here's the 609 coming through.
So the contact appears to have been up at turn 5. I'll switch to my turn 5 camera. Yeah, actually, I had noticed this at first, but you can tell that there is a BMW facing the wrong way in the back of the shot.
Oof.
So that's going to be critical, because if that is deemed to be contact on the 79, then that'll lose them a lap, and that'll bring the Choice Racing car up into the lead provisionally.
I think it's going to be no luck for them anyway if they're.
Where they come by?
There he is, 79. Ooh, that's got some
scraped up on the right front.
Yeah.
Didn't look like any tires down or anything. I don't know.
Interesting. So we'll have to see that. That might be something we don't get the answer to until the end of the race anyway.
Yeah, that'll be a post-race investigation thing, unfortunately.
Yep, absolutely. So maybe they'll do the podium both ways. Maybe we'll have one of those type of situations where everybody go back down, and then we're going to take the pictures like this. There we go.
Yeah. That I always hate it for these guys because I know they just want to pack up like we all do
and just
drink
leave
beer
and
and leave.
And
but between pump outs and protests and the rest, never fun when the work begins. It's funny how hard it is from a driver and team perspective to actually do well and turn every lap and finish the race.
Right.
Man, because then the work starts. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like wow. At Barber on day 2, we finished everything. We podiumed. and then we get to start packing up.
Right.
And it's only a 2-hour drive home, but I had to stop and sleep at a truck stop. I couldn't make it.
Right.
I just couldn't make it. Had to, wasn't planning on taking the Monday off. Change that, and just couldn't do it. Where with the bad luck we'd had for years previous, it was pretty easy to have everything packed up by the end of the race and be ready to roll as soon as the podium's over. So
it's a good problem to have, though. You get to see the the spoils, if you will, of
Absolutely,
the
yeah. Oh yeah, we've got like I said, a pretty good collection going to the Plasma Tracks trophies. We just need there's only one #1 trophy there right now, so that's what we got to change. So.
Right. So we're coming down to, what are we looking at here? A little bit less than 15 minutes. Got 13 up there. I got 4:16 here. Yeah, that's about right. So,
wait, the timer is set to 4:30 on the dot. So the question is basically, with these situations, is it to the time, or do we need to have cars off track by the time? That's always the question.
Right. I believe yesterday it seemed like it was have cars off track by the time.
Yeah, I agree. So I think this is actually going to be a lap shorter than we think.
Okay.
That would be my guess. And actually, I'm going to pull the timing setup back about 2 minutes, assuming that's
okay.
How we're going to do that.
All right. Joseph, I'm guessing that any predictions we had made have now since evaporated.
The predictions are pointless at this point because
yes,
we had
had so many.
The red flag by itself, I think, kind of threw everything into disarray, and because so much of it is predicated on how many pit stops people have left, and if we don't know how many pit stops, because we don't know how much time is left in the race. Again, that is, it's not anybody's fault, but it makes it impossible to pretend to have anything interesting to add.
Right, I gotcha. So I think we're going to get going here with 10 minutes to go. I think it'll take about 1 or 2 more minutes to get this car cleared off the circuit. Unless they have a cutout available right there. Oh, they do. Oh, cool. They can just use that one and then get us going out here.
Noticed a bunch of Crown Vics up there earlier. Driver practice or something going on. So yeah, I think that's where our driver attempted to pull off to and realized I better not go up there. I don't know what's going on. So.
Well, maybe you can go show all those teen drivers how it's done up there. They were doing autocross yesterday.
Okay.
I was seeing that. So I think it's the teen driver car control type clinic thing.
Yeah, well, that's awesome they do that. Yeah, here, Mid-Ohio, all the other places. I wish I had done some of that stuff. So
I would like to see just once RJ set the grid based on whatever rental car you have, we're going to go out back and do an autocross real quick, and then that time's going to be what counts.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. There's, I'm sure there's several autocross ringers out here.
I am certain there is.
Some champions and stuff. So
we'll see how many of these Cooper tires will bolt up to somebody's rental car. Let's get her going here.
200 tread rear rental cars. Yeah.
So we went back to green. We've got about 10 minutes left, I reckon, of running here at VIR. So unfortunately, I think it's been a yellow-filled weekend, but we've still had some interesting things to talk about, I would say.
Yeah, not necessarily interesting for all the right reasons, but definitely interesting. I mean, everyone's put in a good performance. I think some of the most impressive driving we saw was in the wet weather conditions. Everybody held their own. There were a couple off tracks, but I mean, it really wasn't. We didn't really see any kind of degradation, at least from my point of view, in terms of driving standards there. So, I mean, everyone did very well to keep everything basically nice and tidy.
We are still watching one more battle for position here. That's going to be the 511 and the 609, which, depending on how the penalty situation shakes out at the end of the race, could be for the lead, but is currently only for second and third. The last time they were by, the 511 and the 609 registered about 2.5 seconds apart from each other. So, when they come back by, we'll see what that gap really looks like now that they've done a full lap of green flag running here.
Yeah, that contact will stay under investigation until until the race is complete, because we need Hardpoint to be able to provide any mitigating evidence that they might have in terms of onboard cameras and so on.
Right.
So we won't know who's. Basically, you'll have a 50% chance of knowing who the winner is going to be.
Right.
I think you can say with some confidence that I don't think the series is going to play favorites in favor of Hardpoint here.
Wow, big. I'm sorry, Joseph. Big gap for the 511, and then the number 2 is trying to go around the 609 as well. So I think the 609 is a little bit off the pace here.
You know, I think that's gonna touch exactly on what Justin was telling us about these tires. This is basically a dry racetrack at this point, and they're gonna start to chew up this compound.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure the lower S's. I'm sure that is not doing them any favors at all with those tires and hog pen. That's got to be pretty rough greasing those up. So.
And unfortunately, you can't come in. You know, you got 10, 15 minutes left when you go green. Like, you can't mess with that.
No, you'd lose a lap at this point.
Right. Which might have been, well, if Choice doesn't do anything, then you've got nothing. But when you were a lap behind Hardpoint and Choice was right there, you know, you take the swing and like, okay, well, you know, we can at least consolidate our third position here instead of, you know, fighting. But, yeah, just not a whole lot you can do. It's... I watched the radar here, and it could have gone either way. It's very thunderstormy up in Roanoke right now. It's like miserable looking, and Blacksburg, you know, kind of up there. So
I mean, if we
had a real shot at it being awful here.
Well, and if we hadn't had the infrastructure issues, it might have kept swinging in that direction because they've got the right tires on the car. It's really, I mean, horrible luck that we've run into whatever the hardware or connection issues were that we ran into. Because now the balance has shifted straight in the direction of the 511. And even before we talk about the potential of a lap penalty on the 79, they are not running that car at full pace over at the Hardpoint side of things. Choice Racing has dropped the gap to 1 minute and 36. That, I'm not suggesting that they're going to be able to overtake them on track, but it gives you
a sense
make sure
you're that 1 lap penalty is a 1 lap penalty and that you secure your position there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the 609 is just slipping further and further behind. The 2 has backed off. We got the 2 and the 52 now coming up behind the 609. Let's see, we're out to 8 seconds now. Yeah, so
1-7 Thunder Bunny just set their fastest time of the day. They're giving the Choice racing car a tough time out there. Yeah, Choice might want to just let them go.
All right.
Did anybody break 2 minutes today?
I don't believe so. I think the one car that could have... I wonder if that car was on pace to break 2 minutes with how hard it was being driven.
The Chandler car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing was... It came by me a ton, and then it was a while before I saw the next GTO car coming. So that's when, unfortunately, when the incident happened, and I was radioing into the team going, hey, you know, do you see Patrick out there in the car? Like, where's he at in relation to me? That way we can decide, do I come in immediately? Do I catch, you know, how's this going to go? What's our play here? And then that's when they said, oh, no. Yeah, unfortunately, but
he's nothing to worry about.
But Patrick here, you know, he's talking, he's in race control, so I'm like, oh man, okay. So, and then, unfortunately, then I saw them bring it. I don't know where they take them. Maybe the north paddock or something.
No, they take them right down here, downstairs.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Or I meant the cars.
Oh, the car.
I go across the bridge. I'm sitting under the bridge, and so I'm like, ugh, this is terrible. But yeah, it's interesting with these reds and the full course cautions and how wild that swings everything in a Code 35 race, where it's all seems really straightforward, but nothing is. So.
Absolutely. Well, we've had the twists and turns for sure. 5 minutes ago, I think we're going to start thinking. Did you already update the timer, Joseph, or no? Because I think we're going to start thinking about the final lap here.
Yeah, I tried to update the timer, and the timer didn't update. So we'll see how they run it. The 79 now, it's listed as the 63 being the guilty party, but listed as an incident under investigation for possible contact between the 63 and the 79. So that is in 2 laps, well, not 2 laps, in about the span of 10 minutes, 2 possible incidents that the Hardpoint 79 is going to be up against.
Right.
Well, I saw the guilty offender get put back in the paddock, and they just rolled it into one of the farthest garages there by pit end. So it at least rolls under its own power. But
right. So these easy ups, right? They just close that one down with all the water in it. Are they going to take the cloth out to like dry it, or
that, or yeah? Typically, we'll like put ours up in the shop when we get home, and put a fan and let it sit there for way too long, days and days and days.
Right.
Yeah, it's always interesting. Like the Monday or Tuesday we get home, it's like, all right, guys, what's the plan? When are we gonna come and wash the car and unload and do and it's like, I don't want to see any of you all for 4 days. Yeah.
Let's talk about it right the week before next race. It
doesn't matter. It's always a thrash. We could have 6 months between races, and we would still somehow, the night before load up, be thrashing on something. So we were talking. Effectively, before this was our off season. I think it was our longest gap in racing. So our last race was Road Atlanta. Some of the guys went out to High Plains and worked with the WRL crews. We typically do anytime. Had we quit yesterday and not done the motor swap, we would probably be some pit marshals or something for them today, helping out. But it's always rough, the Airbnbs and the hotels are paid for, and the cars are rented, and so I'm happy with our decision now. So.
That's good. I mean, you could have gone to the Duke game last night instead. I mean, that's about all you got here.
Not a whole lot going in Danville. So
no, not at all.
Yeah, that 111 still giving them heck, man. They are really on the choice racing cars. That's again.
We've got the 22 is stopped again. This time at turn 4. With so little time left in this race, I'm not sure if we're actually going to go yellow for that to try to pull it, or if we're just going to leave it there as a local yellow.
Right.
Yeah, hopefully. No one wants to see a checkered flag at 35 miles an hour.
No, not at all. We already had a close to that at NOLA. We have the scare, so let's push the car into the swamp and let's see what happens.
Flag being waved.
There we go, white flag. So we believe, as of right now, that Hardpoint will be coming home for a provisional victory. Choice Racing has now put a 20-second gap on the 609. Again, the 609 running the wet weather tire here at the end, and it's dry and starting to get sunny here. I wouldn't be surprised if our cameras start dropping out at this point. So, unfortunate run of luck for the 609 today. I know Brian put in a heck of a stint at the beginning to try to drive to the front, and that looks like it's not quite going to be enough for them. But able to run up front most of the day. But we're going to have the 79, the 511, and the 609 provisionally on the podium with the 172 TLM car, who have also been up front most of the day. In the lead, out of the lead, in the lead. Currently in fourth place with a podium potential there. In GTU, it's as expected. You got the 58 and the 59 up front, and the number 22 M Sport car will probably come home in third unless they conk out on this lap. GP3, we've got the 605 Round 3 racing car is a full 2 laps ahead of the 195 Overnight Motorsports Porsche, and then followed by them is the 109 Roberts Motorsports Mazda Miata. So that's a reasonable top 3 podium there, and again, multiple lap gaps there amongst all 3. And then in GP2, we've got the 146 Harrison Motorsports car. They're out front, currently showing about 2 laps ahead of RRT Racing in their older BMW. And then in third place, we've got the number 407 Craftsman Auto Care BMW in the, effectively, the WRL E46 class. GP1, we've got the 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cayman. That is running up front. They have a good, at least a lap, probably 2 gap over the number 47 Ginger Racing BMW. And then the Big Mission Motorsports, as we alluded to earlier, it looks like they have held station, and the 336 has pressed the advantage. Now a 35-second gap, and we have just taken the checker flag here at VIR.
There comes Team Hardpoint through to the checkered flag.
Yep.
Now we'll look for the Choice Racing car. There's the ACP cars. We'll look for Choice Racing, as that's the other car that, pending the results of the Stewards investigation, could be your overall winner here.
Right. Haven't seen Choice Racing come through. Again, it was most of a lap that they were behind. Fortunately, they were not a full lap behind, so they will be able to take advantage if there is a lap penalty dealt out. 59 comes through here to claim, I believe, second place, or no, first place for the 59. Oh, no, second place for the 59. My apologies. Still waiting for the choice car to appear. It'll probably be another minute or so.
Yeah, we'll be looking for them to come through this turn 14 camera here. There they are.
336 coming home. There we go on the podium.
So Choice Racing making its way into turn 16, anxiously awaiting the results of the contact investigation into the hardpoint 79.
Right.
Yeah, and the 111 did get around Choice there, too.
There you go. There it is. And Choice lets the 52 by as well. And then the 2 coming home. And then we'll just wait for the 609 here. That's a substantial gap that they've got put on here. 609. There it is right there. So the 609 comes home a little bit tardy, of course, on that tire selection. Looks like it's ultimately going to be, they've closed up the gap a little bit, a 16-second gap. So probably trying to put in one last reasonable lap without getting the tires too hot there, knowing that you're on the last lap here.
Here's your
VIR.
Here's your GP3 presumptive race winner.
Yep, the 605, the Boxster taken out of retirement earlier this season.
I'm curious about those Boxsters. I want to drive one. I wonder what they're like.
I'm sure if you go chit chat with Jay Pellegrini, he's got like 4. Wait, yeah, sure, man.
Yeah,
let's send it on out.
Those guys look like they're having a good time this weekend. They're paddock neighbors. They got some ladies driving around on a golf cart. I don't know what they've changed flags on the golf cart they're cruising around on. So yeah, they've definitely been having a good time this weekend, which is the whole point.
That's what we're here for. Yeah, right. Have a good time, have fun, hang out. Yeah,
party when the race breaks out. So yeah,
absolutely. Perfect.
This is going to be this is going to be your race winner in GP1 701 for round 3 racing, coming around to finish their last lap as well.
Excellent. RJ down there waiting patiently to collect the people for Parc Fermé here.
Last lap of the race, Fat and Furious 526 puts in the fastest lap in GP2 today.
And what lap time was that, Joseph?
That'll be a 209.7, and the only GP2 car to break into the 209s today. Possibly
so
this
a 209.7 puts you in the top half of GP1 times right there. Because GP1, you had the 147 had a 205 broken off, but yeah, 209.4, 208.8, 211, 211, 209.2, 207.9 for the PC racing car. So they put in a little tidy lap there towards the end.
Yeah, we're always super proud whenever we can be well up into the GP1 field.
I think that is the entire point of GP2. It's such a competitive field that it's like, oh no, we're gonna start taking swings.
Yeah,
let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's what we like. And we tell whoever's starting, we're like, hey, the goal by the end of the first lap is that you would be well in the
GP1 field.
Yeah, going ahead and picking them off. Yeah, so that's always the goal.
Excellent.
Well, guys, I better get back down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta go
backed everything up. Hopefully they did.
Perfect. And, thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Hopefully next time out you'll have a little bit more luck. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. I think the plan is to see you guys at Ozarks in some capacity, working for RJ or driving. We're not sure, but we will be there. And yeah, it does look like Catherine Legg finished the race.
Perfect.
Car's not terrible. Maybe a new nose on it, but yeah, always cool to see those pros out here. So thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate you. Yeah. Alrighty, Joseph. What do you have in the wrap up here for VIR? What are we taking away?
Well, obviously it's been a difficult race for a lot of people. Everyone's worked awfully hard to get around a lot of technical challenges. It's been a rough race technically. Everyone's done really well to make it through some really challenging conditions, both on the racetrack and in the race control room.
Yeah,
I know. We've been dealing with the heat and limited bandwidth in so many different ways. But the biggest thing for me is is I'm super curious to see how this stewards decision on the 79 is going to turn out. It'd be great to see Hardpoint take a win on what I think is their debut, but just as interesting, I think, would be to have 511 for Choice Racing take it back basically after that timing glitch was discovered. Have Choice Racing, a mainstay of the WRL paddock, to take that GTO and overall win back. Yeah, lots of question marks, and we've just taken the checkered flag. Obviously, also as a side note, congratulations as well to Round 3 Racing. Double podium Saturday, double win today. Obviously, it's going to be a challenging few weeks getting the 401 fixed back up. Hope to see that back out there soon. Same for Team GTR in their 99. Nose-to-nose low-speed impact yesterday took both those cars out and damaged some pretty important bits and pieces. So hope to see those cars in better shape next time out.
Hopefully that all looks pretty repairable. Not cheap, but at least repairable. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good when the driver's reaction is anger rather than than anguish. So again, I hope to see them back out and competitive, and in a race-winning car. That don't forget that's a race-winning car. So
absolutely,
yeah. Better luck next weekend out, of course.
Indeed. Well, Joseph, I think we've had a pretty great time here at VIR. We hope to catch you again next time. I believe our next event is going to be Sebring. Do I have that right, Joseph?
It's either going to be Sebring or Ozarks. I can't keep track of it.
Okay. Well, I'm not certain we're going to be at Ozarks, was the discussion that was being had.
Yeah, I know.
But if we do end up being there, fantastic, we'll be there. And then if we don't end up being there, we will see everybody at Sebring. So thanks again for tuning in. We hope to see you next time. Have your pets spayed or neutered, and have a good rest of your Labor Day weekend.